giving us updates and providing us information, and we're incredibly grateful to Louis, and we'll be sad to see you go back to FEMA to do very important work. Many of you know Amanda Finney. I call her the mayor because she knows every person, seemingly, who works in the building and on the complex, which is about 2,000 people. I would not survive this job without Amanda Finney. You probably would all not have received all the help you have received about a range of things without Amanda Finney. She is smart, sassy, level-headed, stable. She's remarkable, and we may all work for her one day in some capacity. I certainly may, but I am very grateful to her, so just wanted to shout that out. And her yellow suit is very joyful for a joyful day. Okay, with that, it's a Friday.
Friday. Thanks so much. I've got a couple things.
Sure.
First on this, the missile attack at this train station, does the administration think that Russia might have intentionally targeted the train station, knowing that there would be a lot of civilians there?
Well, what we've seen over the course of the last 6 weeks or more than that has been what the president himself has characterized as war crimes, which is the intentional targeting of civilians. This is yet another horrific atrocity committed by Russia, striking civilians who are trying to evacuate and reach safety. Where we are now is we're going to support efforts to investigate this attack as we document Russia's actions, hold them accountable, and we will continue to surge security assistance and weapons deliveries to help Ukraine defend their country. Obviously, the targeting of civilians would certainly be a war crime, and we've already called a range of the actions we've seen to date a war crime, but we're going to be supporting efforts to investigate exactly what happened here.
Okay, changing topics. Senior administration officials have said publicly, gone on TV, suggesting it's possible the president could get COVID. I'm wondering, is the administration attempting to prepare the public for the possibility of the president getting the testing positive?
Well, what we're trying to do is be as transparent and direct with the American people as possible about the fact that, well, the president takes a range of protocols. We have a range of protocols in place here that are aligned and even beyond the CDC requirements. Those include, as we've outlined here many times in the past, testing before you see the president, testing before you travel with him, social distancing when possible. We believe we have the tools and protocol to address this point we are in the virus, but like anyone else, the president may at some point test positive for COVID. And while we have seen an increase in recent, I would just note, while we have seen an increase in cases around people, I should just say that some of us may know. I would also note that cases remain down 95% since the height of Omicron. That is fact, that is data, even as we've seen cases of people we know. But what is important for the American people to know is that he has taken a range of precautions, as we all have, but he's also taken steps like getting the second booster, as he did last week in public, and his doctors are comfortable that he could continue to carry out his duties because of all these steps and precautions and protections he's taken, and we certainly, that's one of the reasons we encourage the rest of the American public to do the same. Go ahead.
If this is the first time that we've heard White House officials sort of describe it as a certain possibility that the president could get COVID, are you saying that you think it's more possible now, given sort of the little outbreak that we're seeing in D.C. right now?
No, we're just saying that it is a possibility. Again, cases are down 95% across the country since the height of Omicron. While cases are up in Washington, D.C., they're also far below the height of the cases and where they were in Omicron. But it is also the case that despite all of the precautions we take, and even with the president being double boosted, he could still test positive for COVID, just as many people in the White House have, many people in the press corps have. That is a possibility, and we want to be transparent with the American public about that.
By our rough count here, you have at least 18 politicians and people close to the president who've now tested positive this week. I mean, you've reiterated all the extra precautions that you are taking to try and keep him safe, some of the extra masking and testing protocol. But just to be safe, have you considered maybe cutting down some of the big indoor events or scaling back any, changing sort of your tactic with some of these events?
Well, clearly we did the event, the historic event today outside. That was in part to ensure that we could have a huge number of people on the South Lawn celebrating the confirmation of Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson. But also, we know that having events outside is better for safety protocols. There's no question about that. But what's important for the American people to know and understand is that because of all the steps we've taken, because the president is double boosted, tested because of, obviously he has access to the best healthcare in the world, but his doctors have assessed that these are risks that can be taken. We risk assess just like everybody out in the country, and it's important for him to be able to continue his presidential duties now and even if he tests positive in the future. Just like Americans out there in the country are taking their kids to school, they go to the grocery store, maybe they're making a decision to go to dinner. This is a time where we are certainly living with the virus, but we have a range of tools at our disposal to do that. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. A couple of quick questions on oil and then one on the French election. We have some reporting showing that the administration is considering easing sanctions to allow some oil imports from Venezuela as a way to replace banned energy shipments from Russia. Can you talk a little bit about any such considerations?
I'm not aware of that being under consideration.
Okay. Okay. At the moment, is it going to perhaps be considered for going forward?
It has not been, so I'm not aware of it being under consideration.
Okay. And one other one on when Dilip was in India. He delivered this warning to India to not raise purchases of Russian oil. And we were wondering if perhaps sanctions along similar lines are being considered for other nations, asking them to keep purchases of Russian oil only limited to previous levels and perhaps not.
First, I wouldn't characterize it as a warning, nor did we at the time. He went and had a constructive conversation and made clear that while it's the decision of each individual country, including India, to determine whether they're going to import Russian oil, it is only 1 to 2% of their imports. About 10% of their imports is from the United States. And so he conveyed, of course, they should abide by sanctions, which are not related to that decision, but also we would be here to help them diversify and move towards even reducing further beyond the 1 to 2%.
Is that decision perhaps being relayed also to other countries, asking them to perhaps follow the same guidelines?
Well, we conveyed every country to abide by sanctions. And we've conveyed to a range of European countries, as you know, and as we've talked about, that as they work to diversify their energy sources, that we are here to assist in those efforts. And there are a range of steps we've taken, including efforts on LNG. I mean, that's natural gas, of course, but efforts on LNG and moving some resources from Asia and other places, and ensuring that there are options to, for any country that wants to diversify their energy sources.
Okay, and one on the French elections.
Sure.
Are you watching the French elections coming up this Sunday, perhaps with any concerns, especially with the rise of Le Pen, who is a far-right candidate running against Macron?
We are certainly watching the elections, but I don't have any prediction of what the outcome will be. And once there is an outcome, I'm sure we will speak to it. Go ahead.
Understanding it's a fluid situation, but the atrocities in Bucha serve as an accelerant towards the latest sanctions package, the coordination between...
That we announced 2 days ago? Yes.
Is there any sense that the strike that we saw this morning will also accelerate talks on additional sanctions between the coordinated allies?
Well, I would say just to go back to a couple of days ago, that obviously the sanctions package we announced on Wednesdays with the biggest bank in Russia, Sberbank, certainly that was augmented as a result of the atrocities that we were seeing in Bucha. And what we have done to date, and we will continue to do, is look at, unfortunately, the continued atrocities that we're seeing in the country and assess how that's going to impact sanctions, consequences, and obviously additional security assistance. So that's how we've been evaluating and working with our allies to date. And I'm certain, given the video footage we've seen on airwaves across the world and photos, that this will be a part of the discussion that our national security officials are having with their counterparts moving forward.
Okay. On the S-300, it's been fairly apparent for the last several weeks that was a process that you guys were engaged in.
Yeah.
I know you are deliberately ambiguous as to some of the other processes that may be taking place, but is it fair to say that there are multiple other tracks that are similarly far down the line for other weapon systems, or how can you characterize how far along you are compared to where you are now with the S-300 on other systems?
So, well, one, I mean, part of our objective here, and the S-300s are an example of that, is to see that we can get defensive equipment that Ukrainians are trained on and that we know it can be effective moved to Ukraine. So we are, of course, grateful to Slovakia, and we work closely with Slovakia to also meet their defense needs. And part of our considerations here, as we're looking at the list of requests that the Ukrainians have, is What do we have access to here in the United States? What military equipment do we have access to? There are systems we may not have access to, or we may not even have those systems. So how can we work with countries around the world, like Slovakia, to meet those needs? So there are a range of those conversations happening with our partners and allies at the same time. I will tell you that often it is the preference of these partners and allies not to be public about these conversations, and at times it is the preference of the Ukrainians, and we certainly respect that.
One final one. It's been a pretty historic 24 hours for the history of the Supreme Court, for the country. We've seen the President speak publicly. Can you talk about, give any color in terms of what he's been like behind the scenes, delivering on a campaign pledge, putting the first African-American woman on the court, how he's been with staff, with the justice, all of that?
Sure. I'm going to try not to ugly cry about this day, which we were all doing on the South Lawn. Look, I was with the President before he went out. I was there on time. I didn't run out, as you would have seen. I was with him before when he was doing his final review of his remarks, and what he was reflecting on is, and you saw some of this in his speech, were the number of people, whether it is people who work at the White House, people who are part of his everyday, stewards or others, who have commented to him how significant this moment is, and how, in a place where you are just trying to make it through every day, and every day is history in many ways. History can be heartbreaking, and many days it has been. History can be exhausting, and many days it has been, and history can be joyful. And today was a joyful day in history, and that is certainly how the President was. You saw his granddaughter, Naomi, who he talked about in the speech, come out. She was there also for a brief greet with Justice Jackson beforehand, and he made an effort to also introduce the new Associate Justice to some members of his close staff who just were inspired by the significance of today as well. So I would say there was a deep recognition of this moment of history, a joy in reaching it, and I think we've all been saying to each other in the hallways, no one can steal our sunshine today, because that's how everybody is feeling. Go ahead.
This is Jen. To follow up on that, did the President spend any time with the Jackson family before the formal event or afterwards?
Well, I think as we confirmed, she signed her commission, or he signed her commission, and her family was with her for that. So it was briefly before he came out to do the remarks.
Okay, got it. And to follow up on question from Katie earlier this week about other precautions that the president may or may not be taking. Do you know if he is taking any monoclonal antibodies to help prevent catching COVID?
Well, Evusheld is for immunocompromised. That would be the preemptive step, and he's not immunocompromised, so he's not taking Evusheld.
Is he taking any other medication that might help?
Like what?
Well, I don't actually know, but that's a great question. Other than the booster, we've heard other people taking other kinds of prophylactics to prevent it. Is he taking anything that you know of?
There are not other, this is why I asked, there are not other, I mean, Evusheld is obviously one that if you're immunocompromised, is something that has been approved and recommended. Since he is not categorized that way, he isn't taking it. But other than that, the precautions we're taking are, he obviously got the booster when he was eligible last week, and, we take additional steps, including testing, socially distanced meetings when possible, as well, in order to protect him as much as possible.
Thank you. And then just one more on something that Samantha Power shared.
Sure.
She said that Russian forces have killed at least 7 journalists in Ukraine in 6 weeks, and that Putin soldiers are killing journalists at an unprecedented rate. Is there any intelligence, any information that Putin is targeting journalists? And do you have any warning that you're sharing with American journalists covering the war?
Well, one, we value the role that American journalists and journalists from around the world, that felt like a direction somewhere, so, have played in bringing bringing to light for a lot of people in this country this war, what's happening, the devastation, the horrors. It has been had a direct impact on people's emotional response in the United States. There's no question about that. We recognize the war of journalists in war zones, of course, and value it. And as you all know, we also work very closely with leaders of news organizations to ensure that they have up-to-date information to keep members of their media organizations safe. It is still a war zone, an active war zone, and we're still conveying that Americans should not be there, right, including journalists. In terms of specific targeting, we knew from the beginning, and we've talked publicly about this, of course, that President Putin and the Russian military was going to target, was intending to target, or could target, civilians and others, including journalists could be part of that. But I don't have anything, any new intelligence or anything beyond that.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Is there a carve-out in CDC regulations for COVID for Vice President?
Tell me more, Peter. I'm sure this is going somewhere. Let's see.
What
do you got for me on a Friday?
The CDC says for people exposed to COVID, up to date on their COVID-19 vaccinations, do not go to places where you are unable to wear a well-fitting mask. So why is she here at the White House today giving the new Supreme Court justice a big hug with no mask?
You mean when she gave her a hug outside?
Yes.
She was outside.
Does the CDC say that people who are close contact can give people hugs outside?
We know, Peter, that outside you can benefit significantly being outside. That's why we had the event outside today. I will tell you that the Vice President has been wearing a mask inside. When there was a private greet, they were all wearing masks before they went up.
She wasn't wearing a mask yesterday at the Senate?
So she was playing an important role in confirming or overseeing the confirmation of the first black woman at the Supreme Court. The vast majority, as was on camera, Peter, as was on camera. Let me finish my answer here, because Fox and others, I don't know actually that Fox carried it, but others did, saw that she was socially distanced from people for the vast majority of her time overseeing that confirmation yesterday.
So this is not a case of rules for thee, but not for VP?
In fact, the Vice President wore a mask inside today when she was both with the President, with her staff, other people. She was outside at the event. She was socially distanced for 99.9% of the event today, and she had an emotional moment, which is understandable. Okay,
and one other topic. Following up on the smartphones that are being given to border crossers with technology so they can be tracked or so they can check in, is there any plan to give free smartphones to U.S. citizens that want them?
Should we not be tracking migrants who irregularly cross the border?
I'm asking if
Or do you have an
Christine,
alternative suggestion for how they should be tracked?
I unfortunately have not been asked to make U.S. immigration policy. That's not my...
Today's your moment.
Well, it'd be great if anybody that wanted a free phone and a free monthly plan could get one. So is that going to be an offer for everybody, or just people that walk into the country illegally?
Well, Peter, as when we talked about this the other day, what I noted to you is that we have a range of means of tracking individuals who irregularly migrate to the country in order to ensure that they are meeting their notice to appear obligations and that they are appearing in court when they should appear in court. Phones is one of them. There are also ankle devices and a range of tracking devices. 80% of individuals of non-citizens released at the border from DHS custody under prosecutorial discretion have either received a notice to appear or are still within the window to report. So yes, there's telephonic reporting. There is SmartLink, which enables participant monitoring via smartphone. There's the global positioning system. These are the range of means with modern technology that we monitor.
Last one on this. Does the president have any plans to figure out what these small towns who are bracing for a major influx in migrants next month need by making his first ever trip to the border?
I have nothing to predict for you in terms of additional trips. The president will be traveling the country, but I don't have any more specifics for you at this point.
Just
Thanks
for
for the
clarity,
question.
earlier you guys told us via pool that the president was tested negative. That was today, for clarity?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the cadence has clearly changed, right? We knew there was one on Wednesday, he was negative. Today's Friday, he tested negative. Just for keeping track of it, is it now 3 times a week, 2 times a week? Is there a way to
His
describe
doctor
it?
makes an assessment on how many times you should be tested, and we do our best to provide that information to you as he's tested.
And aside from the time he spent with Ketanji Brown Jackson, her family, there was no, because there's precedent to this, there was no indoor reception, indoor ceremony that existed, some kind the cameras didn't see before. Okay. Let me, if I can, during his remarks today, the president said something that was a bit striking. He was condemning some of the conservative Republicans and their criticisms of Judge Jackson when she was testifying recently. He said there was verbal abuse, the anger, the constant interruptions, those vile, baseless, vile assertions and accusations. Whew. Is that a preview of messaging that we're going to hear from the president heading into the midterms? Is that a message that the White House wants to deliver and will be repeating?
I don't believe that the conduct of senators at a hearing is going to be central to the president's remarks when he's out traveling the country. But I think what he was speaking to on a historic day is that, well, Judge Jackson was the picture, now Justice Jackson, was the picture of dignity in her hearings. Some others in the room decided to be the opposite. And he is somebody who has more experience overseeing Supreme Court hearings than anyone living. He has overseen them during Republican and Democratic presidents and expects a certain level of conduct, professionalism, and decorum. And that is not what we saw.
For today, as opposed to like a central theme that we'll see in terms of contrast.
I would say that I think the American people can expect that he'll continue to talk when he's out in the country, for whatever reason, about how to bring down their costs, how to make sure that he is fighting for them and bringing them relief, and how he's going to get the COVID pandemic under control, less about the conduct of senators at a hearing.
Let me ask a very quick question then on cost, if I can. Right now, the cost of gas in this country on average is $4.14. Does the White House want a gas tax holiday?
It is certainly on the table, and certainly something we continue to consider. We have seen a number of states do that, and it can have an impact, about 18 cents, I believe, if I remember correctly. One of the reasons why we're considering it, our primary focus to date, as you all know, has been taking steps to increase supply and get more supply into the global marketplace. But it remains an option under consideration. Go ahead.
The UN today put out a report saying that global food prices in March reached a record high.
Yeah.
What is the U.S. doing, if anything, to mitigate possible additional increases here?
Here in the United States?
Correct.
Well, it is something that we are certainly watching very closely. While we continue to believe that the impact will largely be in the Middle East and in Africa, I believe, in a lot of other parts of the world, less in the United States. We are continuing to work. Our Department of Agriculture is continuing to work with farmers and suppliers about any needs we have here, and the President is continuing to work to bring down costs in a range of areas for the American people as we prepare for the impacts of this war.
It was pretty widely reported yesterday, prior to her COVID diagnosis, that Speaker Pelosi was planning a trip to Taiwan. Beijing reacted very negatively to that. Is the U.S., is the Biden administration comfortable if she were to do that, such a high-ranking U.S. official?
I think we understood her trip. I don't have any further comments on it. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Two questions for you. The first, today my colleagues in the UK reported that Chancellor of the Exchequer, Rishi Sunak, had a U.S. green card which he surrendered this past October. He's been an MP since 2015, and USCIS manual says that serving in a foreign government or standing for election in a foreign government is not compatible with lawful permanent resident status. Why was this not flagged earlier?
I would point you to the State Department or the Department of Homeland Security. I don't have any more comment from here.
I mean, is it a problem? Does the President see it as a problem that it's possible for someone to serve at a high level in a foreign government and maintain lawful permanent resident status in the U.S.? I mean, what if this were someone who was serving in the Russian Duma?
It wasn't. But I would also, again, point you to the portions of the government that oversee green cards and oversee, the status of documents. I'm happy to bump it for them as well and see if there's more we can provide to you.
Second question. There's a death row inmate in Texas, Melissa Lucio. She's set to be executed soon. Many experts believe her confession was coerced and is false. She has bipartisan support for clemency and support from the EU and many other foreign allies. Would the President consider asking Governor Abbott to intervene?
Well, you know the President's position and view on the death penalty, and there's an ongoing review at the Department of Justice at a federal level. This is obviously at a state level. I don't have anything to predict beyond that.
Then a follow-up. Given his commitment to police reform, would he consider asking the DOJ to prohibit police departments that receive federal funds from using the Reid technique for interrogations? It's considered to create a lot of false confessions.
Well, again, I know the Department of Justice has taken a number of steps, including on chokeholds and other actions that needed to be reformed in police departments across the country. I don't have anything to preview or predict in terms of additional steps. The President supports their efforts to do more. Many of them have talked about their desire to do more, and obviously we are continuing to consider an executive order on police reform here, given there has been an inability of Congress to move forward. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. There's some pretty desperate images coming out of Shanghai right now, which is under lockdown for COVID. People begging for food and medicine. Is the White House monitoring that? Is there anything the U.S. can do to help the humanitarian situation there? And also on the supply chain front, is the administration aware of any further supply chain snags coming as a result of this, and how are you prepared to address them?
Sure. Well, first, on the first part of your question, the State Department is closely monitoring the situation. They are providing consistent updates of the situation on the ground, and will certainly assess with USAID and others if there's additional assistance that could be provided. On the supply chain component, what we know is that the port is continuing to operate normally, and where we're seeing the impacts, which still could have an impact over the course of time, of course, is factories, warehouses, and trucking, where we are seeing shutdowns within the region, which we know could cause delays, especially for air cargo as well. Because this is just happening, we don't have a prediction at this point on how that could impact bigger global supply chain issues. It depends on a lot of factors, how long, et cetera. But it is something we are closely monitoring, and it is something we will continue to work to address if it extends farther.
And just one more housekeeping item. Do you have a timing update on when the president might sign the trade preference bill on Russia that passed?
I don't, and I know you and others have been looking for this, and let me see if I can get an answer before we all wrap up today. Go ahead.
Jen, could you speak to the efficacy of sanctions? I know there was a new sanctions package rolled out this week, and initially we heard a lot from administration officials about this being a deterrent. I know that has changed, and so can you speak to sort of the end goal and what is the efficacy of sanctions?
Well, I would say that we have a couple of objectives at this point as it relates to the war in Ukraine. One is to impose severe consequences, send a marker for the world and for history about the horrific nature of these atrocities. These consequences, and the second part of our objective is to ensure that these consequences are having a significant impact on the economy in Russia. We're seeing an inflationary rate of about 15%, a projection of a contraction of 15% in the Russian economy. 600 private sector companies have left Russia. We know it is having the impact that the world intended. This is the most significant coordinated set of sanctions ever done in history on this large of an economy. The third objective here is to make it much more difficult for President Putin to fund his war. And if you look back, say earlier this week, at the example of the bond payments and how Russia has basically been put in a decision of in a place where they either have to use their limited resources they have that are also being used to fund the war to prevent a default or default. That is the position they're in at this point in time, but also because we have cut them off through export controls and a number of other means, from having access to materials and technology, but also access to funds. It makes it more difficult for them to fund the war. That is part of it. And the last objective is to continue to make it clear that this is a strategic blunder, their decision to invade Ukraine, and one that will make President Putin a pariah in the world. So those are why and what we are hoping to achieve.
Can I ask one follow-up? Is there anything being done in terms of either monitoring or actually just, I guess, monitoring to take a look at the effects of sanctions on ordinary Russians, or anything that the administration is thinking to just deal with that population of people who are being affected?
The Russian people,
yes,
you mean? Certainly we are looking at how this is impacting the Russian economy writ large, and it is certainly as inflation is going up and as the economy is contracting, that means prices will go up, and we do know there will be a broad impact. That is the fault of President Putin and the fault of President Putin invading a sovereign country. So it is important also for the Russian people to know and understand that, and we have been working through a range of means to communicate about the realities of the war and the facts of the war through Telegram, through YouTube, through a range of channels as well. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. General Milley earlier this week talked about the possibility of building permanent U.S. bases on NATO's eastern flank. I wonder with what seriousness the White House has given that, or as you look long-term at the war in Ukraine, whether shoring up the eastern flank with permanent bases is something that's been considered.
There'll continue to be a range of discussions, but I have nothing beyond what General Milley said.
Can I ask one more question? I wanted to go a little deeper on the French elections.
Sure.
Does the White House worry that the election of Le Pen could, destabilize the NATO alliance or make it difficult, being that she's, come out with pro-Russian statements?
Well, I'm just not going to get ahead of an election in a foreign country, and obviously we will watch it closely, and I'm sure we'll have more to speak to once the results are concluded. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. What can you tell us about the multiple Secret Service agents who have been suspended or removed from the President, Vice President, and First Lady's detail pending this investigation of two men impersonating officers of law enforcement?
Not much from here. I can point you to the Secret Service, and obviously the FBI is overseeing the investigation.
Is there a broader concern in the administration that these principals, is there concern that they're not being protected effectively? Can you speak at all to that, or?
As I said yesterday, the President remains confident in the leader of the Secret Service, and beyond that, I would point you to the Secret Service and to the FBI.
And then I guess just on the invitations you issued to Republicans who voted to confirm Justice Jackson. I know one of them has COVID, but did you hear from the other two, Senator Murkowski and Romney? I know the President went a little further to talk about Senator Romney's father today at his speech. Did the White House hear from the Republicans who were invited today? Why didn't
say, come?
I would point you to their offices to speak to that. I mean, it doesn't change the president's gratitude to them for, bucking the trend in their party of not supporting an eminently qualified nominee, and they did that, and it was something he wanted to call out today and express his gratitude. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Jen. I'm wondering what the White House's reaction is to yesterday's UN vote to suspend Russia from the UN Human Rights Council. The fact that there were 58 nations that abstained from taking a vote, and then on top of the other 24 nations that voted against it. Although there was, more, obviously the majority of countries did vote to suspend Russia. Do you think that this, that many abstentions, that many people sitting on the sidelines of this shows that the entire world really isn't unified around condemning these actions by Russia?
Well, a win required 2/3 present and voting, and that is exactly what happened, and far beyond that. And we know that there were abstentions, and only 24 countries, including North Korea, voted with Russia. But the outcome, which is what is most important to us, is what we wanted, which is Russia has been suspended from the UN Human Rights Council. Suspension, just so everybody knows, somebody asked me this question the other day, but is the only method provided for in the UN resolution that established the Human Rights Council back in 2005. It's the most serious action available. It's only been applied once in history. This is only the second time in history that a country has been kicked out of the UN Human Rights Council. The last example was Libya. So that obviously speaks to the significance, and it also speaks to the fact that the 2/3, more than 2/3 of countries who are members believe that they should not have a leadership role on global human rights as they work to subvert and violate global human rights. This also means that once suspended, Russia will not be able to vote against future actions during subsequent Human Rights Council sessions. And so to us it is significant, only the second time in history, and it speaks to the global outrage in response to these atrocities.
But are there any concerns that nearly 60 nations decided not to weigh in on this matter?
Again, our focus is on the fact that it was a win. For only the second time in history was a country suspended from the UN Human Rights Council.
One other question. Does President Biden still intend to attend the White House Correspondents Association dinner here later this month in a couple weeks?
We haven't announced his plans to attend or anything about his schedule, so I don't have any update on that today.
All right.
Go ahead, Karen.
Thanks, Jen. Just some follow-up to things that came up.
Sure.
To follow up on Peter's question about the testing cadence, you guys have told us about negative tests on Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Should we expect that the president would get tested on Sunday, 2 days later?
I would say I don't have a prediction of that. His doctor makes an assessment of when he should be tested and how often and what the cadence should be. It's not always exactly the same, and but we will provide information to you when he tests negative.
Okay.
Or either way, of course. Yeah.
And to follow up on Katie's question, did the president talk to any of the senators, Romney, Murkowski, and Collins, after their vote yesterday on Ketanji Brown?
I don't have any update on that from here.
Okay. And when he said he hoped he didn't get them in trouble today, when he referenced them, what did he mean by that?
I think he meant he recognizes that the vast majority of the other members of their party voted a different way. Go ahead.
Thank you. On India, next week, Secretary of State Blinken and Defense Secretary are hosting their Indian counterparts. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar and Defense Minister Rajnath Singh for the first India-US 2+2 dialogue under this administration. What is President's message to the meeting? What is expectations? Is he sending any concrete ideas to this meeting as well?
President Biden believes our partnership with India is one of the most important relationships we have in the world. As you know, he met with Prime Minister Modi and other Quad leaders in March. He expects that at this 2+2, Secretary Blinken and Secretary Austin will continue driving forward our work with India and our shared goals in the Indo-Pacific region and around the world. We also believe both sides will continue our close consultations on the consequences of President Putin's brutal war against Ukraine and mitigating the impact by addressing energy and food prices. Obviously, it could cover a range of topics, so we expect that to be a central one.
And secondly, given U.S. frustrating experience it is having in the UN Security Council, where one country is coming out and vetoing all the issues with Ukraine, what is President's thoughts on the reforms in the UN Security Council itself?
Well, I know a question has been asked about whether Russia could be kicked out of being a permanent member. We don't anticipate that happening. But obviously the step taken yesterday to suspend Russia from the UN Human Rights Council is an indication of the global response and horror at the atrocities we've seen happen on the ground in Ukraine. But beyond that, I don't have any other predictions of reforms.
Should there be individual veto or group veto inside the Security Council?
Again, I understand your questions, but I don't have any predictions or calls for that at this point in time. Go ahead, Francesca. Okay, we'll just do a few more. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Since his State of the Union address, the president has only made a handful of domestic trips. We've talked in here before about how he'd like to get back into the community and have a chance to interact with the American people. Is the current COVID wave getting in the way of his travel plans?
No, I expect he's going to travel a bunch in the next few weeks.
Okay, and you had mentioned that he will be going to North Carolina, and you didn't have too much more to add on that. But might the president, while he's in Greensboro, be visiting one of the area's two historically black colleges and universities?
I don't have more details at this point in time. As they get finalized, I'm sure we'll share them with all of you. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. I have a two-part question on student loans.
Yep.
Last year, President Biden directed the Department of Education to create a report on whether he has presidential authority to unilaterally do a broad cancellation of debt. I don't believe that's ever been made public, and as you're looking at loan extensions or loan pause extensions, can we anticipate seeing a release of that report? And secondly, as you've talked about how the president wants to lower costs for Americans. Borrowers have expressed stress, anxiety about these short-term extensions. What's your message to them?
I think our message to them is that not a single person has paid a dime on their student loans since the president took office. And he's continued to evaluate and assess with the Department of Education and other policymakers in the administration what the needs are to lower costs for people, including people who have student loans and do feel stressed, even as the economy is continuing to recover, but as we see costs too high in some areas. On the first question, I don't have any update on that. I would tell you that if Congress were to send him a bill to cancel his $10,000 in student loans, in student debt, he'd be happy to sign it. Go ahead. Last one. Go ahead.
Thank you. Well, Rachel Wallace, who was the general counsel of the Science Office, who the White House found had been bullied by Dr. Lander, has been told that she will not be getting her job back as general counsel. Why?
I'm not aware of this personnel update. I'd have to check on it. I'm happy to do that, and we will get you back a comment.
Right. Then a follow-up. Yesterday you said, when asked about Vice President Harris's and the mask at the Senate, you said that she would follow CDC protocols at the event today. CDC protocols clearly say you should be wearing a mask. It doesn't distinguish between outside and inside, so why didn't she wear a mask?
And she was socially distanced for the vast majority of the event today.
She was standing next to the president.
About 6 feet away. Thanks, everyone. Thank you, everyone.
Kempfer with the latest. And Hal, let's first talk about this tragedy that happened earlier this morning at this rail station in the eastern Donbas region. More than 50 people were killed. Many more were injured in this Russian strike as civilians in Ukraine were trying to flee, knowing that the fighting is going to be picking up there. And many Western leaders have called this a war crime. And the pictures out of it have been so tragic. What does this tell us? That this is still Russia's playbook going into week 6.
Andrew, this is Russia's playbook, and what it does is it reinstills an impression that everybody has gotten that, Russian forces are undisciplined. They are brutal, but it's an undisciplined brutality. It's sort of an immature brutality where they attack civilians. They lack good order in terms of how they do things. It also shows that they're not afraid to use these types of weapons. This isn't like a stray round from artillery barrage or something. This was an intentional ballistic missile launch, and maybe it wasn't intended for there, but it looks like that. And of course, there was that writing on the side, which can be interpreted 2 ways, which is for the children in Russian, which could mean it was aimed for taking out Ukrainian children, although one could interpret it was for the Russian children as some sort of Russian slogan or something like that. But it's it adds on. It just adds on to all the other things. And by the way, Bucha is not just the only place where we're going to see these atrocities. As we're uncovering more cities up around Kyiv, we're uncovering more atrocities that are on the same level or even greater. And this just fits the narrative of the Russian forces.
Yeah, and to your point about the saying for the children on that weapon that we saw in the yard there outside the rail station, if it is the former to what you were saying, that is just so cruel and so craven on the part of the Russian army. And we're seeing just these scenes here and at the rail station itself there, this is what we were talking about here, the graffiti on that. But let's go into some of these other top headlines from the conflict. We learned, Hal, that the Defense Department says that Russia has lost up to 20% now of its combat power since launching the invasion. That's from a senior U.S. defense official who now says the goal of Russian forces is to occupy the Donbas completely in eastern Ukraine. And so that is what we are seeing. That is why, presumably, this strike on a civilian area happened today as they are now dug in the east.
Andrew, when this whole thing started, we looked at it before the invasion. And I remember we talked about, the number of forces they had, the size, the personnel, the stuff. And we were speculating, would they try to seize the east with Donbass and maybe go for that land bridge of Crimea, or would they try to take the whole country? And at the time, it seemed like trying to take the whole country, trying to take Kyiv was a bridge too far, so to speak, which is somewhat a metaphor, but also realistic because they blew up a bunch of bridges to stop them. But,
completely.
But it really has turned out to be that way, that they have pulled back and gone back to that original, more achievable strategy, and that's very realistic. Now, for him to declare victory, he has to take both provinces in the Donbass region. He's already gone on record saying that, and they pulled back from so much else that he said, I just don't see any way that he can try and claim victory without seizing at least those 2 provinces, Donetsk and Luhansk, and then also trying to secure that land bridge. Now, something that came up today on that with Mariupol, satellite photos and other intelligence is indicating that the Russians are not quite as far into Mariupol as they claim to be. They may not have taken the central area of Mariupol. They appear to be being held at bay in the outskirts. So there's still a fight ahead. I remember reading at the beginning of the week, they said Mariupol was projected to fall within a few days. It's a few days, and if anything, the intelligence looks like they're less likely to fall in a few days than they were before. That may change, but that's what it looks like now. So the Russians are having a tough time. The other thing I want to mention, too, is, they pulled back these forces from Kyiv and from the north of Kyiv And they're talking about moving them over to move to the east where they could reinforce that effort into the Donbass. And many experts have gone out there and said, well, that would add 40,000 forces or 40,000 more troops plus all the associated armor, artillery, et cetera, they would bring in. Those who look closely at this just don't think those units can be reconstituted and put back into the fight that fast. They are truly decimated. They took enormous losses. Also, they weren't very good in terms of their professional capabilities, lack of professionalism, undisciplined, poorly led, certainly morale just absolutely rock bottom and getting lower. So the idea that they're going to somehow swing these over and put them right into the fight, yes, other armies and other countries could do that. I don't think they're going to be able to pull that off, and it's very likely they may try and put them into the fight and just suffer more enormous casualties and attrition of those forces. So this eastern offensive will be interesting, to say the least.
Definitely, and we'll be watching how it all unfolds. And that was one of my kind of main questions that I had for you, because we had been hearing that essentially Russian troops were going to just basically reconvene, resupply, reposition. We hear all these terms. And then possibly, strike yet again, more so in the east, and that would take, somewhere between 7 and 10 days. But we'll have to watch it because you and I think, are on the same page here. We just do not think that they have the will, that they have the sheer numbers to commit to something like that this soon after these retreats that we saw. Hal, let's talk about Russian war dead, though. There are more and more reports that they are leaving them on the battlefield in Ukraine. Ukraine has offered to essentially give them back. They said they have, morgues full of thousands of Russian soldiers that Russia has simply not taken back. What does this say?
Well, it goes to that undisciplined force that we talk about. In the U.S. and most of the European tradition, we leave no man behind, or we leave no soldier or troop behind on the battlefield. We make extraordinary efforts to obviously save our wounded, to get them off the battlefield, but also those who have been killed. We always try to make sure we get all of our folks back. We're not always successful, but we always make a tremendous effort to do that. The Russians, by comparison, appear to have a complete disregard. And they've been leaving not just dead on the battlefield. There's been cases where they left wounded on the battlefield, made no effort to recover them. They were captured. And so you have to go back to the morale, the will to fight of those Russian troops. If you're going into a fight and you see somebody as your friend and they go down, and whether they're seriously wounded or they've been killed, and your chain of command doesn't care about recovering the remains for their family, for Mother Russia, just leaves them on the battlefield with complete disregard, that has a deep psychological impact on the other forces there. And the fact that Russia is making little effort to recover them across the board, when Ukraine says, here, we're willing to send them back, that to me says it's a ticking time bomb. Because with any large military organization, that will spread. The word of that will spread. It doesn't have to be officially told to them. The word will spread that Russia doesn't care. Russia doesn't care about getting them back, doesn't care if they're dead, and I'm sure some will say they don't care if they're alive. And that's going to debilitate their will to fight even more.
Hal, on that point, I want to read an excerpt from this just really wild Washington Post article about this topic we're talking about, and it goes in part. Ukraine has about 7,000 unclaimed Russian corpses in morgues and refrigerated rail cars. Now, that is according to Alexei Arestovich. He's an advisor to the head of Ukraine's presidential administration. He said his government's figure of 18,600 Russian dead was based on Ukrainian reports from the battlefield and intercepted Russian military communications. Apparently, according to the Washington Post's reporting, Ukraine tried to return the bodies of 3,000 Russian service members on the third day of the war, to which they being the Russians, said, we don't believe in such quantities. We don't have this number. We're not ready to accept them.
Stunning. This is where it's stunning, but it's also where the level of propaganda, they're defeating themselves. You know, there isn't a large military force in the world where word doesn't travel. You know, I can tell you many times in many wars where, for operational security reasons, troops didn't know what was going on. You know, the troops in fighting in the Philippines at the beginning of World War II, the U.S. troops were told reinforcements are coming. The reality was, after Pearl Harbor, there was no way those reinforcements would ever get there, but it allowed them to fight harder and stronger for a little bit longer. In this case, this thing's dragging on for so long that all of this is going to seep back into the Russian ranks. And also the Russian troops, they've seen what's happened, especially those who are up forward. They've seen the sort of casualties they've been taking. And when they see that delta, that gap between what's being officially said and what they have personally witnessed and what they have heard from those that they believe, that's going to debilitate or diminish, I should say, their will to keep fighting this war. You're going to find more of that stuff where units will refuse to go into combat, as has been reported many, many times. You'll also see this vaunted shift to the east slow down. And I would not be surprised if we'll see some half-hearted things. One thing I want to point out with that too, in the east, for them to go into the offense, they need to push a huge force forward. I don't think they have that huge force in an operational capacity to do that. So they're going to do their normal doctrinal movements, which was they will launch out combat recon patrols to see how far they can get. And then they'll put out their advanced guard elements, which are, this is military doctrine, but they're it's a smaller part of a battalion. It's like a company size unit, maybe 15 or 16 armored vehicles or something like that. Those are small enough echelons, you know, combat recon patrols, a few vehicles, you got maybe a dozen or so vehicles, whether they're tanks or armored personnel, carriers, or a mix of that go forward. There's enough switchblade drones and more than enough javelins and NLAWs and everything else that when they send those units forward, those units probably won't ever come back. And when that happens, when they send out units and they don't come back and everybody else is waiting to see which way to go, that slows them down even more. If you have a force that just doesn't have that will to fight, that is very tenuous to begin with, and everything they seem to send forward of the forward line of troops never seems to come back, or they come back all chopped up into pieces.
Yeah.
Not literally, I'm talking about little pieces of units and stuff, but that's going to slow them down even more. And by the way, that travels like wildfire throughout a military organization. And that gets down to every troop. They just don't have the leadership. That's the thing that really comes out of this is just, we knew it was bad, but it's much worse.
Yeah.
And the fact they don't have a non-commissioned officer corps is literally killing them.
Let's talk about the leadership, though. The BBC out with a report today saying Russia is changing its military command. According to an unnamed Western official, General Alexander Vornikov, who has experience in Syria, will lead the army amid the Kremlin's desire to reach some kind of success before May the 9th, and we could talk about the significance of that date, and possibly that date will be used as to claim some type of victory in the war in Ukraine. But let's talk about the military command structure. It's very different from the U.S. military. They look pretty much night and day. Who is in charge of the Russian the special military operation in Russia at this point in time?
At this point in time, 6 weeks into it, we still can't figure out who's in charge. When we do something like this, we have a singular commander. There's somebody who's in charge of at least I should be able to point and say this person is in charge of all ground combat operations or something like that. I still can't figure it out. It goes right up to the highest political level, the head of the Minister of Defense. It's just really not clear who on the ground. They don't have a unified command. One thing we always talk about, and it's a core principle, is unified command, and having a singular commander, a single chain of command that makes those decisions. Because if you don't have that, you're going to have different competing elements, units, if you will. Everybody's short of resources. Everybody's going to be trying to get resources. Everybody's going to be trying to seize glory, or every general will be trying to seize glory. And what you'll end up with is just a hodgepodge mess. If you look at Ukraine, what you see is a hodgepodge mess. They just don't have the southern. There was some unity command in the south. In the north, what they did was they brought a bunch of units that had traditionally not worked together. They didn't have a singular command and control system, and that's the mess you saw, which eventually resulted in the full withdrawal. The other thing that's been brought up over and over again, when we fight, and certainly modern militaries fight today, we do what's called combined arms. We have forces on the ground, maneuver forces. We have fire support, which could be artillery, rockets, missiles, and that gets into also going into close-in fire support from helicopters, like attack helicopters, and then close air support that comes from like fast-moving aircraft that drop bombs. This is all a carefully choreographed, a carefully scripted, if you will, evolution. Everybody knows what they're doing, and I say scripted, I don't mean it's something we can't shift very quickly. We have procedure, tactics, techniques, procedures that we can shift from. We can move quickly on the battlefield. We can maneuver to seize opportunities, and we train to do that. And it's very apparent the Russians just have not incorporated that philosophy. They have the artillery, they have the rockets, they have the planes, they have the tanks, and it seems like nobody's really working together. They do this. It looks like something literally from over 100 years ago,
wow.
The beginnings of World War I. It's that bad.
But why May 9th? What is the significance there? Because usually, from what I've seen, there's huge military parades in Red Square on this day. Do you think Putin will use this date to claim some type of victory?
Absolutely. Well, I think he wants to.
Okay.
This is a huge day, and that's the Great Patriotic War, which we call World War II, but they refer to there. If you've been to Russia, and certainly if you've been to the Soviet Union before that, there was a spiritual, a religious reverence for the bravery and courage of the Great Patriotic War. For him, he would love to be able to say on May 9th, we have won another great patriotic war to unify the Russian empire, if you will, or Greater Russia, and he wants to do that.
Yeah.
I'm very skeptical. I mean, it's possible he might get there, but there's just so many things undone. I think he's going to claim some sort of victory.
Yeah.
I don't care what it is.
My concern is that he will draw the comparison that they beat the Nazis in the Great Patriotic War, and they beat them here in Ukraine. That is the propagandistic line we've been hearing, the denazification of Ukraine. And so that's something I'll be looking out for. Lastly, Hal, I just want to talk about the European response, the diplomatic response. We saw these really stunning, we don't have them, but we saw these stunning videos today of Ursula von der Leyen. She is the president of the European Commission in Kyiv, meeting with Volodymyr Zelensky, other high-ranking EU officials there, they saw for themselves the body bags in Bucha. So I thought that was really kind of moving to see this high-ranking European official go to where this is all happening. Of course, this comes on the heel after the European Parliament, in fact, did vote in favor of an immediate embargo on Russian gas and oil. By an overwhelming majority, they also approved the ban on Russian coal. And of course, here back home, the U.S. Finally moved to strip Russia's trading privileges and prohibit its energy sales in the American market. This is all really, really huge. This is a big deal, especially the European counterpart.
Well, she shows up, she's the nominal head of the European Union. And I have to tell you, let's talk about how things have changed in the last 20 or 30 years. She holds tremendous political power. Her number, essentially her number 2 for external affairs of the European Union for membership issues was there with her. A full entourage was there, and they felt it was safe enough to go to Kyiv. There's talk that I believe tomorrow the head of Austria is supposed to show up there. A non-NATO country is supposed to show up in Kyiv. President Zelensky has publicly invited the diplomatic missions of all countries to return to Kyiv. I think we're going to probably see some of that, at least the beginnings of that next week. because they feel that Kyiv is safe enough that they can operate from. And with that, Ukraine is no longer an embattled country where the government might have to go in exile. Ukraine is a country with a war, but a capital that's safe enough that foreign dignitaries and foreign embassies can operate there. That is such a tremendous switch from where we were a month ago. It is truly stunning, and it just says a lot about the Ukrainian forces. And by the way, don't forget that in the background, they're moving tanks, Russian tanks from the NATO countries. The S-300 advanced more advanced anti-air system is being moved in there. Armored vehicles, all of this, not to mention all the defensive weaponry. In fact, Boris Johnson, I don't know if he's going to go to Kyiv, but he has already said he's looking at everything that the UK produces and wondering if they can ship that over to Ukraine. I got to tell you, this is it's an amazing shift from where we were at the beginning of this whole thing in terms of the amount of aid and support and recognition that the Ukrainian government is getting, and particularly what President Zelensky is getting. I mean, President Zelensky has taken on an international status, which is truly amazing. I mean, I think of Mandela, in South Africa in terms of the elevation of status as to where he is, showing the bravery of the Western world against Russia. It's phenomenal.
Yeah, the biographies of Volodymyr Zelensky, 50 years from now will be, must-read books there. Hal Kempfer, thanks so much for offering everything this week. It's been a very, very tough week, especially for so many of us who have followed every minute detail in this war, seeing the grisly images in and around the suburbs of Kyiv as the Russians retreated. And of course, the war is ongoing, but like you said, there are some glimmers of hope out there for the Ukrainian people. Hal Kempfer, have a good weekend.
All right, you too, Andrew.
And of course President Biden in his regular contact with President Zelensky. It is remarkable how well they are leading their forces in the field and how good their command and control still is today. Well organized, well equipped, certainly well trained over the last 8 years, and you're seeing all that come to bear. So I haven't seen the profile, so I can't really comment on that, but we have great confidence in Ukrainian military leadership and the incredible work they're doing, leading their troops in the field. And it's, again, you've seen it. It's not just it's not just Ukrainian troops, Ukrainian citizens taking up arms and defending their streets and their cities. On your other question, again, I don't want to get ahead of where we are on a process here. A decision to join the NATO alliance is between the alliance and that nation, and the United States is not going to interpose ourselves into that decision-making process. That's really for them to speak to. That said, and I think today's movement and the announcement that we're going to be providing a Patriot battery inside Slovakia tells you how seriously we take our Article 5 commitments inside NATO and the alliance. And as you've heard President Biden say, we're going to defend every inch of NATO territory if it's required. It's an ironclad commitment. The United States believes that, and will continue to look for ways to, especially on the eastern flank, to bolster that. Qasim.
John, just a follow-up on Sylvie's question on information sharing. Secretary Austin yesterday said that you guys are clarifying the guidance for your force. What was he meaning actually while saying clarifying? What are you clarifying?
As the situation changes on the ground, information needs change. Information requirements change. Information guidance changes. And I think that's what the Secretary is referring to.
And then another question, sorry. We have seen reports that a base of where U.S. forces are stationed in Syria came under rocket attacks, and 2 U.S. service members were wounded reportedly. Do you have anything on that?
Yeah, actually I do here. Hang on. So I think you guys saw CENTCOM put out a release that there was indirect fire. 2 rounds received at Green Village in eastern Syria. They announced yesterday, we still assess that at this time, 4 U.S. service members are continuing to be evaluated for traumatic brain injury symptoms. The number's still 4. It could change, as we have seen in the past, but that's where we are right now. The indirect fire struck 2 support buildings. We're still investigating this. I don't have attribution for you. I don't have more detail on damage. Okay? Court.
Just one more. You don't have any attribution, but do you have any sense whether this was something that was carried out by some sort of a militia group?
I mean, it is certainly a tactic that has been used by these militia groups that are supported by Iran. It's right out of their playbook. I think our working assumption would be that that's the case here, but we want to do the forensics and do it properly. Do I have a sheet for the calls, or nobody? I didn't get one, so we're not. Nobody?
You should stay with me then.
That was my poor attempt to move off of you, but failed.
But I appreciate the effort.
Mike totally screwed me on that. All right.
I have one more on Ukraine. Is there, just given that there's even more and more momentum, it seems, for Finland and Sweden to potentially join NATO, is the Pentagon already planning for sending some sort of U.S. military presence into those countries, whether it's like a systems or anything like that? Is there any kind of very early planning for reinforcing them as part of this ongoing shoring up of NATO?
Well, we've been doing that. I mean,
but specifically for some of a longer-term presence to Finland and to Sweden, specifically if they...
I know of no such plans for countries outside of NATO. No.
But once they join NATO, like, is there early planning going on for if and when they actually do become members of NATO?
I'm not aware of such planning. I mean, that's many horses beyond where the cart is right now. Again, I don't want to get ahead of a decision-making process between a sovereign nation-state and the alliance. There's no active planning for any kind of U.S. force presence in those countries. And again, we would need to be in a process of them being NATO members and to have that conversation. We're just not there.
Once told me the Pentagon was a planning organization, but maybe that was...
We do. We plan for a lot of things,
right,
but we don't plan for everything.
Okay.
There you go. Yeah, I'm going to trademark that. Okay. Jenny.
Thank you, John. The U.S. strategic assets will be deployed during the U.S. and South Korea joint military exercises to be resumed next week. Do you see this as a sufficient deterrence to North Korea and send a message to North Korea?
I mean, look, all our training events are meant to improve our readiness. It's not about message sending. It's about readiness. That's our commitment on the peninsula. That's our commitment to our South Korean allies.
Because, Kim Jong-un's sister mentioned this time, they're not shooting the South Korea, but they will be shooting the United States. She gave it to some kind of a signal to United States. How do you respond?
I haven't seen those comments. We're well aware of the North Koreans, their efforts to advance their nuclear ambitions as well as to advance their ballistic missile capabilities. We have reacted to that as just recently as a couple of weeks ago. You saw that we're boosting our ISR commitment in the Yellow Sea region. So, I mean, look, we don't need to hear threats and threatening comments from North Korean leaders to understand the actual threat that Pyongyang represents to the peninsula and to the region. And that's why we're continuing to adjust our posture as needed, to adjust our intelligence gathering posture as needed, and certainly to adjust our training and readiness with our South Korean allies. Rio.
Thank you. I want to ask you about China. The Chinese President Xi said to his Philippines counterpart earlier today that regional security cannot be achieved by strengthening military alliance. Do you think this is an attempt to divide the United States from a U.S. ally while the Biden administration is focusing on Russia?
Well, look, without speaking to that particular comment, we have seen the Chinese repeatedly try to divide the United States from our allies. We've seen their coercive and aggressive tactics to bully neighbors, including some of our allies, to come around to their way of thinking about their national security, what they believe their national security interests are in the region. 5 of our 7 treaty alliances are in the Pacific, the Indo-Pacific region. We take each one of them seriously, and we have dozens more dozens more partners in the region that we continue to talk with. And I think it's fairly obvious when you see the Chinese behave this way, they're concerned about our network of alliances and partnerships. As you've heard Secretary Austin say, that's a real strategic advantage that the United States has in the region, are these alliances and these partnerships. And the Chinese have nothing like that. They don't have a lot of friends. They don't have a lot of people they can draw upon for that kind of support. And when you hear the Secretary talk about things like integrated deterrence, he's talking a lot about U.S. capabilities, but he's also talking about how we combine our capabilities in an integrated fashion with those of our allies and partners. Again, China has nothing to compare to that and cannot rely on that same kind of a network.
Just a quick follow-up. Japan will hold the first 2+2 meeting with the Philippines tomorrow. So what role do you expect Japan to play to maintain the rule-based order in the South China Sea?
I won't get ahead of a 2+2 between those two sovereign nation states. We certainly respect both of them as allies, and they both are of ours. But I'll let them speak for their agenda and what they're trying to get out of this discussion. I'm sure it'll be fruitful. I'm sure it'll be productive. I'm sure it'll be constructive to improving mutual security needs in the Indo-Pacific. Lucas?
John, NATO says that up to 15,000 Russian soldiers have been killed fighting in Ukraine. Is there any evidence or indications that the Russians are reinforcing those losses?
I can't confirm the number, and you know we've stayed away from providing estimates on the numbers. We do know that they have taken casualties, both wounded and killed. I can tell you, Lucas, sort of a two-part answer here. One, as we have seen Russian forces leave the north and move into Belarus and into Russia, we are beginning to see indications that they are, in fact, working on ways of refitting and resupplying these units, including discussions about how to replace lost troops. Now, some of these units are almost completely devastated, and it's unclear whether they will ever be reformed or whether they'll be combined with other units that are less depleted in manpower, equipment, vehicles. So they're working their way through all that right now. Remains to be seen how fast they'll be able to do it and with what, but we have seen indications that they are looking at their manning shortages in some of these units and how they're going to try to fix it.
Do you know how many Russian soldiers they're looking to call up or send in?
We have seen some reports that they are looking at mobilizing reservists, tens of thousands perhaps, but again, I think that remains to be seen.
Just to follow up to Ruo's question, is the Secretary disappointed that the U.S. Navy is not planning to build a lot more ships to keep up with China? China's shipbuilding program is on a linear trajectory, and the U.S. Navy shipbuilding trajectory is very flat. Does that concern him?
I don't know that I can approve upon the Secretary's own words on this yesterday, but he clearly got an opportunity to speak to shipbuilding yesterday at the hearing in front of the Senate Armed Services Committee, and then again on Tuesday with the House Armed Services Committee. I would just tell you that the truncated version here is the Secretary is very comfortable with the shipbuilding requests that we are making for 2023, which includes 9 new Battle Force ships, and he's much more concerned about capability and the proper mix of modern capabilities in the naval force than he is just about numbers. Numbers have a quality all their own. Clearly he understands that, but his concern is making sure that as we build more ships and bring ships into the fleet, that they're the right mix of capabilities, the most advanced that we can put to sea.
Does he think that the Freedom class littoral combat ships was a complete waste? You're about to scrap all these warships that were built just a few years ago, and now the Navy's getting rid of them.
You've heard him talk about the littoral combat ship, and in fact, you heard him talk about this in the hearing. They served a purpose, and some of them still do serve a purpose, and will serve a purpose going forward over the course of the fiscal year defense plan. But when you look at the National Defense Strategy, and you look at the budget which supports that strategy, and that strategy is focused on the pacing challenge of China and the acute threat of Russia, what we are working with the Navy on and support the Navy's efforts to develop new classes of ships, ships with more capability than the LCS has for the kinds of fights that we think we might be in the future.
The Navy have been building those kind of warships years ago and not these littoral combat ships?
I don't think we're going to relitigate Navy shipbuilding plans from 10, 20 years ago, Lucas. Okay, got to call it a day.
One quick follow-up, sorry.
Okay, I guess I'm not calling it a day.
Sorry. When you responded to Kelly's questions, you accidentally overlooked part of her question where she asked if you thought what your feeling is about Russia's threat to Finland. And given, how it threatened Ukraine and then took action, and it's threatened Finland that if it makes moves to NATO, it could attack it. So I know you overlooked that by accident, but I wonder if you could respond to that part of her question.
I didn't mean to overlook anything, Kelly. I wasn't trying to do that. Look, I'm just not going to get into hypotheticals here, Tom. Our focus...
The threat, though, our Russian threats should be taken seriously. You said that many times from the podium, and I'm wondering if that applies to Finland, or a threat to Finland.
Well, but that's where you get into the hypothetical, Tom. I'm not saying that we don't take Russian threats seriously. Of course we do. But I'm not going to speculate or hypothesize about another threat to another nation, certainly a non-NATO nation. I'm just not going to go there right now. Barb.
Oddly, my question is on the same general topic.
That is odd.
What?
No, go ahead.
If I recall with some precision your answer, it was that the U.S. Plans, the Pentagon plans but doesn't plan for everything, and you seem to quite clearly rule out that you had any plans to assist Finland or Sweden against threats. So let me not make it hypothetical. Do you mean to actually rule out that the Defense Department has, you said you have no active plans. I do believe those were your words. Are you ruling out that are you saying the Defense Department has no active plans to assist Finland and Sweden if either of those countries called you up this afternoon and said they need help? You have no plans? You have nothing on the
Barbara, come on now. That would require, Barb, please, that would require that you are, there's been no such request from Finland or Sweden. And obviously, and this gets, even in natural disasters, if a country calls and asks for the United States support, certainly we'll take that under consideration. And if there's something that the Commander-in-Chief believes that the United States military can do to assist, then that's a conversation we'll have. But we are spending a lot of time today talking about a hypothetical that hasn't presented itself. These are two sovereign nations, and they have to make decisions for themselves about what alliances they want to join or not. They are not part of NATO. And so do we have an active defense plan for either nation right now? No, we don't. But that doesn't mean that should there be some kinetic threat that those nations go to the international community and want support, that we wouldn't take it under advisement. Of course we would. But I mean, my goodness, I mean, we're getting into way ahead here in terms of where the situation is. The fight now is in Ukraine. Ukraine is under threat. They have been invaded, and our focus, rightly so, is on Ukraine and making sure that they can continue to defend themselves. Yes.
I have a question about yesterday again. Several senators, including Democratic senators, expressed frustration at what they called the fear of escalation, and they wanted the U.S. to do more to help Ukraine. Does the change on the ground with the retreat of the Russians, does it make the position of U.S. more difficult to keep, especially on a moral point of view?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
This balance that U.S. is trying to maintain, helping but not intervening directly, is it more difficult now?
There's nothing easy about anything with respect to Ukraine. Not for the Ukrainians, certainly. Not for NATO. Not for individual nations like the United States that are trying to support Ukraine. Nothing's easy about this. And we are working incredibly hard at an unprecedented scale to help another nation defend itself. I know we get up here and we spout these numbers, and maybe sometimes they just kind of go into the ether because we do it all the time. 100 million, 300 million, 200 million, 350 million, 800 million. Over the course of this administration now, $2.5 billion, which is almost as much as Ukraine's defense budget. And we've done it in near record, actually in record time. We think about the speed with which this stuff is getting over there. So we're doing as much as we can, as fast as we can, and at the same time doing as much as we can to bolster NATO's eastern flank. We went from about 80,000 troops in Europe in mid-February to now over 100,000. And now you see us just another repositioning inside Europe of a Patriot battery into Slovakia. No other nation could do that from a logistics perspective. No other nation could do that from a supply perspective. So we just fundamentally bristle at the notion that we're not doing enough and we're not doing enough faster. I mean, it's unprecedented. There's no historic comparison to what we're doing now to anything we've done in the past. At the same time, Sylvie, we are mindful that Russia is a nuclear power and that we don't have perfect visibility into Mr. Putin's thinking. And so it would be irresponsible. I mean, Secretary Austin took this office with one charge, and that is to defend this nation. Part of defending this nation is escalation management. And if he wasn't doing that, if he wasn't thinking about the potential for escalation and where that might go, then he shouldn't be in the job. He takes that responsibility extremely seriously because the stakes are very high. So no apologies for thinking about that as we continue to support Ukraine. And certainly no apologies for the speed with which and the scale at which we have continued to do that. And I think you're going to see it continue going on in the future based on our constant conversations with Ukraine. Okay, thanks everybody. Have a great weekend. See you Monday.
Saga continues. Joining me now to discuss all of that, legal expert Andrew Cherkosky. And Andrew, you have been on with me talking about kind of every single development in this story. Well, today we're learning the Academy is putting a pretty heavy ban on Will Smith. 10 years. He can't go to the Oscars again for the next 10 years or any other related event that the Academy even puts on. But I think what's kind of getting lost in all this, he gets to keep his Oscar, of course. And you and I had said as much, and we thought that was the case. Just your first thoughts, though, on this story.
I think the slap heard around the world has come to its conclusion. You know, we started talking about this. You said we've talked about this multiple times. We started talking about this, and I said that some sort of punishment, some sort of consequence was certainly in order, both from the Academy and kind of in the industry at large. And we now see that. We now see that the Academy has not invited him back for 10 years. He's resigned his position with the Academy, his membership in the Academy. Those are two very strong punishments for a slap. I mean, we can't overstate what it is. It's an assault. It's something that is illegal, something that is clearly in violation of what the Academy expected of him and the conduct that's expected of him, or really any person in a public venue like that. So he has suffered a consequence. There's not going to be a criminal case. It doesn't look like Chris Rock's going to sue. But I think the most interesting thing is long term, it looks like he's going to really suffer because the studios seem to really have lost favor in him. Sounds like his movies have been put on hold. He might even lose some of his starring roles. So this one moment, this slap that we all saw, the slap heard around the world, is going to haunt Will Smith for many years to come, it seems.
Yeah, Andrew, we do know some of his projects have been put on pause. It'll be interesting to see really his career viability going forward here. He's, one of the world's biggest Hollywood stars. My next question, though, does he have any recourse? I guess we got a statement in from him, very brief, saying he accepts whatever the Academy has put down today. But, if he wants to kind of revisit or maybe appeal this, do you think he has any recourse?
Andrew, I've told you I'm a criminal defense lawyer in my day job, and the idea of how to represent someone or how to help someone navigate a case like this is interesting, because on one hand, you could just completely fight every aspect of it, or you can try to come to terms with it and try to come to an amicable solution where you take accountability and responsibility. And it seems in this case that the latter is true, that Will Smith has gone through the process of apologizing. He has ceded his membership in the Academy. He seems to have accepted this punishment pretty well. It hasn't seen him have that Academy Award removed. So I think that he is going to move forward on this, taking his blows, so to speak, and accepting it for what it is. Now, maybe a few years pass, maybe 5 years from now, he's done great things and he wants to go back to the Academy and make some sort of petition to them that he wants to be able to attend an award ceremony. Lots of things could happen, and certainly these are private organizations and they could change their mind with different leadership, different circumstances. So sure, it's a possibility, but as it stands right now, it seems as though Will Smith has kind of taken accountability. He's accepted an amicable solution here, and this is what will be the future for him.
Yeah, and Andrew, we also kind of got a glimmer of the Academy also taking responsibility as well, kind of shielding maybe themselves from responsibility initially. But I thought the statement that they put out today, essentially saying that they could have handled this differently because there was this back and forth about whether or not Will Smith was asked to leave. And the statement says, while we would like to clarify that Smith was asked to leave the ceremony and refused, we also recognize we could have handled the situation differently. They called this unexpected and unprecedented.
The backstage goings-on here have been something that we've been talking about from the very beginning and speculating exactly what they were doing and who was asking him to do something or letting him stay there, because it was quite shocking to see him do this and then remain there to earn his award and come up on stage and collect it with a standing ovation. Why hadn't somebody stepped in? Why hadn't the producers asked him to leave? And then we heard stories about the producers having asked him to leave and his people were refusing that. And that story's gone back and forth, exactly how credible that is and exactly what that conversation was. I think ultimately here, the Academy has to recognize that as leaders, and then specifically within the Academy, the people who are producing it, the people who are there, the people who are in charge, have certain leadership duties and responsibilities. And it looks as though on that day, in those moments, that was a failure, that people didn't stand up and say no to Will Smith effectively, to say that you weren't going to be welcome in there. And so I think ultimately those top individuals within the Academy and those who are directing it, those in charge of the theater, do have to have some degree of accountability. And we see it to some degree here for their failure to do more to immediately condemn what had happened, because it really looked like Hollywood condoned it, didn't it? With that
completely.
Standing ovation with him being there.
Right, you and I had talked about this from the viewer's standpoint, the millions of people who saw it. Didn't look like anything happened, and then of course 10, 20 minutes later, everyone in the auditorium was standing up with applause and ovation as Will Smith accepted the Best Actor Oscar. But the statement also went on and talked about how they're trying to restore trust in the Academy. There was this April 18th date about, the disciplinary action they would decide. It seems like they've decided a little bit early, so I'm not entirely sure on whether or not anything else will happen from kind of a consequential standpoint still for Will Smith. Just lastly, Andrew, let's talk about Chris Rock. They mentioned Chris Rock in the statement as well. They wanted to express their deep gratitude for him for maintaining his composure under extraordinary circumstances. Of course, he was asked to deliver this Oscar at the Academy Awards, and so they kind of had some apologizing to do to Rock as well. What do you think Chris Rock is thinking right now?
Well, what he came out on top on this one, didn't he? I mean, he on stage just acted like a total gentleman, didn't lash back, neither through his actions nor his words. He looked particularly stunned. I'm sure that this traumatized him to some degree. You put yourself in his shoes and you imagine how you would have acted. I don't think a person could have acted better. And now, as time has gone by, it doesn't seem that he wants to talk about it a whole lot. Doesn't seem like he wants to capitalize on it a whole lot. But I certainly hope, from my perspective, that he does. I think that a high-paying interview is in order. I think that he should make this part of his set. I think people want to hear about it because it is such a sympathetic situation that he went through, and he handled it so well. I think so many people could learn so much from him about what a moment like that is like, and how to experience it, and how to handle it, and how to move forward from it. So all my respect to Chris Rock in what he's done. So much to learn from that, and I really do want to hear more from him about his perspective.
Yeah, that exclusive interview, whoever gets it, with both Will Smith and Chris Rock, will be definitely something worth watching. Andrew Shikoski, have a great weekend. Thanks again.
Thank you, and I hope you get that interview, Andrew.
Oh, I hope so too. Thanks so much.
Good morning, America! Have a seat, please. President Joe Biden, First Lady Dr. Jill Biden, Second Gentleman Douglas Emhoff, members of Congress, members of the Cabinet, members of our administration, and friends and fellow Americans. Today is indeed a wonderful day. As we gather to celebrate the confirmation of the next Justice of the United States Supreme Court, Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. President George Washington once referred to America as a great experiment, a nation founded on the previously untested belief that the people, we the people, could form a more perfect union. And that belief has pushed our nation forward for generations. And it is that belief that we reaffirmed yesterday. Through the confirmation of the first black woman to the United States Supreme Court. And Judge Jackson, you will inspire generations of leaders. They will watch your confirmation hearings and read your decisions. In the years to come, the court will answer fundamental questions about who we are and what kind of country we live in. Will we expand opportunity or restrict it? Will we strengthen the foundations of our great democracy or let them crumble? Will we move forward or backward? The young leaders of our nation will learn from the experience, the judgment, the wisdom that you, Judge Jackson, will apply in every case that comes before you. And they will see, for the first time, 4 women sitting on that court at one time. So as a point of personal privilege, I will share with you, Judge Jackson, that when I presided over the Senate confirmation vote yesterday, while I was sitting there, I drafted a note to my goddaughter. And I told her that I felt such a deep sense of pride and joy, and about what this moment means for our nation and for her future. And I will tell you, her braids are just a little longer than yours. But as I wrote to her, I told her what I knew this would mean for her life and all that she has in terms of potential. So indeed, the road toward our more perfect union is not always straight, and it is not always smooth, but sometimes it leads to a day like today. A day that reminds us what is possible when progress is made, and that the journey, well, it will always be worth it. So let us not forget that as we celebrate this day, we are also here in great part because of one President Joe Biden. And and because of Joe Biden's vision and leadership and commitment, a lifelong commitment to building a better America. And of course, we are also here because of the voices and the support of so many others, many of whom are in this audience today. And with that, it is now my extreme and great honor to introduce our President, Joe Biden.
Thank you, Kamala. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The first really smart decision I made in this administration. My name's Joe Biden. Please sit down. I'm Jill's husband and Naomi Biden's grandfather. And folks, yesterday, this is not only a sunny day. I mean this from the bottom of my heart. This is going to let so much sunshine on so many young women, so many young black women, so many minorities, that it's real. It's real. We're going to look back, nothing to do with me. We're going to look back and see this as a moment of real change in American history. I was on the phone this morning, Jesse, with President Ramaphosa of South Africa. And he was talking about how the time that I was so outspoken about what was going on in my meeting with Nelson Mandela here. And I said, you know, I'm shortly going to go out, I'm looking out the window. I'm going to go out on this, what they call the South Lawn in the White House. And I'm going to introduce to the world, the first African-American woman out of over 200 judges on the Supreme Court. And he said to me, he said, keep it up. Keep it up. We're going to keep it up. And folks, yesterday we all witnessed a truly historic moment presided over by the Vice President. There are moments that people go back in history and they're literally historic, consequential, fundamental shifts in American policy. Today, we're joined by the First Lady, the Second Gentleman, and members of the Cabinet, Senate Majority Leader, there you are, Chuck, Senate Majority Leader, and so many who made this possible. And today is a good day, a day that history is going to remember, and in the years to come, they're going to be proud of what we did, and we're going to try what Dick Durbin did as the chairman of the committee. I'm serious, Dick. I'm deadly earnest when I say that. To turn our children and grandchildren to say, I was there. I was there. This is one of those moments, in my view. My fellow Americans, today I'm honored to officially introduce to you the next Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States, Ketanji Brown Jackson. After more than 20 hours of questioning at her hearing and nearly 100 meetings, she made herself available to every single senator who wanted to speak to her and spoke for more than just a few minutes, answered their questions in private as well as before the committee. We all saw the kind of justice she'll be, fair and impartial, thoughtful, careful, precise, brilliant, a brilliant legal mind with deep knowledge of the law, and a judicial temperament which was equally important in my view, that's calm and in command, and a humility that allows so many Americans to see themselves in Ketanji Brown Jackson. That brings a rare combination of expertise and qualifications to the court. A federal judge who has served on the second most powerful court in America behind the Supreme Court. A former federal public defender with the ability to explain complicated issues in the law in ways everybody, all people can understand. A new perspective. When I made the commitment to nominate a black woman to the Supreme Court, I could see this day. I literally could see this day because I thought about it for a long, long time. As Jill and Naomi will tell you, I wasn't going to run again. But when I decided to run, this was one of the first decisions I made. I could see it. I could see it as a day of hope, a day of promise, a day of progress. A day when, once again, the moral arc of the universe, as Barack used to quote all the time, bends a little more toward justice. I knew it wouldn't be easy, but I knew the person I nominated would be put through a painful and difficult confirmation process. But I have to tell you, what Judge Jackson was put through was well beyond that. There was verbal abuse, the anger, the constant interruptions, the most vile, baseless assertions and accusations. In the face of it all, Judge Jackson showed the incredible character and integrity she possesses. Poise. Poise and composure. Patience and restraint. And yes, perseverance, and even joy. Even joy. Ketanji, or I'm not going to be calling you that in public anymore. Judge, you are the very definition of what we Irish refer to as dignity. You have enormous dignity, and it communicates to people. It's contagious, and it matters. It matters a lot. Maybe that's not surprising if you look who sat behind her during those hearings. Her husband, Dr. Patrick Jackson, and his family. Patrick, stand up, man. Stand up. Talia and Layla, stand up. I know it's embarrassing the girls. I'm going to tell you what Talia said. I said to Talia, it's hard being the daughter or the son of a famous person. I said, imagine what it's like being president. She said, she may be. I couldn't agree more. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And Ketaj, her brother, a former police officer and a veteran. Ketaj, stand up, man. This is a man who looks like he can still play, buddy. He's got biceps about as big as my calves. Thank you, bud. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And of course, her parents, Johnny and Elroy Brown. Johnny, all right, stand up. I'll tell you what, as I told Mom, Mom's rule in my house. Oh, you not think I'm kidding. I'm not. My mom and my wife as well. Look, people of deep faith, the deep love of family and country, that's what you represent. Who know firsthand, Mom and Dad, the indignity of Jim Crow, the inhumanity of legal segregation, and you had overcome so much in your own lives. You saw the strength of parents and the strength of a daughter that is just worth celebrating. I can't get over, Mom and Dad, what you did and your faith and never giving up any hope. And both that wonderful son you had and your daughter. And that strength lifted up millions of Americans who watched you, Judge Jackson, especially women and women of color, who have had to run the gauntlet in their own lives. So many of my cabinet members are women, women of color, women that represent every sector of the community. And it matters. And you stood up for them as well. They know it. Everybody out there, every woman out there, everyone, am I correct? Just like they have. Just like they have. And same with the women members of Congress as well, across the board. Look, it's a powerful thing when people can see themselves in others. Think about that. What's the most powerful thing? I'll bet every one of you can go back and think of a time in your life where there was a teacher, a family member, a neighbor, somebody who made you believe that you could be whatever you wanted to be. It's a powerful, powerful, powerful notion. That's one of the reasons I believe so strongly that we needed a court that looks like America, not just the Supreme Court. That's why I'm proud to say, with the great help of Dick Durbin, I've nominated more black women judges of federal appeal courts than all previous presidents combined. That's why I'm proud that Kamala Harris is our Vice President of the United States. A brilliant lawyer, the Attorney General of the state of California, former member of the Senate Judiciary Committee. Kamala was invaluable during this entire process. And Chuck, our majority leader, I want to thank you, pal. You did a masterful job in keeping the caucus together, getting this vote across the finish line in a timely and historic manner. Just watching on television yesterday, watching when the vote was taken on the Democratic side, the way people, there was such enthusiasm, genuine. You can tell when it's real. You can tell when it's real. You did an incredible job, Chuck. Thank you so much. Folks, because you're all able to sit down and don't have to stand, I'm going to go on a little longer here and tell you. I want to say something about Dick Durbin again. Dick, I'm telling you, overseeing the hearing, how you executed the strategy by the hour, every day to keep the committee together. And you have a very divided committee with some of the most conservative members of the Senate on that committee. It was especially difficult with an evenly divided Senate. Dick, I served as chairman of that committee for a number of years before I had this job and the job of vice president, as did all the Democrats. You did not stand. I think all the Democrats in the committee did, and every Democrat in the Senate, all of whom voted for Judge Jackson. And notwithstanding the harassment and attacks in the hearings, I always believed that the bipartisan vote was possible. And I hope I don't get him in trouble. I mean it sincerely, but I want to thank 3 Republicans who voted for Judge Jackson. Senator Collins, who's a woman of integrity. Senator Murkowski, the same way, an Alaskan, up for re-election. And Mitt Romney, whose dad stood up like he did. His dad stood up and made these decisions on civil rights. They deserve enormous credit for setting aside partisanship and making a carefully considered judgment based on the judge's character, qualifications, independence. And I truly admire the respect, diligence, and hard work they demonstrated in the course of the process. As someone who's overseen, they tell me, more Supreme Court nominations than anyone who's alive today, I believe that respect for the process is important. And that's why it was so important to me to meet the constitutional requirement to seek the advice and the consent of the Senate. The advice beforehand and the consent. Judge Jackson started the nominating process with an impressive range of support, from the FOP to the civil rights leaders. Even Republican-appointed judges came forward. In fact, Judge Jackson was introduced to the hearing by Judge Thomas Griffin, the distinguished retired judge appointed by George W. Bush. She finished the hearing with among the highest levels of support of the American people of any nomination in recent memory. So soon, Judge Jackson will join the United States Supreme Court, and like every justice, the decisions she makes will impact on the lives of America for a lot longer in many cases than any laws we all make. But the truth is, she's already impacting the lives of so many Americans. During the hearing, Dick spoke about a custodial worker who works the night shift at the Capitol. Her name is Verona Clemens. Verona, where are you? Stand up, Verona. I wanted to see. You don't mind. She told him what this nomination meant to her. So he invited Ms. Clemens to attend the hearing because she wanted to see, hear, and stand by Judge Jackson. Thank you, Verona. Thank you, thank you, thank you. At her meeting with Judge Jackson, Senator Duckworth introduced her to 11-year-old, is it Vivian? Vivian. I'm sorry, Vivian. That's her. Is that your sister? He's pointing. Who was so inspired by the hearing, she wants to be a Supreme Court justice when she grows up. God love you. Stand up, honey. Am I going to embarrass you by asking you to stand up? Come on, stand. There's tens of thousands of Vivians all through the entire United States. She met Judge Jackson and saw her future. Means you're here today, and thank you for coming, honey. I know I embarrassed you by introducing you, but thank you. People of every generation, of every race, of every background felt this moment, and they feel it now. They feel a sense of pride and hope and belonging and believing and knowing the promise of America includes everybody, all of us. That's the American experiment. Justice Breyer talked about it when he came to the White House in January to announce his retirement from the court. He used to technically work with me when I was on the Judiciary Committee, and that's before he became a justice. He's a man of great integrity. We're going to miss Justice Breyer. He's a patriot, an extraordinary public service, and a great justice of the Supreme Court. And folks, let me close with what I've long said. America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was in the foothills of the Himalayas with Xi Jinping, traveling with him. I guess we traveled 17,000 miles when I was vice president. I don't know that for a fact. And we were sitting alone. I had an interpreter and he had an interpreter. And he looked at me in all seriousness and said, "Can you define America for me?" And I said what many of you heard me say for a long time. I said, "Yes, I can. In one word, possibilities. Possibilities. That in America, everyone should be able to go as far as their hard work and God-given talent will take them, and possibilities. We're the only ones. That's why we're viewed as the ugly Americans. We think anything's possible." And the idea that a young girl who was dissuaded from even thinking you should apply to Harvard Law School, don't raise your hopes so high. Well, I don't know who told you that, but I'd like to go back and invite her to the Supreme Court. She can see the interior. Look, even the Supreme Court of the United States of America. Now, folks, it's my honor, and it truly is an honor. I've been looking forward to for a while, to introduce you the next Associate Justice of the United States Supreme Court, the Honorable Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. President. It is the greatest honor of my life to be here with you at this moment, standing before my wonderful family, many of my close friends, your distinguished staff and guests, and the American people. Over these past few weeks, you've heard a lot from me and about me, so I hope to use this time primarily to do something that I have not had sufficient time to do, which is to extend my heartfelt thanks to the many, many people who have helped me as part of this incredible journey. I have quite a few people to thank, and as I'm sure you can imagine, in this moment, it is hard to find the words to express the depth of my gratitude. First, as always, I have to give thanks to God for delivering me as promised and for sustaining me throughout this nomination and confirmation process.
As I said at the outset, I have come this far by faith, and I know that I am truly blessed. To the many people who have lifted me up in prayer since the nomination, thank you. I am very grateful. Thank you as well, Mr. President, for believing in me and for honoring me with this extraordinary chance to serve our country. Thank you also, Madam Vice President, for your wise counsel and steady guidance. And thank you to the First Lady and the Second Gentleman for the care and warmth that you have shown me and my family. I would also like to extend my thanks to each member of the Senate. You have fulfilled the important constitutional role of providing advice and consent under the leadership of Majority Leader Schumer. And I'm especially grateful for the work of the members of the Senate Judiciary Committee under Chairman Durbin's skillful leadership. As you may have heard, during the confirmation process, I had the distinct honor of having 95 personal meetings with 97 sitting senators. And we had substantive and engaging conversations about my approach to judging and about the role of judges in the constitutional system we all love. As a brief aside, I will note that these are subjects about which I care deeply. I have dedicated my career to public service because I love this country and our Constitution and the rights that make us free. I also understand from my many years of practice as a legal advocate, as a trial judge, and as a judge on a court of appeals, that part of the genius of the constitutional framework of the United States is its design, and that the framers entrusted the judicial branch with a crucial but limited role. I've also spent the better part of the past decade hearing thousands of cases and writing hundreds of opinions, and in every instance, I have done my level best to stay in my lane and to reach a result that is consistent with my understanding of the law and with the obligation to rule independently without fear or favor. I am humbled and honored to continue in this fashion as an Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States, working with brilliant colleagues, supporting and defending the Constitution, and steadfastly upholding the rule of law. But today, at this podium, my mission is far more modest. I'm simply here to give my heartfelt thanks to the categories of folks who are largely responsible for me being here at this moment. First, of course, there is my family. Mom and Dad, thank you not only for traveling back here on what seems like a moment's notice, but for everything you've done and continue to do for me. My brother Kataj is here as well. You've always been an inspiration to me as a model of public service and bravery, and I thank you for that. I love you all very much. To my in-laws, Pamela and Gardner Jackson, who are here today, and my sisters-in-law and brothers-in-law, William and Dana, Gardy and Natalie, thank you for your love and support. To my daughters, Talia and Layla, I bet you never thought you'd get to skip school by spending a day at the White House. This is all pretty exciting for me as well, but nothing has brought me greater joy than being your mother. I love you very much. Patrick, thank you for everything you've done for me over these past 25 years of our marriage. You've done everything to support and encourage me, and it is you who've made this moment possible. Your steadfast love gave me the courage to move in this direction. I don't know that I believed you when you said that I could do this, but now I do. And for that, I'm forever grateful. In the family category, let me also briefly mention the huge extended family, both Patrick's and my own, who are watching this from all over the country and the world. Thank you for supporting me. I hope to be able to connect with you personally in the coming weeks and months. Moving on briefly to the second category of people that warrant special recognition, those who provided invaluable support to me professionally in the decades prior to my nomination, and the many, many friends I have been privileged to make throughout my life and career. Now, I know that everyone who finds professional success thinks they have the best mentors, but I truly do. I had 3 inspiring jurists for whom I had the privilege of clerking: Judge Patty Saris, Judge Bruce Selya, and of course, Justice Stephen Breyer. Each of them is an exceptional public servant, and I could not have had better role models for thoughtfulness, integrity, honor, and principle, both by word and deed. My clerkship with Justice Breyer in particular was an extraordinary gift, and one for which I've only become more grateful with each passing year. Justice Breyer's commitment to an independent, impartial judiciary is unflagging. And for him, the rule of law is not merely a duty, it is his passion. I am daunted by the prospect of having to follow in his footsteps, and I would count myself lucky, indeed, to be able to do so with even the smallest amount of his wisdom, grace, and joy. The exceptional mentorship of the judges for whom I clerked has proven especially significant for me during this past decade of my service as a federal judge. And of course, that service itself has been a unique opportunity. For that, I must also thank President Obama, who put his faith in me by nominating me to my first judicial role on the Federal District Court. This brings me to my colleagues and staff of the Federal District Court in Washington, D.C. and the D.C. Circuit. Thank you for everything. I am deeply grateful for your wisdom and your battle-tested friendship through the years. I also want to extend a special thanks to all of my law clerks, many of whom are here today, who have carved out time and space to accompany me on this professional journey. I'm especially grateful to Jennifer Gruda, who has been by my side since nearly the outset of my time on the bench and has promised not to leave me as we take this last big step. To the many other friends that I have had the great good fortune to have made throughout the years, from my neighborhood growing up, from Miami Palmetto Senior High School, and especially the debate team, from my days at Harvard College, where I met my indefatigable and beloved roommates, Lisa Fairfax, Nina Coleman Simmons, and Antoinette Sequeira Coakley. They are truly my sisters. To my time at Harvard Law School and the many professional experiences that I've been blessed to have since graduation, thank you. I have too many friends to name, but please know how much you've meant to me and how much I have appreciated the smiles, the hugs, and the many atta-girls that have propelled me forward to this day. Finally, I'd like to give special thanks to the White House staff and the special assistants who provided invaluable assistance in helping me to navigate the confirmation process. My trusted Sherpa, Senator Doug Jones, was an absolute godsend. He was an absolute godsend. He's not only the best storyteller you'd ever want to meet, but also unbelievably popular on the Hill, which helped a lot. I'm also standing here today in no small part due to the hard work of the brilliant folks who interact with the legislature and other stakeholders on behalf of the White House, including Louisa Terrell, Rima Doden, Tona Boyd, Minion Moore, Ben LaBalt, and Andrew Bates. I am also particularly grateful for the awe-inspiring leadership of White House counsel Dana Remus. Of Paige Herwig, where's Paige? And Ron Klain. They led an extraordinarily talented team of White House staffers in the Herculean effort that was required to ensure that I was well prepared for the rigors of this process and in record time. Thank you all. Thank you as well to the many, many kind-hearted people from all over this country and around the world who have reached out to me directly in recent weeks with messages of support. I have spent years toiling away in the relative solitude of my chambers with just my law clerks in isolation, so it's been somewhat overwhelming in a good way to recently be flooded with thousands of notes and cards and photos expressing just how much this moment means to so many people. The notes that I've received from children are particularly cute and especially meaningful because more than anything, they speak directly to the hope and promise of America. It has taken 232 years and 115 prior appointments for a Black woman to be selected to serve on the Supreme Court of the United States. But we've made it. We've made it, all of us, all of us. And our children are telling me that they see now, more than ever, that here in America, anything is possible. They also tell me that I'm a role model, which I take both as an opportunity and as a huge responsibility. I am feeling up to the task primarily because I know that I am not alone I am standing on the shoulders of my own role models, generations of Americans who never had anything close to this kind of opportunity, but who got up every day and went to work believing in the promise of America, showing others through their determination and, yes, their perseverance that good things can be done in this great country. From my grandparents on both sides, who had only a grade school education but instilled in my parents the importance of learning, to my parents, who went to racially segregated schools growing up and were the first in their families to have the chance to go to college. I am also ever buoyed by the leadership of generations past who helped to light the way: Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Justice Thurgood Marshall, and my personal heroine, Judge Constance Baker Motley. They and so many others did the heavy lifting that made this day possible. And for all of the talk of this historic nomination and now confirmation, I think of them as the true path breakers. I am just the very lucky first inheritor of the dream of liberty and justice for all. To be sure, I have worked hard to get to this point in my career, and I have now achieved something far beyond anything my grandparents could have possibly ever imagined. But no one does this on their own. The path was cleared for me so that I might rise to this occasion. And in the poetic words of Dr. Maya Angelou, I do so now while bringing the gifts my ancestors gave. I am the dream and the hope of the slave. So as I take on this new role, I strongly believe that this is a moment in which all Americans can take great pride. We have come a long way toward perfecting our union. In my family, it took just one generation to go from segregation to the Supreme Court of the United States. And it is an honor, the honor of a lifetime, for me to have this chance to join the court, to promote the rule of law at the highest level, and to do my part to carry our shared project of democracy and equal justice under law forward into the future. Thank you again, Mr. President and members of the Senate, for this incredible honor.
following up on a story we haven't heard about in a little while, the historic Gretchen Whitmer kidnap plot case ending with no convictions today. That's, of course, delivering a massive blow to the government as it failed to convince a jury that 4 militia members were domestic terrorists determined to harm the governor because of her COVID-19 restrictions. The jury declared 2 of the men not guilty, but deadlocked on the charges against the other 2, who are eventually going to be retried. We know defendant Daniel Harris, the only one who testified at the trial, was acquitted on all 4 counts, with the judge telling the 24-year-old that he would go free this afternoon. Brandon Caserta, 33 years old, a resident in Canton, acquitted on the only count that he faced, kidnapping conspiracy. He was also freed today, which is his birthday after more than 18 months in jail following his arrest in an FBI sting. I want to bring in Arpan Lobo. He is with the Detroit Free Press. And Arpan, you were inside of the courtroom throughout all of this trial. First of all, thanks for joining us on this Friday. With these massive developments, what went wrong for the case of the prosecutors?
Well, it might not be so much what went wrong. It might be what the defense attorney was able to convince the jury. That was that this group of men, they weren't really plotting to kidnap the governor. They were just tough talkers, and that it was the work of undercover FBI informants and agents that ended up pushing them to take the actions they did, which included casing the governor's vacation home not once but twice, practicing live fire drills, different things like that. Ultimately, the jury could not find enough to convict any of the 4 men, with 2 mistrials and 2 acquittals, as you mentioned.
So explain more of the evidence that was presented in the courtroom. You touched on it right there. What role did the FBI play in this and in their conversations with these men?
Sure. During the trial, which lasted about 3 weeks of evidence testimony, jurors were shown a range of different things from there were screenshots of chat transcripts. There were recordings taken by informants. There were even the guns of the men were brought into the courtroom, different things like that. Of these recordings in particular, some of the stuff that stood out was the discussions on what these men were going to do if they were going to actually take action to kidnap Whitmer. Things like discussing the security detail and how they were going to, approach any head-on opponents they might face, things like that. So the jury was given a kind of a wide variety of different things to consider. One of the more notable aspects that the defense touched on in their closing argument was that through the informants and undercover agents, the government had access to thousands of hours of recording and audio, and the jury was played a few minutes here and there. And in that audio, one thing that stood out, at least with the defense, is that none of the men were ever captured saying, explicitly, I want to kidnap Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer. None of them said that. None of them said, I am entering the conspiracy. The argument from prosecutors was that these men, even though they might have not explicitly said it, they took steps to do that. They cased her house. They did training drills. They bought night vision goggles, things like that. But ultimately, it wasn't enough to convince the jury.
So we're seeing the 4 suspects that are involved in the developments of today. Again, 2 of them being found not guilty, 2 of them declared mistrial. They'll be retried. But this is a larger group than just those 4. They call themselves the Wolverine Watchmen, and this kind of developed around the time of the pandemic when those COVID-19 restrictions were in place, and they weren't happy about it. If you could explain the history of this case and their militia movement out in Michigan.
Right. So the Wolverine Watchmen, some of the members that were tried in this trial, some of them were Wolverine Watchmen, not all of them. Barry Croft, who was from Delaware, wasn't really affiliated with that group, but he came into the scene afterwards. The Watchmen, some of the men that became involved with this actually came to the group online around the time, as you mentioned, the COVID-19 pandemic started. People were frustrated with the different orders that were going on, especially in Michigan. We saw, pretty strict, especially at the start, from things like business closures. You couldn't go to the gym, things like that. So some of these men connected online, and in the trial, we saw kind of the vetting process that you had to go through to be able to join this Facebook group and eventually, participate in different training exercises the Watchmen had. It was questions like, what are your feelings on the government? What are your feelings on, the Second Amendment? Even asking at one point, are you okay with being labeled a domestic terrorist, which is something that both the prosecution and the defense lawyers brought up during the trial. And really the months after some of these men first joined, they participated in different field training exercises. And some of those training exercises were actually captured recording by an informant who originally joined the Wolverine Watchmen, because what he testified to the jury was that he was a Second Amendment enthusiast, but he became very concerned and approached law enforcement after he heard what he said were threats against law enforcement. So that's when he went to the police, and the FBI reached out shortly after that, about a week later. In that process, he was able to attend the different Watchmen training events. They attended some protests at the Michigan Capitol in Lansing to get a, kind of put the word out that they were not in favor of these COVID-19 restrictions. And so in these different meetings and protests and training exercises and things like that, the government had argued that a plot to kidnap Whitmer had been built up, but ultimately the jury didn't think that was proven beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yeah, that's right. The jury not buying it, and also the families of some of these men inside of the courtroom today. You were there when the verdict was read out. What was the immediate response and reaction? Was it disbelief? Was it excitement? As I said before, it was Caserta's birthday today.
Yeah, it was actually Brandon Caserta's sister who confirmed that to some of the members of the media leaving the courthouse today. The reaction in the courtroom, I wouldn't know if it was surprise, but it was definitely kind of like a exuberation.
Mm-hmm.
Caserta's sister and another family member, they immediately hugged, they gasped, they immediately started crying. Daniel Harris, his entire family, including his father, his sister, I'm not sure if his mother was there. It could have been. I don't want to say for sure. But they embraced, and it was just kind of like a weight off their chest. The men themselves, Daniel Harris immediately turned and hugged his defense attorney, Julia Kelly. Brandon Caserta shook the hand of his attorney, Mike Hills. And then after that, those two themselves kind of dapped each other up, kind of just a sigh of relief. They had been in jail for the last 18 months or so, and after today's decision, they were able to leave the courthouse free men.
Yeah, that's right. But the case continues, right? So what are next steps for this?
Well, Andrew Burge, who's the district attorney for the Western District of Michigan where the trial was held, he was pretty curt with his statement. He said that the government was obviously disappointed, but based on today's decision, two of the men are still not acquitted. So he didn't explicitly say that they will be a retrial, but he said the work will continue to a retrial. So you can interpret that as, Fox and Croft are likely going to head to a retrial. And we'll see if the government can convince 12 other jurors what they couldn't convince these 12.
And last but not least, I want to pull up some of the remarks from Governor Whitmer's office. They say that today, Michiganders and Americans, especially our children, are living through the normalization of political violence. The plot to kidnap and kill a governor may seem like an anomaly, but we must be honest about what it is, the result of violent, divisive rhetoric that is all too common across our country. This just a statement that was released from the governor's office. Do we expect anything else to come out about this? Do you think that the governor's office is just going to move on, or should we expect more?
Well, over the past 18 months since this really first broke and then the men were first arrested, the governor, after giving an initial statement, she's really not spoken too much about it. I was at an event where she attended over the summer, just after she gave an impact statement. And she had told reporters, she said, I gave my impact statement. I'm not going to comment further. She didn't attend any of the trial. She wasn't called as a witness. So I'm not sure if we can say that anything further is going to come directly from the governor's office. We'll see if during a retrial, I'm not sure if the government would feel obligated to present any new evidence that they didn't present this time around. But as of today, other than that statement and a statement from Lieutenant Governor Garland Gilchrist, we haven't gotten much from the governor's office.
Arpan Lobo with the Detroit Free Press, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Any last thoughts on this case?
Well, one of the main takeaways from this case, it was really seen as a flashpoint in the rise of extremism and domestic terrorism. This isn't the first time, though, in Michigan, a group has been acquitted on similar charges. Over a decade ago, there was a militia case that saw a group get acquitted. So we'll see if this changes the government's approach to how they prosecute these cases when they're trying to assert, issues of domestic terrorism moving forward.
All right, well, we appreciate it, and we'll be watching that alongside you.
Again, we're going to get an update on this jury's decision in Grand Rapids about what they are going to do with these alleged co-conspirators in a plot to kidnap Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer. Joining me now, Fox 2 Detroit reporter Brandon Hudson with the latest. Brandon, good to see you. You've been following this story very closely. What happened today in court?
Yeah, Andrew, so about 2:09 this afternoon, we got our jury verdict. So the jury said that Brandon Caserta and Daniel Harris were found not guilty, but for Adam Fox and Barry Croft Jr., the jury was deadlocked, so there was a mistrial, so they will remain detained. But Daniel Harris, Brandon Caserta, they're able to go home today. We did a report on it. I want you to check this out. After a 2-week trial, which included 5 days of deliberations, at least 2 men connected to the kidnapping plot of Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer will go home. A jury acquitted Daniel Harris and Brandon Caserta of all their charges. Caserta's attorney said the decision was a gift.
It is his birthday, best birthday present, imaginable. So I'm very happy for Brandon. I don't know what the government's going to do with Fox and Croft, but to me, this was a signal.
The jury couldn't agree on a verdict for Adam Fox and Barry Croft Jr. Andrew Burge, U.S. Attorney for the Western District of Michigan, kept his response to the verdict brief.
Obviously, we're disappointed with the outcome. We thought we had get the jury to convict beyond reasonable doubt.
Burge didn't answer any questions. In fall 2020, federal investigators arrested 13 men in connection to the conspiracy to kidnap Governor Whitmer. The case made national headlines as authorities say the men targeted Whitmer because of her COVID-19 restrictions and their frustration with government. Throughout the case, defense attorneys fired back, saying informants and the FBI coerced their clients to go along with the kidnapping plot, adding the men were too broke and too high to go through with it. Moments after the jury's decision, we spoke with Adam Fox's attorney. Fox, who prosecutors described as one of the ringleaders, is still detained.
For Adam Fox, the presumption of innocence continues, which is a good thing.
So, like you said, for just to kind of round this out, Daniel Harris, Brandon Caserta, they will get to go home. Barry Croft Jr., Adam Fox, they will remain detained. We did get a chance to talk with Adam Fox's attorney. He says they got to prepare for another trial. So it continues.
You know, Brandon, this is a stunning loss for prosecutors, for the Department of Justice. And we can go into some of the particulars about the informants that were used, about the confidential sources that were used in order to kind of gain information as the plot was being planned and was, kind of breached before it could unfold. But have we heard from, these entities about, if they're going to, pursue any more action? Are they going to, pursue another trial?
Not yet. So when we had a chance to talk with the U.S. attorney, he kept his response very brief. He didn't answer any questions, basically. He walked away. He just talked about the jury's decision as it stood, and then he left. So we don't have a glimpse or an idea of what will come next in this case, especially for Adam Fox and Barry Croft Jr. But it looks as though, speaking to Adam Fox's attorney, that this will continue. He will be back in court at some point in the near future.
And also, Brandon, these aren't the only people who are all caught up in this entire plot. Are there more trials with different individuals that are going to be happening at a later date? Isn't that right?
Yeah, so we weren't able to confirm when those would happen, but there is an idea that those will happen involving the other guys, especially I think one of the guys, Franks, who, and his first name escapes me, but you had two men who already pleaded guilty. One was staring at a life sentence, but he did that as a way to kind of, hopefully get some time off in the near future. So spend his time in prison and then hopefully, on good behavior or, however the legalese may put it, hopefully he gets some time off in the near future. But at least for those two guys, and Brandon Caserta's attorney did talk about those two men pleading guilty before all this evidence kind of came to the fold. We'll see what happens with those two guys now that you have two guys who were acquitted and then a mistrial for the two other guys.
Yeah, and just lastly, we got to get the angle from the governor's office, from her spokesperson today. They put out a statement. I'm from Michigan. I know how so many people were talking about this when it was uncovered back in 2020. And so it'd be interesting to see people's reaction, not only, in Grand Rapids, but also Lansing as this decision came out. Let's put her statement up. This is a tweet from Fox 2's Roop Raj. The spokesperson says, today, Michiganders and Americans, especially our children, are living through the normalization of political violence. The plot to kidnap and kill a governor may seem like an anomaly, but we must be honest about what it really is, the result of violent, divisive rhetoric that is all too common across our country. There must be accountability and consequences for those who commit heinous crimes. Without accountability, extremists will be emboldened. And then it goes on even further. Brandon, do we expect to hear on camera maybe from Governor Whitmer, or does she want to put this past her?
It sounds like the more that we talk about this case, the more she wants to put it behind her. And Andrew, to your point, this case made national headlines 2 years ago, but as we kind of got into the trial, it took a back seat, of course, to the war in Ukraine, COVID-19, a lot of other big stories. But again, this was a national story at the time this broke. But Governor Whitmer has remained largely quiet about this case, and she has been focused more on her campaign, and this is an election year for her. So this may be one of the final times we hear from her regarding this plot to kidnap her.
Just a fascinating and really just scary saga all around. Fox 2's Brandon Hudson, we appreciate your time. Have a good weekend.
Hey, you too. Thank you.
Russian strike, killing at least 50 people as civilians were trying to flee the area. Joining me now is Fox News correspondent Lucas Tomlinson. He's at the Pentagon for us. Lucas, good to see you. What do we know about this really grisly attack?
Well, Andrew, the Pentagon is saying this was an SS-21 short-range ballistic missiles that only the Russians are capable of firing, which the Pentagon said they did. They're saying that all these Russian denials of being responsible for this strike are way off base. This is a very strategic target for the Russians. This is a railway hub. This is where not just a lot of civilians come through, but the Russians fear a lot of weaponry to come through. Now, of course, it is a war crime to target civilians, and there were thousands present. You mentioned at least 50 were killed, thousands were wounded, and it was just a horrific attack. What the Pentagon officials are saying that this is a strategic rail hub in eastern Ukraine. Of course, Russian forces, just about all of them have left the capital region. They're going back into Russia. They're going back into Belarus to refit, to rearm, and to even resupply. In fact, Pentagon officials say that tens of thousands of reinforcements are coming in from Russia, and they could be going and joining the war in Ukraine very shortly. Remember when Vladimir Putin signed the orders to have over 134,000 Russian conscripts join the military? Normally, if people enlist in the military, at least in the United States, that means, you know, you go to boot camp, you go to specialty school. It could be, you know, months or years before you see a battlefield potentially. There's some concern here in the Pentagon that tens of thousands of those conscripts could be pushed to the front line. You saw the same thing in Afghanistan in the 80s with the Soviet war there, troops with very little training being thrust. And why is this happening, Andrew? Well, over 10,000 Russian soldiers are believed to have been killed on the battlefield in Ukraine. In fact, just today, a senior defense official said up to 20% of Russia's combat power, that's soldiers, tanks, armored personnel carriers, vehicles, have been destroyed or annihilated. So the Russians need to rearm, refit, and officials here say that war is going to go back into the eastern part of Ukraine, the Donbas region, Luhansk, Donetsk. That's, of course, where the Russians have operated a separatist area. They've backed a breakaway region, and that looks like where the fight is going to go next. One official said it's going to be a knife fight, a very, you know, just a next chapter in this grisly war.
Yeah, Lucas, we just have a tweet from Ukrainian Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba. I want to put it up with just a horrific photo of the scene at the train station. He says Russians knew that the train station in Kramatorsk was full of civilians waiting to be evacuated, yet they struck it with a ballistic missile, killing at least 30, injuring at least 100 people. This was a deliberate slaughter. We will bring each war criminal to justice. So reaction from the Ukrainian foreign minister. Lucas, you know, the fighting is now centered almost solely in these eastern regions. We know that connects that land bridge now to Crimea. And of course, do you think that Putin will essentially use this to claim victory, saying that, you know, this is really what the special military operation was intended to capture, and this is where the fighting is going to play out?
Well, there's no question that Vladimir Putin wanted to decapitate Vladimir Zelensky's government in Ukraine and take over the capital city of Kyiv. Recall those Russian forces coming south from Belarus. It's only a 2-hour drive to the capital, a very easy drive. For the Russians, it made very difficult thanks to tens of thousands of Javelin anti-tank missiles, many thousands supplied by the U.S. government, the U.S. military, that destroyed Russian armor. Over 200 Russian tanks have been destroyed. Some officials think we're seeing the end of the tank as a weapon of war, certainly in the offensive nature that we're seeing in Ukraine. There was a time where, as an infantryman, mechanized infantryman, you wanted to be inside that armored personnel carrier, or if you were a tanker, you wanted to be inside that tank. You felt safe. Right now, they're just death traps. Those tanks are being annihilated, the armored personnel carriers melting with these Javelin anti-tank missiles. And recall, it was just a few years ago when the Russian forces took Crimea 8 years ago, the Ukrainian forces were using RPGs, and those RPGs were just bouncing off the hull of those Russian tanks. Well, now those tanks are being obliterated. So to your question about, is this Vladimir Putin's new strategy, it appears there's a fallback strategy. You know, Russia has supported dirty war, these separatist regions in eastern Ukraine for 8 years now. It looks like he wants to expand that in the east. There's a lot of minerals in eastern Ukraine, the big coal area. There's a fallback. But in terms of Vladimir Putin's ultimate goal, I think his goal remains, from what officials tell us here at the Pentagon, it remains to take over the country and take over the capital. But certainly he's been handed a big defeat in these early stages. You know, we're 6 weeks into this war, and as we heard from the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff this week, this war could stretch out for years, Andrew.
And Lucas, I thought it was quite stunning that really acknowledgement from Dmitry Peskov yesterday, the Kremlin spokesman, about the staggering losses Russian troops have taken. We're also getting reports that at least the Russian military, are not taking their troops, their dead troops, back home. What does that say about the morale of the Russian army?
Means the morale is terrible. In fact, there's intercepted communications that say as much, that officials tell us here at the Pentagon. The Russians, why are they leaving some of their soldiers on the battlefield? They're retreating. They're leaving in a hurry. There's not time to gather up their war dead or even some of their materiel. Remember, their logistics system is a mess. Remember that quote-unquote 40-mile-long convoy that sat for over a week outside the capital. Yet you didn't see any of the Russian soldiers. Normally, infantrymen, if they're, mechanized infantry, if you're in a vehicle for a long time, what happens when those vehicles stop? You want to get out, you want to stretch. Anybody who's been in a long car ride certainly understands that. The fact that they were gone, a lot of the Russians are simply abandoning their posts, abandoning their vehicles. Some of them have been destroyed by those javelins supplied by the West, but in some cases they're just being abandoned. And the logistics, a lot of these vehicles are running out of fuel. Some people questioned, was it a military target when those Ukrainian helicopter gunships went into Russian territory last week and destroyed that fuel farm, those oil tanks, those fuel tanks? That's a big military target. How does a military operate, move? It moves on gas, moves on fuel. So if you can cut off those supply lines, you've essentially annihilated, you've killed the enemy, and that's certainly what we've seen around the capital city. That's why the Russians have retreated. In terms of why they're leaving their war dead, recall, this is not the logistics system and the care that the U.S. military has. Let's just talk about some of the wounded Russian soldiers. Not to go on a tangent here, but, the wounded-to-kill ratio, there's about 40,000 Russian troops that have ever been killed, wounded, or abandoned their posts. And that's about almost a third of the total Russian force that's invaded Ukraine. That's a far contrast, of course, the U.S. military. When American soldiers are hurt on the battlefield, many of them, thank goodness, can be medevaced out of the battlefield. You're not hearing stories about Russian forces medevacing their wounded. They just do not have those kind of capabilities. And some of those Russian helicopters that are flying around Ukraine, you're seeing them be destroyed in the sky by U.S. supplied Stinger anti-aircraft missiles, Andrew.
Yeah, Lucas, we're just watching some of the scenes from this train station earlier today. Just another hallmark, really, in the Russian playbook, now targeting civilians still. I wanted to get your opinion. What will you be looking out for as we go into the weekend? And where are the status of talks or negotiations? Have those stalled?
Well, first, on the train station, it's important to note why so many people were at that train station. The front is going to the east. There's a dirty war being fought over the last 8 years, but it looks like now officials here say that's where the next phase of the war is going to take place. That's why you had thousands at the train station to begin with to evacuate. And of course it's horrific what the Russians are doing. This is what they do. We saw it in Syria, saw it in Chechnya. It's repeating itself, of course, here in Ukraine for the world to see over these last 6 weeks. According to the Russians and some officials here, this was a strategic hub, though. I mean, of course, materiel, all the weapons, it's coming in through train. You saw the S-300 system that the Ukrainians have so desperately wanted, this Soviet-era air defense system they so desperately wanted. Well, the Slovakians today put that weapon on a train and moved it into Ukraine. The Pentagon, that was some of the big news out of the Pentagon today. The Pentagon says they're going to send a Patriot surface-to-air missile battery in Slovakia to replace that S-300 system. It's going to be manned with American soldiers. Slovakia shares a 60-mile border with Ukraine. It was a very significant win, if you will. Speaking of logistics, Andrew, President Zelensky, we told our own Brett Baird, he's been crying about it and calling out for it and pleading with the West for days and weeks now, send me more weapons, not just the Javelin anti-tank missiles, but he wants this S-300 system. It's just one system, but it can target multiple aircraft, multiple helicopters, jets, Russian helicopters, and also incoming missiles, and has a range over 150 miles, Andrew. So imagine with that range ring, if you will, if you just draw a circle, 150 miles in every direction around the S-300, that's the kind of umbrella kind of protection you could have. So that was a big victory for the Ukrainians, and something that Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin had been talking about when he went to Slovakia just days ago. Yeah.
All right.
In terms of negotiations,
sure, yes.
Listen, the Russians can talk and war at the same time. They've been doing it not just in this conflict, they've been doing it forever, and that's what we're seeing now. So, don't
All right.
expect anything to be resolved anytime soon, Andrew.
All right, Fox's Lucas Tomlinson there, live for us at the Pentagon. We could talk about this all day. Lucas, though, we appreciate your time. We'll talk to you again. The actor, Will Smith, now will be banned from the Academy for the next 10 years. Of course, that is in reaction to the Board of Governors' disciplinary review about the slap that everyone saw. Millions of people saw it at the Oscars ceremony. He slapped Chris Rock, and of course, the fallout continues. Joining me right now to discuss this even further is TMZ's Michael Babcock. Michael, good to see you. Thanks for being with us. You know, I was kind of surprised by the rapidity of the Academy's kind of review. They said there was going to be a vote taken on April the 18th, deciding this punitive measure today, and it's quite punitive.
Hey, Andrew, thanks for having me. Yeah, I thought so. Look, they could have gone further, certainly. Taking that Oscar award that Will Smith won that night for Best Actor only minutes after the slap, that was on the table, but I think, at least my opinion this whole time has been that wasn't going to happen, that would have been just too severe of a penalty, and I didn't think they had the nerve to take the award from him. But what they have done is banned Will Smith for the next 10 years. So anything that has to do with the Academy, most notably the Oscars, the Academy Awards, he is not able to attend. So starting April 8th, starting today, really, until 2032, Will Smith, not virtually nor in person, will be able to attend any Oscar awards show. Now, that doesn't mean, Andrew, that he can't win. If Will Smith, gives some awesome performance and they deem that he's worthy of another Oscar award, he could certainly win, but he won't be able to be there to accept it. So I thought it was a rather tough penalty. Not only that, I thought the Academy in releasing this statement, they not only said that what Will did and his behavior was, they said, unacceptable, and they said it was harmful behavior, but they also knocked themselves a little bit, and they said we could have and we should have handled this better. It was a hectic moment inside that theater, and we didn't handle it appropriately. So they were a little bit introspective as well.
Yeah, definitely. Michael, let's put up the statement for our viewers. Want to read it in part from the Academy. They say the Board of Governors has decided for a period of 10 years, from April 8th, 2022, Mr. Smith shall not be permitted to attend any Academy events or programs in person or virtually, including but not limited to the Academy Awards. During our telecast, and Michael, this is what you were referring to, we did not adequately address the situation in the room. For this, we are sorry. This was an opportunity for us to set an example for our guests, viewers, and our Academy family around the world, and we fell short, unprepared for the unprecedented. And then they go on to say, we want to express our deep gratitude to Mr. Rock for maintaining his composure under extraordinary circumstances. We're also getting reaction in from Will Smith himself. He says, I accept and respect the Academy's decision. Because, you know, Michael, normally whoever wins Best Actor, Best Actress, they customarily present the next year's award. For that award, that is not going to happen. You know, and you've been following this so closely. What do you think Chris Rock is thinking at this hour? We're now, what, 2 weeks removed from this whole story. Do you think, you know, Chris Rock would think that this is going too far? He's been getting so many, you know, kind of standing ovations at his comedy sets. The sales of the tickets for those are quite through the roof. What do you think he's thinking?
Yeah, that's the million-dollar question. How does Chris feel about this? I mean, I'm obviously just speculating here because we haven't heard from Chris yet, but I believe he's accepted Will Smith's apology, and not that these guys are friends, and I don't think they're ever going to be best friends, but I don't think that Chris Rock wants to see Will Smith's career ended or his award taken away. So I would, if I'm guessing here, I would imagine that he thinks this might be a little bit too harsh of a penalty. That it's Chris Rock's wish that this thing just move on. He didn't ask for this to happen to him, and I agree with the Academy. The way he handled it in that moment to be able to keep his composure was incredible. But I would venture a guess that Chris Rock thinks this is probably a little bit too harsh.
So I guess just lastly for you, Michael, do you think the Academy will do anything else, or is this kind of disciplinary review period over? Because there was just some wavering back and forth. I know you guys had reported he was not asked to leave the ceremony. The Academy was saying, yes, he was asked. So there's still really some bad blood festering here.
Yeah, there is. And that's really, and I think that ties into their statement in talking about how they, you know, handled it pretty poorly. There was no consensus that night amongst the Academy people, and some wanted him gone. Some thought he should be able to stay. And because of this, there was indecision and you know, kind of like paralysis by analysis. No action was taken. So I don't think there's going to be any further penalty for Will. I think for the most part that this has now been wrapped up. Sure, we'll probably hear from Chris at some point. I don't expect any further penalty. I think this is it. Will Smith is not going to be at any of these award shows for the next 10 years, and we'll see what happens then. That's obviously a long time away. But I would imagine that as far as penalties go, at least, this is the last we hear from the Academy. Now, Andrew, there are projects that have been put on hold that Will was involved with, and whether or not some of those studios pull the plug, I think that's still possible. But as far as the Academy, I think this is it for punishment.
Yeah, that's, I guess, the last remaining angle that I'll be monitoring is, I guess, Will Smith's career viability going forward in Hollywood as well.
It's fascinating, though.
Yeah.
You know, it's fascinating, Andrew, because he was perfect. Never a misstep out of Will Smith, and then it all fell apart in an instant. And you wonder what his reputation and what his career looks like going forward from this guy who was thought of that he was revered as this perfect role model in Hollywood, and not anymore.
Yeah. It seems like, is he going to be a pariah forever, or will, I guess, a comeback come? I mean, Hollywood loves comebacks. So we'll be watching.
Yeah, Hollywood and America loves those comebacks.
That is so right. Michael Babcock from TMZ, we thank you so much.
No problem. Thank you for having me.
Axiom family behind them looking in proudly. All right, well, Dan mentioned that, first we have launch, then we got rendezvous and docking, and then we've got 8 days of jam-packed activity on the ISS.
So busy.
Yeah, and docking day it's not just a ride to space, right? You get up there, you open that hatch, and crew is working. I got a little chance to look at some of their timeline, and as soon as they open that door, they are getting invited in, they are getting trained on some emergency procedures, and then stepping right into payload activities, stowage transfers, and just generally getting acclimated, but they're working before they go to sleep, and the work doesn't stop there.
It sounds a lot like everything leading up to launch itself. Everything is scheduled, planned. Even, we know that even sleep time is scheduled on the ISS. It's something that's incredible to me is that not only do you have work to do, your science experiments and that kind of stuff, not only do you have to get some sleep,
where you can,
but you also have to exercise, right? The exercise time, which can be a couple hours.
Stage 2 LOX load has started.
All right, so good news there. We have begun LOX load, liquid oxygen loading on second stage. So that is currently underway for first and second stage, as well as loading of RP1, which is our fuel on both first and second stages.
Right. Right, and again, some of those things that he talked about, it's all following a timeline, right? And we are listening for those important cues along the way that we're hearing on these nets or on the loops, listening for where are we along in that timeline so we know exactly where we are in terms for launch as we count down at just T-minus 15 from launch.
Yeah, so I'm looking at my dashboard here. It looks like fuel load on second stage is now complete. So we're beginning that LOX load as we just heard. LOX load and fuel load continues on first stage. Axiom crew continuing to wait, following along with everything happening there with the touchscreen displays there above them, as well as their tablets strapped to their legs.
Right.
Everything continuing to look nominal for liftoff in just about 15 minutes.
And as we approach that liftoff in these final moments of our countdown to launch, Axiom Space founders Cam Gaffarian and Mike Suffredini wanted to take a moment to reflect on this mission.
Well, this moment for me and Michael is a very special moment in a beginning of many beginnings, right? The launch of AX-1 going to International Space Station as part of our journey to build the first private commercial space station. And we're so grateful to be here and delighted at this moment as part of this incredible journey to commercialize and privatize low Earth orbit.
On behalf of Cam and I, we'd like to thank the entire team that's made this historic journey possible. The SpaceX team in particular has done a tremendous job of prepping our crew for launch on their transportation vehicle. The crew itself has done a fantastic job of getting themselves ready and planning their research. NASA, of course, we can't do this without NASA's leadership and support. And to each of you in the Axiom Space family, we couldn't have done it without you. We're looking forward to a bright future together.
T-minus 14 minutes, 7 seconds, and continuing to count down. Everything is still looking good for launch of Falcon 9 and Dragon. That'll occur 17 minutes and 12 seconds after the hour. As a recap, Falcon 9 began propellant loading at T-minus 35 minutes. We just heard loading of the RP1 fuel. The kerosene fuel onto stage 2 was completed right on time at T-minus 20 minutes. We've still got fuel going onto the first stage. Looks like we're about 90% or so full right now. Fuel loading will finish up at T-minus 6 minutes, and we'll hear that call out in the countdown. Meanwhile, densified liquid oxygen is continuing to load onto both the first and second stages. First stage will close out at T-minus 3 minutes. The second stage, we just began loading liquid oxygen at T-minus 16.5 minutes just a few minutes ago. That'll wrap up at the T-minus 2 minute mark. Now we load the liquid oxygen as late as we can in the countdown. It's densified. That means it's ultra cold, well below the boiling point of liquid oxygen. That lets us put as much as we can on the vehicle for performance. And getting it on board the vehicle just before liftoff means it won't warm up, where you start to lose the ability to put liquid oxygen onto the stages, into the tank, in the quantities we want. So it stays nice and cold, it doesn't bleed off, and that gives us the performance we need on Falcon 9. Continuing on, Falcon 9, checkouts of the thrust vector controllers, what we call TVC wiggles. You may hear that term. They're coming up. We're also going to be doing throttle valve checkouts on the Merlin engines. That helps control the power of the engines as we go through flight. For example, you hear a throttle down or throttle up as we prepare for the period of maximum dynamic pressure. As we come up on the 12-minute mark, the range continues to be go. Roadblocks are up. All the hazard areas are clear. Airspace, sea space is good. The weather is go. Beautiful shots you can see here. Blue skies. I'm looking forward to some great views from the cameras as we head into space. And then finally on the Dragon side, the Dragon mission director and team, they're reporting no issues. We've done the communication checkouts with the crew. You can see the crew access arm has retracted into the launch position. You can see Dragon now with the strung back of the transport erector and the umbilicals going to Dragon alongside of it. We've also armed the launch escape system, and obviously the crew is strapped in the Dragon capsule and they're ready to go. Final instructions of the crew will come in about a minute and a half at T-10. We'll listen to that. The crew displays will be configured for launch, and that setup will give the crew insight into how the launch is proceeding, and it provides constant updates on vehicle health. The T-5 minutes will be in the terminal count for Dragon. Dragon will transition to internal power, going to its onboard batteries and off of the external ground power. We're going to hear continued callouts on the countdown net as we go from T-10 to 0, and then as we fly after T0 and liftoff, we'll hear callouts as we head into space. And that'll be letting the crew know as they reach each of the milestones. Now, next big event coming up at T-10 minutes is we're going to do launch commit criteria, and final instructions will be going to the crew. One other thing that you will hear is during ascent you may hear 1 Alpha, 1 Bravo, 2 Alpha. These are launch escape states. As the Falcon 9 flies, if a launch escape was required, the crew on board knows where they are passing various points in the countdown, and that would tell Dragon what sequence of events to execute to come off of the Falcon 9 and bring the crew back safely down under the parachutes in the ocean. Right now, T-10 minutes. Let's listen in to the countdown now.
Dragon, SpaceX, confirmed crew displays are configured for launch.
SpaceX Endeavour, we confirm they're configured.
Copy MLA. And on behalf of the entire SpaceX team, we're honored to have you aboard Endeavour for its 3rd flight to the International Space Station. Axiom 1 marks a new step in commercial spaceflight and research. We wish you a great mission, good luck, Godspeed, and enjoy the ride.
Thanks for those words, Arthur. I've got a few of my own. I'm going to let my crewmate Eitan say it first, though.
שלום. כמה ימים לפני שאנחנו מציינים את המסע הגדול שלנו לחירות. And a few minutes before launching on this journey, I wish to share with you the words of the Greek poet Constantine Cavafy that well describe the perspective of our marvelous crew. Keep Ithaca always in your mind. Arriving there is what you are destined for, but do not hurry the journey at all. Better if it lasts for years. So you are old by the time you reach the island, wealthy with all you have gained on the way, not expecting Ithaca to make you rich. Ithaca gave you this marvelous journey. בהצלחה X1, בהצלחה רקיע.
Thank you, Eitan. I'm going to continue far less elegantly or eloquently, but as we sit here on the precipice of this new era in human spaceflight, we do so on the shoulders of professionals at SpaceX, NASA, and Axiom. We want to thank all the teams at SpaceX, Falcon 9, Dragon, the launch team, of course, closeout team, all of the folks in mission control, and of course our training teams. With NASA, boy, it's been tough. You know, the first time was always hard, and there's no playbook. It's all open field running, but with ISS program, commercial LEO development, and flight operations, we've learned a lot, and we'll continue to do so. We want to thank Cam and Seth for their vision, but especially all the people at Axiom for putting this mission together with the minor miracles that they perform. All of you, make no mistake, are the men and the women in the arena. Your faces are marred, if metaphorically, by their best sweat and blood, and you strive valiantly. You will have no place with their cold and timid souls who know neither victory nor defeat. The crew of the great ship Endeavour is ready to sail her proudly, Arthur.
Some heartfelt words there.
Stage 1 engine chill has started.
All right, so there was a call that we have begun to chill the engines on the first stage. So what we're doing right now is flowing a little bit of the super chilled liquid oxygen through the turbo pumps on those M1D engines. There's 9 of them at the base of the first stage. And that's essentially bringing them down to the temperature of that super chilled liquid oxygen to prevent any thermal shock to the hardware. Just before that call, some really heartfelt words from Commander MLA and Mission Specialist Eitan Stiba. Really love hearing that commentary.
Stage 1 RP load is complete.
At this point in time, fuel is fully loaded on both the first and second stage. LOX loading continues on both stages.
Coming up on 5.5 minutes. Kate's let us know that we've got the fuel load complete. Next is coming up. We're T-minus 5 minutes. Dragon will be transitioning configuration for terminal count and going on its internal battery power. Everything continues to look good as we're counting down.
Dragon is in configure for terminal count.
Falcon 9 tanks are pressing for strong back retract.
Heard the call out. We're pressurizing the tanks for strong back retract. We'll hear a sequence momentarily. Strong back is retracting. Actually, that's the start of about a 1-minute sequence. In about T-minus 4 minutes, the clamp arms that you can see there will open. And then, we will see the retract from there. So we've heard the call out. That's the start of the sequence. Doesn't mean that the clamp arms are late opening. It'll take us a few more seconds.
As you can hear, the excitement and the crowd is really growing here at SpaceX headquarters at Hawthorne, California. There you can see the clamp arms have begun to open. And next we should see the strong back begin to retract. This structure is what we basically use to transport the fully integrated vehicle to and from the hangar to the launch pad. And there you can see that strong back retraction has begun. done. Everything continued to look nominal as we're now under 3.5 minutes until launch. RP1 fuel is fully loaded on first and second stage. It should be wrapping up LOX load on the first stage momentarily and continuing to fill on second stage.
Stage 1, LOX load is complete.
We're under 3 minutes until liftoff of the Axiom 1 mission.
Dragon is in terminal count and is on internal power.
All right, there we heard that Dragon is on internal power. As I was saying, we're getting close. The crowds are growing. The excitement is palpable. You can see there on the left-hand side of your screen, Mission Control here in Hawthorne, California, just behind where John and I are. And then on the right-hand side, that looks like Axiom Mission Control.
That looks like Axiom Mission Control in Houston, Texas. Everybody's waving and saying, hey.
All right, at this point in time, that LOX load on first stage is complete. So the first stage is now fully loaded with all of its propellant. LOX load on second stage continues. As we've mentioned before,
Stage 2, LOX load is complete.
All right, so there's that call. At this point in time, Falcon 9
Dragon is in auto idle.
Dragon is fully loaded with all of its propellants, nearly 1 million pounds of that propellant.
Next event coming
gas
up
closeout has started.
right
Expect
now.
venting.
The gas closeouts. We finished pressurizing the storage tanks on board the Falcon 9. They gave the crew the heads up, and they hear some loud venting noises. We're also going to vent down the liquid oxygen line that carried the LOX up to the second stage. Generates a typical large white cloud of condensation around the strong back. Big event coming up now, T-minus 1 minute. All the flight computers take over. Let's listen in to the last minute of terminal count.
FTS is armed. Falcon 9 is in startup and now controlling.
Dragon is in countdown.
Dragon, SpaceX, go for launch.
SpaceX Endeavour, we acknowledge, go for launch.
T-minus 30 seconds. T-minus 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition. Stop. Go Falcon, go Dragon. Godspeed, Axiom 1.
Together, a new chapter begins. Godspeed, AX-1.
Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
T-plus 38 seconds into this historic mission, flying crew on board Dragon and Falcon 9.
Power range telemetry nominal. Stage 1 throttle down.
Throttling down in the preparation for max dynamic pressure.
Falcon 9 is supersonic. XQ. Stage 1 throttle up.
Merlin 1D engines coming back up to power.
1 Bravo.
Copy, 1 Bravo.
The crew calling out 1 Bravo should a escape situation arise, it tells the Dragon flight computer what profile to fly using the Super Draco engines. But everything is looking good on Falcon 9. We're getting nominal callouts from all the engineers and a great view from the ground camera and the onboard cameras.
Invac chill underway.
Beginning to chill in the second stage turbo pump in preparation for its ignition coming up in just over half a minute from now. Coming up on about 3.5 G's acceleration for the crew. We'll begin throttling down the Merlin engines to hold that level of acceleration. Next event coming up, we're going to get main engine cutoff of the 9 engines. Get stage separation and ignition of the second stage engine. You've heard the throttle down call out. We're holding 3.5 G's for the crew.
And Miko. Stage separation takeoff. Copy 2 Alpha. Back ignition.
Successful stage separation and ignition of the second stage engine. On the left, the titanium grid fins beginning to slowly deploy. Great views from the first stage camera. The first stage now begins a slow flip maneuver. You can see the white nitrogen gas plumes as we reorient for an entry back through the Earth's atmosphere a little bit later in the plus count. Second stage, we see the engine nozzle glowing red. Everything continuing to look good on the second stage. We should be hearing call-outs coming up to the crew here shortly on how the trajectory is looking.
Dragon SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
It's what we like to hear.
Acquisition of signal, Bermuda.
AOS Bermuda, acquisition of signal. The Bermuda tracking station now getting telemetry from the second stage of the Falcon 9 with the Dragon on top. T plus 4 minutes, 10 seconds. Everything continues to be nominal. First stage coasting to apogee, and then it will come back down for landing on the drone ship. Second stage partway through its lengthy burn to get the crew into orbit. So Kate, 4.5 minutes in, everything continues to look good.
What a absolutely picture-perfect liftoff. We've got a live view of the crew inside Dragon Endeavour. Looks like everyone is still pretty comfy. As John had said earlier, we got
Dragon SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
All right, good call out there that trajectory is nominal.
Endeavour, we copy.
As John mentioned, we got to about 3.5 G's there.
Acquisition of signal, New Hampshire.
On the left-hand side of your screen, we can see the first stage as it is making its way back down to Earth. It's targeting a landing on our drone ship, a short haul of Gravitas, which is parked a couple hundred miles off the coast of Florida out in the Atlantic Ocean. Second stage on the right-hand side, everything continues to be nominal there, as the MVAC engine is powering the second stage and Dragon Endeavour to its targeted drop-off orbit. Absolutely beautiful views of both the first and second
Dragon
stages.
SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
SpaceX Endeavour, we copy.
All right, so coming up in about 1.5 minutes, the first stage will execute the first of 2 burns required for today's landing attempt. At about T plus 7 minutes and 30 seconds, we'll see the entry burn begin. That's where the first stage will ignite the center engine first, and then a couple seconds later ignite 2 more engines, so a total of 3 engine burn. which will last about 29 seconds. The entry burn slows the vehicle down significantly as it re-enters back into the Earth's atmosphere. The first stage sees high drag, which scrubs roughly 70% of that velocity by the time that the landing burn begins. Stunning view where you can see the curvature of the Earth there on the left-hand side.
Dragon, SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
SpaceX Endeavour, we copy.
There you can see the nitrogen gas thrusters. That's the puff of gas that you see there occasionally. That's used for attitude control systems. We also utilize those grid fins that you see. There are 4 of them placed around the booster. And those grid fins also help steer for a precise landing, either at
Stage 1 entry burn startup. Stage 2 flight
All right,
termination.
there we can see that that entry burn has begun. We are targeting a landing on our drone ship, a shortfall of gravitas today. Everything continuing to look nominal. With trajectory and MVAC performance there for our second stage on the right-hand side. So we are conducting the entry burn. Previously, the booster
Stage 1 entry burn shut down.
That entry burn helps slow the booster down. It was going about 25 times the speed of sound. So we slow it down as it re-enters the dense part of the Earth's atmosphere. The next event is second engine cutoff, or SECO 1, as you see it there on the timeline at the bottom of your screen.
Stage 2 internal guidance.
That's where we shut down the MVAC engine, or second engine cutoff.
Shannon.
Copy, Shannon. Stage 1 transonic.
Note that our landing burn and second engine cutoff will occur about the same time.
Shut down.
All right, we got a live view of the crew inside Dragon Endeavour there on the right-hand side of your screen.
Stage 1 landing burn.
Landing burn has begun for the first stage.
Dragon SpaceX, nominal orbit insertion.
All right, great news there. Dragon Endeavour, nominal orbit insertion.
SpaceX Endeavour, we copy, and it's great to be here. 0G, and we feel fine.
Stage 1 landing leg deploy. SpaceX Dragon launch skip system disarmed.
As you can see, this Falcon 9 has landed for the 5th time. All the while, great commentary there.
Landing confirmed.
While we can confirm the landing.
Signal Newfoundland and loss of signal as expected, Cape.
Confirmed landing there of the first stage booster. Also, almost simultaneously, great news for the second stage. We heard that there was nominal orbit insertion for Crew Dragon Endeavour. There you can see a live view inside our Dragon. Looks like the crew is beginning to adjust to 0G. And if you look at the right-hand side corner, it looks like we can see the 0G indicator.
That was one of mine. That was one of the things I really wanted to see, what they were going to bring for their 0G indicator. So I can't wait to see what comes on.
It looks, I can't quite tell, Pokemon. Maybe, okay, well, hopefully it'll come into closer view.
Yeah,
but
and if not, we'll get to ask them later, hopefully.
Yeah, great to see the crew here again, starting to, like, really getting their first taste of microgravity.
Yeah.
Oh, it has ears? Oh, it's a bunny.
It
Is that
like
Thumper?
I think it might be.
I think that's Thumper from Bambi. Love it. So right now, the second stage is basically preparing for Dragon separation. The next step now that, as we said, Dragon has nominal orbital insertion, the second stage and Dragon will separate. Views there of our MVAC engine now shut off, no longer glowing that lovely shade of orange. Right now, the second stage is about 200 kilometers above Earth. Preparing now for stage separation, or excuse me, for Dragon separation. For those of you that have just recently joined us, we had an on-time liftoff of the Axiom 1 crew. They are now in space and coming up to separation from second stage, at which point they will then begin to make their journey, continue their journey to the International Space Station. The view that you're currently looking at is inside the Dragon trunk, which, as you can see, has just separated from the second stage.
Dragon separation confirmed.
On behalf of the Falcon 9 team, welcome to space. Thanks for flying Falcon 9. Guys, enjoy your trip to that wonderful space station in the sky. Do some great research for us. We'll look to see you back here underground. Now stand by for some words from LD.
And MLA and the rest of the crew Endeavour, glad we got to have some fun this morning. We'll probably be calling an early weekend over here at the Cape. Pass you over to Anna and the team. You'll be in good hands. Godspeed, Endeavour. Enjoy the rest of your flight. Cheers.
Hey, Mark. It was a lot of fun. I venture to guess we had a little bit more than you did. We thank you and your launch team, Girth, you and the Falcon 9 team. It was a hell of a ride, and we're looking forward to the next 10 days.
All right, some nice words there from a couple of key folks. Our first Quindar tone of the mission.
Yeah. I queued up right when I heard that.
There we
and
can
expected loss of signal, Bermuda and New Hampshire.
There we can see Dragon Endeavour on its way to the International Space Station. It has separated. There's a view
Dragon
inside.
SpaceX, we had nominal dehumidifier activation and service section Draco checkouts.
There we can see over the shoulder of
SpaceX Endeavour, we copy, Arthur.
Over the shoulder, previously Commander MLA was on the left and pilot Larry Connor was on the right. Live view inside the cabin. They just got the okay to lift their visors.
All right.
All right. so we can see that everyone is in space.
Yeah.
We can see that zero-G indicator floating around. Great view there of Dragon Endeavour, now in space with the Axiom 1 crew on their way to the International Space Station.
Yeah, I mean, this is a day of firsts. You know, this is my first time getting to participate in a launch like this. This is a first for Axiom. I mean, this is a first for spaceflight. And it's just wonderful to see such a picture-perfect launch.
It really was.
We saw the landing, and we saw orbital or zero-G insertion at the same time. I mean, that was perfect.
Yeah.
It was wonderful to see. All right, well, as I just said, today's launch is one for the history books. So to punctuate this milestone that NASA and commercial companies are able to achieve together, we go now to Kennedy Space Center, where Megan Cruz is with NASA's Kathy Leaders.
I'm here right now with the Associate Administrator of NASA's Space Operations Mission Director. It's so great to have you here, Kathy. What did you think of the launch?
Oh my gosh, it's always like, you know, right in the bottom of my throat. I'm holding, can't breathe.
Yes.
But what a beautiful, beautiful sight.
Yeah.
So good to see it. I want to tell everybody working Artemis 1 wet dress, we're off the range. We're off the range for Axiom 1, and we can get moving. But you always want to hear the engine cut off. You always want to hear that second stage engines lighting. You always want to hear, you know, each of these stages, and we need to just keep carefully working through the different steps to get that crew there to the International Space Station safely.
Yeah. What does Axiom 1 represent? Axiom 1 and also future private astronaut missions to the International Space Station.
Hey, you know, NASA's original goal was to enable commercial industry. That was actually in our original Space Act agreement. And so here we are, you know, 60 years later, enabling that through our missions. And so I just feel like this is a culmination of 60 years of work for us. And here we are once again getting to see, and for the first time getting to have commercial, you know, private astronauts going to the International Space Station, and they'll get to see what our government, what they're calling professional astronauts doing their real work, but then also getting to do their work too. And it's another place where learning to peacefully work in space, I think, is moving us forward.
Yeah, so important. And you know, we just watched Axiom 1 lift off from that launch pad right there behind us. In a couple of weeks, we're going to see Crew 4 launch from that same launch pad. And then just right next to it, Pad 39B, we have NASA's brand new Space Launch System. Can you recall a busier time we've had here at the Space Coast? And how is Kennedy Space Center managing its new role as this multi-user spaceport?
So I think somebody else, Bob Cabana had this dream of a multi-user spaceport here. So I think he should be very, very proud of his KSE team, and Janet Petro and her team are obviously leading the way right now, because this is not easy to do. It's not easy to go make sure all these people have all the capabilities, and are obviously working with our Air Force sister agency there too, and making sure that all these launches get supported in a seamless way. Just an amazing job.
Yeah, a lot of juggling that has to happen.
Yep.
So, you know, I just talked about SLS. We are looking forward to the moon with that launch later this year. You know, why is it still so important to maintain a presence in low Earth orbit when we're looking towards the moon now?
Because we still don't have everything figured out how to do things yet for the moon and Mars. And really, the cheapest place for us to see a differential gravity environment, and for the long term, is still LEO.
Yeah.
And so we've got to continue to do these long duration flights, keep doing our medical protocols, keep doing our physical protocols, keep testing out our equipment through those long duration missions. It's the only place where we can do that right now.
Yeah.
And so we still need to be able to have this kind of a test bed for us to be checking out and proving our protocols, our research, our technology, before you go put somebody in a rocket that's going to go to Mars, right? So just like always, we prepare, we get ourselves ready, and a low Earth orbit destination is a perfect place to do that.
And again, how does us fostering commercialization efforts in space, how does that free us up to pursue these other dreams that we have as an agency?
So, you know, the administrator today in the pre-mission conference, he said, you know, we right now are doing, this is our first step. We're working with a commercial company to have them come to our International Space Station. And we're learning to work together and figuring out how to work together. And this is going to be an important step for us because moving forward, we would actually like to now be able to buy a ride and time on orbit with a commercial company to be able to have them do that. And so this is the first step of their learning from us and us learning from them. And then in the future, you know, we're going to have space station for another 8 years, but we would like by the early 2030s for us to be flipping the roles and have our professional astronauts going up and checking and doing and focusing on the research and technology we need for exploration, but allowing commercial providers to be doing the hard work of maintaining the laboratory.
Kathy, what an exciting future. I'm looking forward to seeing it, and thank you again for being here.
Thank you.
All right, back to you, Dan.
All right, hey, thanks, Megan. It is great to see the AX-1 mission on orbit. The team here with the space station are ready. We're ready to get them on board. So their journey just started. They've got about 20.5 hours until they're docked to the space station. Again, they're headed for the Zenith port on Node 2. That's the space-facing one on the very top. With that docking scheduled right now for 11:45 GMT on Saturday. That is just about 6:45.
50 years ago, we pioneered a path to the moon. The trail we blazed cut through the fictions of science and showed us all what was possible.
Very pretty out here.
Today, our calling to explore is even greater. To go farther, we must be able to sustain missions of greater distance and duration. We must use the resources we find at our destinations. We must overcome radiation, isolation, gravity, and extreme environments like never before. These are the challenges we face to push the bounds of humanity. We're going to the moon to stay by 2024, and this is how.
This all starts with the ability to get larger, heavier payloads off-planet and beyond Earth's gravity.
For this, we designed an entirely new rocket.
The Space Launch System.
most everyone here.
And I think we did pretty well.
Anybody seen Schumer?
Who is he?
This is a great day for America. Being a senator requires patience and many days of frustration and falling short of the goal so many times. Many people give up, but others don't. You're looking at a committee that never gave up. This is an extraordinary Senate Judiciary Committee. Here we are in a tied Senate 50-50 with a committee at 11-11, and we were asked to help this president bring someone to the Supreme Court to fill a vacancy. We all know from recent history that that is not an easy assignment. And I want to tell you, we were helped immensely by the fact that President Biden picked the most extraordinary individual that I could think of in America. She turned out to be a pillar of strength, to show grace and dignity, and really won over the hearts of the American people. That's not just a feeling, it's reflected in the polling. After our first week, and she'd been going through 24 hours of questions, they asked the American people their opinion of her, and it went up. It was positive. She was cool under pressure, she was solid, and she really made the case that to be the first, you have to be the best. So this committee worked long and hard, not only for this nomination, but also for other nominations for courts in the land. We want to make our justice system look much more like America. And today we took a giant stride forward in giving this judge, Ketanji Brown Jackson, her chance, our lifetime chance, to serve on the United States Supreme Court. I'm going to turn it over to a former member of the committee who's still always welcome in the committee, but the Majority Leader, Chuck Schumer.
Thank you. Well, I just wanted to, it is just an amazing day. If I had to think of an adjective to describe all of us, it would be elated. Elated because of this wonderful person going on the court. Elated because America, today, the higher angels, as Abraham Lincoln said, held forth and held true. This has been a long, hard road as we try to get to greater equality, less bigotry in America. And there is often steps backward. But when you have a day like this, it inspires you to keep moving forward. There's no better group to have us move forward than this group. I came here to praise the Judiciary Committee, led by Dick Durbin. He just did a fabulous job. And to praise all of the members of this committee. It's just, when you look around and see, it's an amazingly talented group of people. And they showed it. They showed it in this hearing where the challenges were large. Some of the Republicans on the committee treated the witness and the other members respectfully, but some did not. You all saw that. But this committee held their ground, stayed cool, answered respectfully, and beat back the nastiest of arguments. So they should be very proud of themselves because all of the Senate and all of America is proud of them.
Thanks, Chuck.
Thank you.
Pat Leahy, President Pro Tem and former Chairman of the committee.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And first off, having chaired that committee for a number of years, I cannot think of anybody who could have done a better job or would have done a better job than Dick Durbin did. And I must admit, Chair, you kept your temper better than I would have. But I've been here for 21 Supreme Court nominations. And I look at all of them, and I look at what we've learned through 21. And here I see somebody extraordinarily well qualified. Somebody who makes the court look more like America. And somebody, frankly, I could say to my children and my grandchildren, be proud. Be proud of what you see. Because over those 21, I could not help but think it was rare that we broke through and showed the diversity this country should, even though we had some excellent people. But just as proud as I was when I voted for the first woman to go on the Supreme Court, the first Latina to go on the Supreme Court, now it's come all the way. And I am so happy. I'm so happy that the chair kept us all together. And after 48 years, I'm very, very happy. Thank you.
I want to say one word before we open it to questions, and that is we're here because of extraordinary staff work at every level. Every single one of us relied on the men and women who work here under exceptional circumstances with COVID to work long, long, long hours and to be there when we needed them. I just want to salute them. I think I join in that. Open it to any questions. Please. Whoops. What did you say?
What kind of look did you give him?
Is there any legislative answer to anything that happened in this hearing? I'm thinking more towards a number of you commented, I think you did, Mr. Chairman, about the sentencing guidelines that everyone complains about that need reform.
Well, let's start at I'm just going to speak for myself. I haven't even talked to my colleagues on the committee. I just find that this was a trial by ordeal. She went through 24 hours of questioning. Each one of us had 10-minute opening statements and then 50 minutes minimum, 50 minutes to ask questions. I'm not sure that that is really fair to any nominee, or I don't believe it's necessary. I mean, you don't have to go that far back in history to find nominees who've gone through the Judiciary Committee in a matter of several hours, maybe a day. But now it's become an endurance contest, and I don't think that that necessarily serves the purposes that we're trying to serve. In terms of issues, we have plenty of issues. Some were raised during this hearing and others we're working on. I see my friend Amy Klobuchar here, who is breaking ground in areas of antitrust and raising questions that are central to so many different areas. I can just go around. I know that there's Sheldon, I was looking for you. I know you've got a few ideas for hearings too. Same thing is true in every one of them. What I've tried to do on these subcommittees is to give them the resources and the incentive to plow forward and take on some issues that haven't been touched in a long time. They haven't let me down. We've got an exciting committee. Yes.
Chairman Durbin, a few hours ago on the same platform, Senator Ted Cruz and Senator Lindsey Graham stood there and said that if there was another nominee by this President Biden, that was similar to Judge Brown Jackson, they would not let it go through if they are in the majority. What is your response to that?
Well, of course, we certainly hope they never have that opportunity. We want to continue and build our majority on the November election. And I think the American people supporting this nominee will understand the stark differences which some Republicans would bring to the bench. And I'd also go on to say that no, I'm going to stop there. That's enough. Yes.
Yeah, don't ruin the joy of the day.
So, after the contentious confirmation hearing, you did get through your Republican vote, but it does seem as if perhaps the era of bipartisan confirmation votes may be behind us. Do you think that going forward we can continue to look forward to contentious hearings and toxic partisanship for every nominee?
First, I can't say enough for the three, Collins, Murkowski, and Romney. They came through and took grief for it to a measure we rarely see around here. I respect them so much. I held out the hope that at the last minute several others would join them and realize that they wanted to be on the right side of history at this moment. It didn't pan out that way. We've got to continue to work to build bipartisanship. I'm lucky to have a man sitting next to me on that committee in Chuck Grassley, whom I count as a friend and as a fair individual. We didn't agree on this nominee, but there are a lot of things we do agree on. We've got to continue to build those bridges. One more question, yes.
Several senators have talked along those same lines about this process being broken in the Senate in terms of evaluating nominees. Are there any specific fixes, changes that you would like to see in the way that the Senate goes about evaluating?
I'd rather reflect on it. It's changed. I mean, the elimination of the filibuster, the elimination of the 60-vote requirement by Senator McConnell changed the selection process very much, made it much more partisan under these circumstances. But before I start talking about options that we can consider, I want to do it in the cool light of the morning when we are not as excited as we are at this moment, and I'd rather do it in that fashion. Thank you very much. Okay, one more.
I just want to ask about your decision-making process. What stood out to you? What was on the forefront of your mind when you decided you'd vote yes to this?
That I would vote yes?
Yeah, any of you guys, if you have anything that stands out about this now, Justice Jackson.
I believe what I said from the start. If you want to be the first, you have to be the best. This judge brought the strongest conceivable resume. If you ever graduated from law school and someone said you've got a chance for a clerkship, you'd jump at it, right? She had 3 of them at every level of the federal court. And if you said you want a person on the court who has experience as a defender, as a person who has been a district court judge, a circuit court judge, she checked every one of the boxes. And she'd been through the committee 3 times with bipartisan support. She was exceptional, and she had to be, because the first person to ever try to break down a barrier is going to be really carefully scrutinized. So, you know, for me, from the beginning, I thought this president made a wise and strong choice. It's good for America, and she is good for the court. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you.
These little children, 11, 10, 8, sometimes toddlers or even younger, the horrible assaults that they're videoed undergoing will stay with them forever. Her speeches were powerful. And then over and over and over again, she would give them a slap on the wrist, the defendant, and sentence them to very, very low sentences. She is an extreme outlier on the question of crime. And as a Supreme Court justice, I think we can reasonably expect that Justice Jackson will consistently vote, as she has done as a judge for the last 10 years, for more lenient sentences for criminal defendants, for releasing violent criminals, for lessening the punishment on the very worst sex offenders. This is a nomination that was out of the mainstream, and I believe it's a nomination that jeopardizes the constitutional rights of every American. Senator Blackburn.
Thank you, Senator Cruz. You know, the media has spent a lot of their time talking about the historical nature of this nomination, and indeed, it is historical. And Judge Jackson is well educated. She has a wonderful family. She has spent time visiting with us. But here's the thing. Just as Senator Cruz pointed out for you, she is wrong on the issues. When you look at her sentencing practices, when you look at the leniency that she has practiced when she is releasing criminals, these are all issues that cause us tremendous concern. Now, did we try to get answers from her, straight answers, about why she made these decisions? Indeed, we did. Were those answers satisfactory? Were they fulsome answers that dealt with her judicial philosophy? No, they were not. Indeed, I told her that I was going to ask her about parental rights, about CRT, about biological males competing against biological females. And I was surprised that she did not come ready to answer those questions. And then when I asked her to give me the definition of the word woman, as we were discussing the VMI decision, and Ginsburg saying there are enduring differences between male and female, she said she couldn't give that definition. And of course, we know why. It is because the dark money leftist groups that have been pushing to have a progressive on the Supreme Court have been pushing her nomination and confirmation do not want that definition. They're trying to erase woman. They are trying to push this agenda of woke education. These are some of the reasons for me that I cannot vote to confirm her to the U.S. Supreme Court.
Senator Lee.
Judge Jackson seems like a great person. She's got impressive academic and professional qualifications. I enjoyed meeting her husband and her two daughters, and I also just enjoyed visiting with her. I'd love to be able to support her. I can't. The reason I can't has to do with her judicial philosophy, her jurisprudential approach, the manner in which she approaches the judicial task. We've heard from some of my colleagues today about sentences that she's imposed, and I'll not elaborate on that because it's already been covered extensively. But I will add one thing. In these child pornography cases, it wasn't just the sentences that were imposed. Those were troubling. And I will add here, they were ubiquitous. They were in every single case of that category that she ever handled. It becomes impossible to argue that these are statistical aberrations, that they're one-offs, that they're unique in some regard, when every single case that she handled, she imposed a sentence substantially below the national average, substantially below where the guidelines and the law would put them. It wasn't just where she put them, and that they were 18 U.S.C. 3553. There are a number of sentencing enhancements that come into play when you're sentencing this type of defendant. Some of them have to do with the number of photos transmitted, whether they were transmitted and received electronically by computer, whether prepubescent victims were involved, whether there was torture, sadomasochistic conduct involved in them. Very often, when you'd read through her sentencing transcripts in these cases, she would more or less sweep all of those to the side and either way downplaying them, imposing none of them, or imposing them only to a very slight degree because of the fact that she disagreed with the overall approach taken by the Sentencing Commission, an approach that she said was rooted in the fact that when they wrote the original guidelines, they didn't have in mind widespread electronic transmission. And so to have the same number of photos delivered to someone in hard copy would be more difficult and therefore less common. Somehow she reached the conclusion that that means we should sentence these defendants to lower sentences instead of higher sentences. I read it the exact opposite way. When a particular crime has become more ubiquitous, more common, more easy to carry out, and therefore more pernicious, keeping in mind this is the most vile conduct known to human beings, child sex torture that's then put into a commercialized form, I found her reasoning unpersuasive and circular and not consistent with the law. Now, one of the arguments that she made in addition to that was, well, you can't see all the factors. You don't see all the factors that I took into account, and I can't replicate all those for you because I don't have the pre-sentence reports in front of me. So we asked for those. She said she couldn't get them. which I find surprising because she had information that she provided to the White House provided to the Democrats on the committee, and only the Democrats on the committee, until we discovered what had happened. And then we said, okay, if you're going to give some information from the pre-sentence reports, we'd like to have all of it. They refused to allow us access to the pre-sentence reports. Chairman Durbin said, okay, well, we can't give you that because it contains sensitive information, and pre-sentence reports do contain sensitive information. We review sensitive information all the time in this body. We have entire rooms that are set aside for that purpose. We have procedures that are set aside for that purpose. We have significant penalties that would attach any member of this body leaking the contents of those for that purpose. We have the ability to redact out names, personally identifying information involving victims for that very purpose, and yet they wouldn't let us have that. That tells us something. Tells us something that connects back up to the fact that she doesn't want to tell us what her judicial philosophy is, instead saying, look at my record. We look at her record, we can't gain access to all of her record. My concerns with her aren't limited to the criminal realm. I wish they were, they're not. Look at some of the decisions that she made on the civil side. On the civil side, particularly involving administrative determinations made by the Trump administration with which she disagreed. I can think of at least two instances where, as a district judge, she knocked down a Trump administration executive determination and action that she apparently disagreed with politically, under circumstances in which there was no viable cause of action and under circumstances in which she lacked jurisdiction. And in both cases, she was overturned, she was reversed by the liberal-leaning U.S. Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit. These are deeply concerning. They reflect on something very important in our system. We immunize, we take outside of the political realm Supreme Court justices, and we give them presumptive life tenure for a very important reason. But with that comes some real responsibility to operate conscientiously only within the realm of the judicial branch. She's exceeded that far too many times for my comfort. I can't support her.
Senator Graham.
Thank you. So this started with a decision by President Biden. He announced during the campaign he would pick an African-American female to serve on the court. And, you know, we've had our differences in our party about that. But the bottom line is there were a lot of qualified African-American women that the president could have chosen. I would expect him to choose somebody different than I would have chosen. I'd expect him to choose someone that would be associated with the liberal camp. I expect all that. Michelle Childs was supported by Congressman Clyburn. She's a district court judge from South Carolina. He called me and asked if, you know, I'm thinking about pushing her. What do you think? I said, well, I know her pretty well. Somebody I could support. I think Senator Scott knew her pretty well. So for whatever it matters, yeah, I think we could get some Republican votes for Michelle Childs. And that's how this whole thing started. Then the left responded pretty fiercely. All of the groups that are associated with this Arabella organization, the George Soros world, basically declared war on nominees other than Judge Jackson. Now I know why. Now I know why they wanted her. And let me give you an example of why they wanted her. The immigration case. President Trump decided to use statutory authority granted to any president for expedited removal procedures for people here 2 years or less. He expanded the Obama policy. The statute in question is about as clear as you could write a law. If you had a contest to write a law to tell a judge this is a discretionary decision, this statute would win. Sole discretion of the Secretary unreviewable. So Judge Jackson, the plaintiff, was in the Arabella chain. It was one of these groups from New York that was getting money from the Soros world. And, you know, they're very activists. They have a right to be whatever they want to be. At the end of the day, she did, I think, legal gymnastics to say that the decision violated the Administrative Procedures Act. If I had to explain to a law school class what activism looks like, it would be the immigration case involving Trump. So this was an audition to the left, and I think she passed. The criminal cases have been explored in great detail, and I want to thank Senator Cruz and Hawley and the other members of the committee for asking her hard questions about how she sentences people in the criminal realm. I think that is very fair game. I thought she was incredibly evasive. And what did I get out of the hearing? That her sentencing methodology has no deterrence when it comes to child pornography, in my view. The sentencing enhancing factors of using the internet, a computer, and the volume of information she routinely ignores. She made a policy decision as a judge. I will not hold it against the criminal defendant for the amount of pornography they possess. I think that is a huge mistake. I think every judge should hold it against criminal defendants in this arena for the amount of pornography they possess, because every photo, every image, every video is a destroyed life. She also says, I will not hold it against the defendant for accessing electronic means, because this statute was written to deal with mail, pornography sent through the mail. If you've been paying any attention to this area for the last 30 years, the venue of choice now is the internet. There are 85 million images of children being abused on the internet. I would like to deter the internet from being the venue of choice. So she literally said she thought it would be unfair to punish somebody for just hitting a button because that's so easy. In my world, in our world, I think, every time you hit the button, you should go to jail longer. So if other judges are replicating this, if this is a problem with our judiciary, I want to find out about it and do something about it. So President Biden made a political choice, and he has every right to make that choice. He wanted to satisfy the most radical elements in the Democratic Party. And I think he's been successful in doing that. And I just conclude with this thought, that Senator Booker, who's a good friend, had a fairly dramatic reading of the vote regarding Judge Jackson, highlighting the historical nature that this is the first African-American female to ever ascend to the court. And that's something, you know, that's a good day for America, for the court to look more like the country that the court presides over. But what I will never let go is the idea that was possible because of the filibuster by Democrats of a highly qualified African-American nominee by President Bush, Janice Rogers Brown. The reason she's not the first African-American woman on the Supreme Court is because they filibustered her and denied her that ability. They held her ideology against her. They said she was too extreme, and not one person in the media ever mentioned the fact that they're filibustering an African-American woman who is in line to be on the Supreme Court because the media agrees. What did we learn from this hearing? Double standards abound. That if you asked hard, penetrating questions, then all of a sudden you're a racist if the nominee is a liberal African-American. You can literally filibuster these people, African-American, Hispanic nominees, as a Democrat and get applauded. We don't like that, and we're not going to put up with that. So we're always going to remind the public that the only reason Judge Jackson is the first African-American female to go on the court is they stopped a Republican nominee because of her ideology. To my Democratic friends, we're not going to forget that. And if we get in charge of the Senate in 2022, 2023, we have a majority. I can promise you nominees like this will not make it through. That we'll go back to the old system of collaboration. It's not that
on sentencing will have, or do you have other, like, is it just about messaging, or is there other concerns?
It's not messaging. It is her actual judicial record. Her record as a judge. She has a consistent pattern in 100% of the cases where she had discretion. She sentenced below the sentencing guidelines, substantially below the prosecutor's recommendation, and way, way, way below the average sentence of other federal district judges. That is a pattern, and it's a pattern that goes back 3 decades. In law school, her academic writing advocated for increased scrutiny and for striking down many of the important laws that protect against sexually violent predators. Laws like civil commitment laws that many states across the Union, including the state of Texas, has passed. 30 years ago, she and I were classmates in law school. We were on the law review together. Personally speaking, she is bright, she is charming, she is talented, but her record is extreme, and it suggests a 3-decade-long pattern of advocating for very, very lenient sentences for violent criminals and in particular for sex offenders. I think that is a deeply disturbing pattern.
Sorry, if you could just clarify, what specific consequences are you concerned about? How will it impact our nation?
I am concerned that she will vote over and over and over again to release violent criminals from jail. She will vote over and over and over again to overturn capital murder convictions, to strike down death penalty sentences. She will vote over and over and over again to strike down serious punishments for sex offenders. All of that is extreme. All of that is dangerous. And I believe her record indicates that she will be ideologically substantially to the left of any justice to ever serve on the court. I believe she will be to the left of Justice Sotomayor. She will be to the left of Justice Kagan. And I think she will be way, way, way to the left of Justice Breyer, the justice who she'll be replacing. Yeah.
To Senator Graham's point just now, the GOP takes a majority this year and there's a potential Supreme Court vacancy next year. What is your stance on whether and under what conditions Republicans should vote to confirm a Biden nomination?
Well, I think if we see a Republican majority in the Senate, it will have a very significant moderating effect on the Biden administration's nominees, not just to the Supreme Court, but to the federal courts and to the administration. The first year and a half, the Biden administration consistently has gone hard left. It has been the extreme radical left that has set the agenda. And that's part of the reason why politically they're in so much trouble, because the American people don't want a hard radical left agenda. I think if we have a Republican majority, we can expect substantially more scrutiny of Biden nominees across the board, and one would hope that will cause a moderating influence within the administration not to put up extreme nominees outside the mainstream.
And then just to follow up on some of the points you made on Judge Jackson's record, what's your reaction, given all those points, to the fact 3 of your Republican colleagues are expected to vote for it today?
Well, listen, every senator has to make his or her own choice. And it's not complicated that if you're a Republican and you vote for a Democratic Supreme Court nominee, especially if that Supreme Court nominee happens to be the first African-American woman to serve on the court, that all the good folks in the media will praise you, will discuss how you're a statesman, how you're wise, how you're enlightened. Amazingly enough, if a Democrat votes for a Republican nominee, you're never a statesman, you're never wise, you're never enlightened, you're a horrible traitor. Years ago, there was a dynamic on the Supreme Court that was referred to as the greenhouse effect. Linda Greenhouse, famously, was the New York Times Supreme Court reporter. And she would praise Republican nominees when they moved left and excoriate them otherwise. And the greenhouse effect was the effect of sitting justices to evolve to the left, to the left, to the left, to get the praise of the corporate media. It's not just judges. Unfortunately, senators are susceptible to that as well. All right, we'll do one final question. Yeah.
One of your House colleagues, GOP House colleagues, called Senators Romney, Murkowski, and Collins pro-pedophiles. Judge Jackson's nomination. Do you agree with that sentiment?
No, I think that's silly. All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Can't kick out. A republic of self-serving citizens should not spend every June watching with bated breath to see if 5 or 6 lawyers will hand down sweeping policy changes with zero basis in the written Constitution. And the solution is not to make the court even more of a super legislature like liberals want, a delegitimizing death spiral that would destroy the rule of law. There's only one solution. The Senate should only confirm justices who will follow the text of our laws and our Constitution wherever it leads, who will leave subjective policy judgments on this side of the street where they belong. That's how we lower the temperature. That's how we shore up the courts. That's how we protect the rule of law. Staff the judiciary with brilliant men and women who understand and embrace this limited role. No other road leads anywhere good for our great nation.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, this is a wonderful day, a joyous day, an inspiring day for the Senate, for the Supreme Court, and for the United States of America. Today, we are here to vote to confirm Ketanji Brown Jackson as the 116th Justice of the United States Supreme Court. Now, a few days ago, I spoke with a group of 8th graders from Cheektowaga, New York. Many of them were students of color. It was amazing. When I mentioned that this week we were confirming the judge, you could see them light up the unmistakable look in their eyes. One day, each young lady thought to herself, I can do it too. You know, it's been a dark 2 years with COVID. People getting sick and dying, many of whom we knew, stores closing, schools shutting their doors. But even in the darkest times, there are bright lights. Today is one of the brightest lights, and let us hope it's a metaphor, an indication of many more bright lights to come. As I've said over and over again, there are 3 words that I think best fit Judge Jackson: brilliant, beloved, belongs. Judge Jackson is in every sense and by all measures a brilliant jurist. She is indeed a brilliant person. By the judge's own telling, she first discovered her calling to the law not in a classroom or by reading a book or by talking to lawyers, but by sitting at the kitchen table next to her dad, filling out her coloring book while her dad poured through case law. Years from now, other parents and other daughters will do the same, and it will be Justice Jackson's opinions that will lay open on the table. The judge's parents, her entire family, should beam with pride that this day has come. At every step of her upbringing and career, Ketanji Brown Jackson ranked among the highest of achievers. And look, we should take a moment to note that Judge Jackson will be the first and only justice with experience as a public defender. We're proud of that, and America is proud of that. It will enhance the court's ability to preserve a basic truth in our country, that all deserve equal justice under the law, from the privileged to the impoverished. In an imperfect world, the judge conquered so many hurdles, and today stands as one of the most experienced individuals ever nominated to the Supreme Court. For this reason, the judge is also beloved by individuals and organizations across the political spectrum. I went through her record carefully, and never did I find one instance of a peer or colleague or associate say one negative word about her. It was incredible. When we go through these records, you often find someone here and there who will badmouth the individual who knew them. Not with just Judge Jackson. And lest we forget, the judge is popular in the minds of the American people. A Gallup poll released after her hearing showed nearly 60% of the public supports her confirmation, 10 points above the historical norm. And there is no question here, the country, by and large, wants the Senate to confirm Judge Jackson. Police chiefs want to confirm Judge Jackson. Conservative and moderate and liberal judges all want us to confirm Judge Jackson. And I thank my colleagues in this chamber who worked in good faith to make sure the Senate can finish its work today. Finally, as I've said many times, the judge belongs on the Supreme Court. By that I mean something very specific. In our nation's history, 115 individuals have been confirmed by this body to serve on the Supreme Court of the United States. Of those, 108 have been white men. Only 4 have been women. Only 2 have been African American. But Ketanji Brown Jackson will be the first African American woman ever to hold the title of justice. Think about the impact that will have on our democracy. Untold millions of kids will open textbooks and see pictures of Justice Jackson among the highest ranks of our public figures. How many millions of kids in generations past could have benefited from such a role model? How many would-be justices, lawyers, doctors, generals, business people have been lost to history precisely because their history books had few, if any, role models that they could relate to? We certainly have a long way to go on the road to true justice, but by confirming Judge Jackson today, we are taking a bold step forward towards reaching the full realization of our country's promise. We will make it far more likely that girls across America will feel precisely what Judge Jackson felt herself when she was a kid. Nobody can stop me. I can do this too. I am brilliant too. I belong too. For all these reasons, increasing the diversity of the court has been one of my highest priorities and one of the highest priorities of our Senate Democratic majority, of whom I am so proud. Justice Jackson is the most important example, but we've been working on this for over a year. Of the 58 Senate-confirmed federal judges since we took the majority, 3/4 have been women. 2/3 have been people of color. And it's not just racial and gender diversity that matters. We have strived to lift up judges that bring diversity through their experience. More public defenders in our courts, more civil rights lawyers, more election lawyers. When Americans of all walks of life come before the court, they should have confidence that those who don the robes have the ability to walk in their own shoes, to see and understand their side of the story, and then apply the law properly according to the facts. One judge at a time, one judge at a time, this majority is expanding the possibility of who merits consideration to the bench. And I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge my Republican colleagues who joined us on this occasion over the year to achieve this goal. In closing, I want to thank Chairman Durbin for beautifully executing this nomination process. It was equal parts fair, thorough, and expeditious. No easy feat in this modern Senate. I want to thank all of my Democratic colleagues on the Judiciary Committee. You were just fabulous, every one of you, for your respectful and insightful examination of the judge's record. And I want to thank my Republican colleagues who chose to take this process seriously, no matter which side you voted on. The President sent us an impressive nominee. She merited a robust and thoughtful and lively examination. I thank the members who did it precisely that. In short, Madam President, this is one of the great moments of American history. At the time of our Constitution's ratification, in most states you had to be a white, male, Protestant landowner to be considered part of American society. So from the get-go, generations of Americans have sought to establish the United States as a full democracy. We fought a bloody civil war to end slavery. Women organized and reached for the ballot. The civil rights movement brought an end to the vicious segregation of the mid-20th century. And today, we are taking a giant, bold, and important step on the well-trodden path to fulfilling our country's founding promise. This is a great moment for Judge Jackson, but it is even a greater moment for America as we rise to a more perfect union. I thank my colleagues for their work, and I yield the floor.
Under the previous order, all post-cloture time has expired. The question occurs on the nomination of Ketanji Brown Jackson of the District of Columbia to be an Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There is, and certainly appears to be a sufficient second. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Aye. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Barrasso. No. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Bennett. Aye. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mrs. Blackburn.
On this vote, the yeas are 53, the nays are 47, and this nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will immediately be notified of the Senate's action.
Madam President, very happily, I note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Russian soldiers that have been captured already? Thank you very much.
I fully understand that you are asking specific questions about specific types of weapons. At the same time, I think it's important to understand that allies believe it is better often to not be specific exactly about what kind of systems, but rest assured, allies are providing a wide range of different weapon systems, both Soviet-era systems, but also modern equipment. And I think that this distinction between offensive and defensive is a bit strange, because we speak about providing weapons to a country which is defending itself. And self-defense is a right which is enshrined in the UN Charter. So everything Ukraine does with the support from NATO allies is defensive, because they are defending themselves. And of course they need different types of weapons, and allies are providing them with different types of weapons, and we see the impact of these weapons on the battleground every day, because the Ukrainians have been able to inflict severe losses on the invading Russian forces. Then I would say that every report on potential violations of international law should be thoroughly looked into, and of course any violation of international law and any war crime is always unacceptable. But I cannot comment on that specific video because I don't know anything about that specific incident.
We'll go to Deutsche Welle, Ukraine, in the third row.
Yes, thank you very much, Yuri Sheko, Deutsche Welle. One more question about weapons. I'm not asking what, when, and how. Of course not. I'm not asking about those specifics. But can you say the line within NATO? Are there any exclusions of the types of weapons that NATO allies are ready to provide? As we heard a couple of weeks ago during the NATO summit, like Macron was saying that tanks and jets are out of the question. Or can you say that now there are no exclusions of the types of systems that can be provided to Ukraine? Thank you very much.
So again, if I start to be specific in my answers to that type of questions, I actually have said a lot about what kind of systems we are delivering or NATO allies are delivering. So again, the important thing is that NATO allies are providing significant military support to Ukraine, but also humanitarian support, financial support, and lethal and non-lethal support. We have done that for many years, and allies have now stepped up. Then what is important to also underline is that NATO allies provide support to Ukraine. At the same time, NATO's main responsibility is to protect and defend all allies, and to prevent this conflict from escalating to a full-fledged war between NATO and Russia. And that's the reason why we also are focused on how to manage the risk of escalation, and also to send a clear message that we are there to defend and protect all allies, not to provoke a conflict but to prevent the conflict. And the reason why we have over the last weeks deployed 40,000 troops under direct NATO command to the eastern part of the alliance, and also added more troops under national command, including more US troops in Europe. And this presence is to help prevent escalation of the conflict. So we are preventing escalation. NATO will not be directly involved in the conflict. NATO allies will not send troops or capabilities into Ukraine, but at the same time we are providing support to Ukraine in many different ways.
We'll go to HBO, the lady in white there. No?
Can you comment on how the U.S. and Secretary Blinken have been approaching this week, and why is a long haul for this war an assumption? Why not just do everything you can now while Russia retreats?
the easiest way to end this war is for President Putin to pull back all his troops and to end the war and to sit down and engage in serious diplomatic efforts to find a solution. But we need to be realistic, and we have no indications that President Putin has changed his overall goal, and that is to control Ukraine and to achieve significant military victories on the battleground. So we don't see a Russian retreat. What we see is a Russian regrouping and repositioning of their forces, moving out of northern Ukraine, but at the same time moving those forces to the east, and we expect a big battle in Donbass, a big Russian offensive. And that's the reason why allies also highlighted today the urgency of providing more support to Ukraine, and that was also the message, of course, from Minister Kuleba. That's also the reason why we need to, of course, work for a quick end to this war, and that's the reason why also allies are imposing heavy costs on President Putin and Russia, but at the same time be prepared for the long haul. This war may last for weeks, but also months, and possibly also for years, and therefore we need to prepare for the long haul.
Imedi, in green. Thank you so much. Mr. Secretary General, you mentioned a strategic concept 2030, which will be a roadmap for these organizations. That's why this document is very, very important for Georgia. What should we expect? I mean, about open door policy, about the future of aspirants. And can you tell us more about meeting with Georgian Foreign Affairs Minister? Thank you so much.
The Georgian Minister of Foreign Affairs attended the meeting today, and for me it was a pleasure to meet him and to talk to him. We had also a bilateral meeting, and I think it is important that we have close contacts with Georgia and also the new Minister of Foreign Affairs. That demonstrates the strength and the importance of the partnership between Georgia and NATO, and we also are working on how to further strengthen our partnership, including by improving and strengthening the package we have already agreed, and to add more to that package, including issues related to secure communications, resilience and cyber. So we look into how we can further strengthen both the political and the practical cooperation and partnership with Georgia. Well, in the strategic concept, that will be agreed at the summit in Madrid, but I expect the allies will agree that NATO's door remains open, and also that allies will agree on the importance of further strengthening to work with partners, including those partners like Georgia, which are under pressure from Russia, and to step up the cooperation and support to those partners.
Vegan.
Mr. Secretary General, we just heard Foreign Minister Kuleba here offering an understanding with NATO that if you support us with all we need, we shall fight for our security, but also their security, that is NATO security, so that President Putin cannot test Article 5. Is that also NATO's understanding after this meeting?
Well, our understanding and the message from all allies is that we are ready, and NATO allies are ready to provide support to Ukraine, and also provide more support, and allies recognize the urgency of providing more support. And that was the main message from allies today. At the same time, of course, NATO has a core responsibility to ensure collective defense, to ensure credible deterrence, and we have done that for more than 70 years. But after the Russian invasion of Ukraine in 2014, we have significantly stepped up our presence in the eastern part of the alliance. We tripled the size of the NATO response force. For the first time in our history, we deployed combat-ready troops to the eastern part of the alliance. And we have increased defense spending across the alliance. And then, after the second invasion, after what we saw on the 24th of February, 6 weeks ago from today, we have further stepped up with thousands of more troops, backed by substantial naval and air capabilities. We are ensuring credible deterrence and at the same time supporting Ukraine, because Ukraine, of course, the bravery, the courage, the commitment both of the Ukrainian armed forces but also the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian political leadership have inspired us all, and it is extremely important that we continue to support them.
Okay, Rai. Thank you. Marilu Lucrezio Rai. Secretary General, what is the risk for NATO if the war will be very long? Thank you.
If the war is going to drag on and be long, then the risk is first and foremost for the people of Ukraine, who will suffer more, who will see more damage, more death and more destruction. This is first and foremost a tragedy for them, and the responsibility for President Putin to end this war, to withdraw its troops and engage in serious political efforts to find a political settlement. But of course, as long as the war continues, there will be a risk for escalation beyond Ukraine. And that's exactly what NATO is focused on, is to prevent that escalation. And we are focused on prevention, or to prevent escalation, partly by making sure that allies deliver the same message and stay united, but also by increasing the presence in the eastern part of the alliance in particular. We have done a lot already, but at the summit we had recently here in Brussels with all the NATO heads of state and government, the heads of state and government agreed to ask our military commanders to provide options for more longer-term changes in our military posture to address the long-term effects of this war. Because regardless of whether this war ends within weeks, months or years, it will have long-term effects on our security, on the way NATO needs to respond and ensure continued collective defense and safety and security for NATO allies.
Okay, thank you very much. This is all we have time for.
Thank you.
Foreign ministers from the United States Indo-Pacific allies, Australia, Japan, New Zealand, the Republic of Korea, participated as a group in a NATO ministerial. Ministers from Georgia, from Finland, from Sweden, and Ukraine also took part, as did the European Union's High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, Joseph Borrell. In addition, I met with my counterparts from the G7, the world's leading democratic economies. The participation of all of these allies and partners highlights the remarkably broad coalition of countries from around the world that are united in standing with Ukraine and against the Russian government's aggression. Countries that recognize Moscow isn't just attacking one country, but the entire international rules-based order. The sickening images and accounts coming out of Bucha and other parts of Ukraine have only strengthened our collective resolve and unity. In Bucha, a woman described how Russian soldiers forced her and around 40 other people to gather in a small square. The soldiers brought 5 young men there and ordered them to kneel. Then, a Russian soldier shot one of them in the back of the head. He turned to the people gathered and said of the victim, and I quote, "This is dirt. We're here to cleanse you from the dirt." That's just one person Russian soldiers killed in Bucha. According to Ukraine's Prosecutor General, they've already found 410 bodies of dead civilians in that one town alone. And it's not just Bucha. In Mudazhin, the body of the 50-year-old mayor, Ola Suhenko, was found in a shallow grave, along with her hands bound, alongside the bodies of her husband and son. They were last seen alive, being taken away by Russian soldiers. In Kharkiv, a woman was sheltering in a school with her 5-year-old daughter and neighbors when a Russian soldier picked her out and forced her to accompany him to an empty classroom. He cut her face and neck with a knife, threatened to kill her, and raped her repeatedly at gunpoint. With each day, more and more credible reports of rape, killings, torture are emerging. And for every Bucha, there are many more towns Russia has occupied and more towns it is still occupying, places where we must assume Russian soldiers are committing more atrocities right now. Here's what we're doing together with our allies and partners to stop this aggression, to stand with Ukraine and hold accountable those who are responsible. First, we continue to work in close coordination with allies and partners to raise the costs on the Russian government for its aggression. Yesterday, we announced new sanctions on Russia's largest financial institution and one of its largest private banks, on 21 members of Russia's National Security Council, on the adult children of President Putin. President Biden also signed an executive order prohibiting new investment in Russia by any person in the United States. The European Union is also actively considering robust new measures, including bans on Russian coal, on Russian vessels accessing EU ports, on transactions with 4 key financial institutions. Second, the United States continues to work at an unprecedented pace to help Ukraine defend itself. Last Friday, the Department of Defense announced $300 million in new security assistance. On Tuesday, I authorized an additional $100 million to meet Ukraine's urgent needs for more Javelin anti-armor systems. This will bring total U.S. security assistance to Ukraine since the beginning of Russia's invasion in February to over $1.7 billion and over $2.4 billion since January of last year. More than 30 countries have joined us in delivering security assistance to Ukraine, aid that our Ukrainian partners are putting to very effective use, as we see in the Kremlin's retreat from Kyiv and other Ukrainian cities and towns. Today, I met again with my colleague and friend Dmytro Kuleba, Ukraine's foreign minister, to discuss how we can continue to provide Ukraine's courageous defenders with what they need to keep pushing Russia back. Third, we continue to provide significant aid to address the acute humanitarian crisis caused by the Kremlin's war. More than a quarter of Ukraine's population, over 11 million people, have been displaced. That's roughly equal to displacing the entire population of Belgium, the country we're in now, in the space of 6 weeks. President Biden announced that the U.S. government is prepared to provide more than $1 billion in new humanitarian assistance to those affected by Russia's war of aggression. That comes on top of $293 million we provided in 2022 alone to vulnerable communities in the region, including to neighboring countries that have opened their arms and opened their homes to 4 million Ukrainian refugees. The global harm caused by the Kremlin's aggression is growing, including the disruption that's caused to the production and distribution of wheat in Ukraine, on which so many countries rely, something that I heard about and saw firsthand just a week ago when we were in, among other places, Morocco and Algeria. In Africa, where a quarter of the population is now facing a food security crisis, Russia's war of choice has raised the costs of basic staples, worsening the hardship that people were already feeling. So at the G7, we discussed in some detail ways that we can mitigate the war's impact on the most vulnerable people around the world. Fourth, the United States continues to work methodically to collect, to preserve, to analyze evidence of atrocities, and to make this information available to the appropriate bodies. We're supporting a multinational team of experts that's assisting a war crimes unit set up by Ukraine's Prosecutor General with a view toward eventually pursuing criminal accountability. These efforts will also ensure that Russia cannot escape the verdict of history. Just moments ago, as I was coming into this room, I learned that UN member states have come together once again to condemn Russia's aggression and suspend it from the Human Rights Council. A country that's perpetrating gross and systematic violations of human rights should not sit on a body whose job it is to protect those rights. Today, a wrong was righted. Fifth, we security our NATO allies. As the President has said, we will defend every inch of NATO territory. We now have 100,000 U.S. troops in Europe. NATO's established 4 new multinational battle groups in Romania, in Hungary, Bulgaria, Slovakia, in addition to those already in Poland, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, to reinforce our eastern flank. Sixth, we discussed the additional support that NATO allies can provide to partners like Bosnia and Herzegovina and Georgia, who are most vulnerable to Russian aggression and threats, from cybersecurity to combating disinformation. Finally, we discussed at length a new NATO strategic concept. This is the public blueprint for how the alliance will continue to safeguard transatlantic security in what is a rapidly changing landscape. We'll release that document at the NATO summit in Madrid in June. President Putin thought, among other things, that he would weaken and divide NATO. This strategic concept will make clear that NATO is in fact stronger, it's more united, it's more capable of addressing 21st century threats. And I can say unequivocally from my discussions with many colleagues here in recent days, colleagues from around the globe, the revulsion at what the Russian government is doing is palpable. There's a greater determination than ever to stand with Ukraine, to shore up and revitalize the international order that Moscow is trying to upend, to bring to bear even greater costs on the Russian government, to ensure that people are held accountable for their crimes. Thank you.
We'll now turn to questions. We will start with Vivian Salama from the Wall Street Journal.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. 2 questions, if you'll indulge me. UK Foreign Minister Liz Truss said today that allies have agreed to help Ukrainian forces move from their Soviet-era equipment to NATO standard equipment on a bilateral basis. She used very specific language there. And so is the U.S. going to match that pledge? And if so, can you tell me a little bit about the timeline, when you plan on doing that? Second question is, Ukraine's Foreign Minister Kuleba said today that as long as the West continues buying Russian gas or oil, it is supporting the Russian war machine. That's a direct quote. Are you pressing Europeans to commit to a timeline, a more aggressive timeline, for banning Russian oil and gas? Thank you.
Great. Thanks. So on the first question, first, as you know, and as I said, we have been individually as the United States and collectively as partners, more than 30 countries, providing to Ukraine the weapons and systems that we believe it can use most effectively and that it needs to push back against Russian aggression. And we're not going to let anything stand in the way of getting Ukrainians what they need and what we believe can be effective. So we're looking across the board right now, not only at what we've provided and continue to provide, but whether there are additional systems that would make a difference and that we could provide them. And we're doing that in close consultation with the Ukrainians as well as with allies and partners. On the energy situation, so we've seen over many years a dependence build up in Europe on Russian gas, especially, as well as on Russian oil. And I think what I'm hearing very clearly is a commitment to end that dependence. We've seen again and again Russia use energy as a weapon, as political leverage, and of course the proceeds that it gets from the sale of its energy is now, yes, helping to fuel its aggression against Ukraine. And my strong sense is that Europeans are very much committed, as I said, to ending that dependence. But it's also not like flipping a light switch. You have to do it methodically. You have to put in place the necessary alternatives. The United States is doing a great deal to help in that regard. As you know, for this winter alone, we've worked to make sure that there were sufficient supplies, for example, of LNG, to compensate for any losses from decreased sales of Russian energy or a cutoff in Russian energy. Going forward, you heard President Biden talk about this a couple of weeks ago when he was here. We're committed to increasing the supply of LNG. Other countries are taking steps to increase supplies of different kinds of energy. And as I said, Europeans seem committed to moving forward on this. I think it also tells us how imperative it is that we accelerate the transition to renewables. And we can, I think, and Europe can make a virtue out of necessity, not only by moving away from Russian energy, from Russian gas and oil, but moving toward sustainable energy and toward renewables. But it's a process. It takes time. But my strong sense is that Europe is committed to doing that. Thanks.
Missy Ryan, Washington Post.
Two questions for you. Foreign Minister Kuleba also today said that as Russia prepares for its concentrated offensive in eastern Ukraine, that Kyiv needs new kinds of weapons and more weapons in days, not weeks, or else more people will die. has the United States committed, or will the United States commit to providing new kinds of weaponry to Ukraine within that time frame? And then the second question for you, do you believe that the apparent Russian atrocities revealed in Bucha and in other parts of Ukraine make it harder to attain a negotiated settlement to the war? Thanks.
So, Missy, again, on the weapons, we've been doing this, all along. By the way, the provision of weapons to Ukraine to defend itself against Russian aggression, President Biden moved out on that aggressively many, many months before the aggression took place because of our concern that Russia was planning and preparing for it. We did an initial drawdown. The President instructed back at the end of last summer, another one in December, and then, of course, many since the aggression. So one of the reasons that Ukrainians have been able to be so effective in pushing back this Russian aggression, of course, it starts with their extraordinary courage, but it's also because they already had in hand the weapons necessary to do that. And then since the aggression, we have repeatedly and continuously, along with many allies and partners, supplied them with the most effective systems that we believe they need to deal with the armored vehicles, to deal with the tanks, to deal with the planes, to deal with the helicopters. But as I just said, we are looking at day in, day out, what we believe they most need, to include new systems that have not heretofore been provided. We're listening to them in terms of their assessment of what they need. We're putting that all together, and we're proceeding. And we have a strong sense of urgency. That was something that I think was felt among all allies and partners here today. When it comes to Bucha, the atrocities, the war crimes, accountability in and of itself is absolutely necessary. And we've seen this in past conflicts where atrocities have been committed, where war crimes have been committed, and where we have determined to get the evidence, get the facts, build the case. We've been able to do that, and sometimes it's taken a long time. The conflicts have come to an end, often through diplomacy. Accountability is continued. Sometimes it's actually not come to a conclusion until many years after the conflict has ended, but it has. And one day, one way, there will be accountability.
Does Bucha make it harder to reach a negotiated settlement?
The Russians will have to decide if they want to meaningfully engage in diplomacy and in negotiations. The Ukrainians have made clear that repeatedly that they're prepared to do that, but they've heard nothing from the Russians suggesting that they're serious about it. I don't think, in a sense, Bucha has anything to do with that. It has everything to do with what President Putin's calculus is, what he decides. What we can do about it, and what we are doing about it, is making sure that the Ukrainians have everything that they need to defend themselves and also strengthen their hand in any negotiation, that we make sure that we're keeping the pressure on Russia and indeed increasing that pressure through unprecedented sanctions, and as well that we shore up NATO's defenses to take away any notion in Russia's mind of extending the aggression being committed against Ukraine to a NATO country.
Nick Schifrin, PBS.
Mr. Secretary, thank you. Der Spiegel and others are reporting that German intelligence picked up over open lines Russian soldiers specifically talking about indiscriminately killing civilians. Can you confirm that the West has recordings of Russian soldiers talking about that? But the larger question is, what does it say? The Russian soldiers were apparently discussing this over open communications. And one on diplomacy. In the lead-up to the war, Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov either lied to you or didn't know what he was talking about. Can you deal with him in the future? And the connected question today is, European capitals are evicting Russian officials. Will the U.S. follow? Thanks.
Thanks, Nick. I can't comment on the specific report that you're referring to, but what I can say is this, because we've said it before. We said before Russia committed this aggression that if it did, part of its campaign plan was to inflict atrocities, was to target individuals, was to commit the kinds of crimes that we're now seeing, to terrorize civilian populations. And so this, as we saw it, was part of the game plan all along. Now, horrifically, the world is seeing it as we see what happens in Bucha. And I've described it as there's a strange thing going on in the sense that, look, our TV screens have been filled for the last 42, 43 days with images coming out of Ukraine. Thanks to incredibly courageous Ukrainians who are filming things on their smartphones, and incredibly courageous reporters who stayed in Ukraine and are trying to bring this to the world. And yet, sometimes this constant flow of images almost normalizes and trivializes things to the point that people kind of see it as something that's in the background and don't respond to it. But then, something so stark, so outrageous, emerges, like Bucha, that it hits people. And again, to me, it's like we've seen as the Ukrainians have pushed back this Russian tide, we see with the tide receding what's left behind, and that is horrific death and destruction. With regard to diplomacy, look, there are diplomats from various countries that one deals with in the course of doing your job who occasionally have, or more than occasionally have, an adversarial relationship with the truth. That's part of the job.
And the Russian officials, will the U.S. follow European?
We are always looking at this, and we'll continue to do so.
We'll take a final question from Terry Schultz.
Mr. Secretary. Sorry, just to follow up on Missy's question. You yourself called what happened in Bucha outrageous. Everyone knows the Secretary General says that we are preparing for more such atrocities in Mariupol, in Donbass, as a major offensive is coming. How do you sit across the table from Dmytro Kuleba and said, well, we're looking at what else we think you might need, when he surely comes with a list? He tells us he came with a list. He gives us his list. So, and he says he doesn't have the days that you are taking to look at this. How do you explain that to him?
I talk to Foreign Minister Kuleba multiple times a week, and we're constantly going over what it is Ukraine needs, what it is we're providing, what it is we're helping other allies and partners provide. And again, you'll have to, ask him, but I think we were just together maybe an hour ago, and I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I think he said very clearly the appreciation that he has and that Ukraine has for the support that we have been consistently providing. So, as we're speaking, we continue to provide what Ukraine needs, but it's also a constantly evolving picture. They're coming forward with new systems that they think that would be helpful and effective. We put our own expertise to bear, especially the Pentagon, to help determine what indeed we think could be effective, what Ukrainians would be ready to use as soon as they get it, and what we actually have access to and can get to them in real time. So it is an ongoing process. And again, the fact that the Russians have been pushed out of Kyiv, that they've been pushed back to eastern Ukraine, is the product of two things. First, as I said, the extraordinary courage of Ukrainians. But second, the fact that they've had in hand, including from before the aggression started, the tools necessary to help achieve that.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
So hello everyone, thank you for waiting for us. We will begin shortly and then have some questions. So Foreign Minister of Ukraine, Dmytro Kuleba.
Yes.
The floor is yours.
Good afternoon all. It was an important opportunity for me, allies and other partner countries of NATO to get together today in Brussels for the ministerial to discuss what else could be done to support Ukraine's defensive war against Russia, and also to discuss the global implications of the Russian aggression against Ukraine. I came here with a simple message. My agenda for the discussion had only 3 items. It's weapons, weapons, and weapons. To win the war, first and foremost, you need weapons. The point is very simple. Euro-Atlantic security is indivisible. And fighting against Russian planes, tanks, and personnel in Ukraine, we are defending not only ourselves, but also the security of NATO members, of the allies. And the deal, a fair deal that Ukraine is proposing is simple. You provide us with everything that we need, and we will fight for our security, but also for your security, so that President Putin will have no chance to test Article 5 of the North Atlantic Treaty. I was pleased to hear today a growing understanding about allies, of the fact that Ukraine is fighting not only for itself but also for them, and a growing understanding of the countries who belong to eastern flank of NATO, that support to Ukraine should be stepped up. And it's natural because we are neighboring eastern flank countries directly. I am cautiously optimistic about the outcomes of our discussions. And I'm looking for the allies heard us. I was very specific in the requests and the timeline that these requests should be accommodated. So I will be looking forward to the follow-up from allies to everything that was said and discussed today. Thank you.
So let's start with NBC, you want it? Okay, then Ukrinform, Dmytro Shkurko.
Dmitry Shkurko, National News Agency of Ukraine. General Secretary Stoltenberg said that Russia needs like 2 weeks for regrouping its forces before the next major offensive operation. So that my question is if Ukraine have enough time to recover before that offensive and to prepare properly. And the second question is quite a diplomatic one. As we saw in Bucha and other Ukrainian cities which were occupied, we have now this absolutely Nazi behavior, and officials in Moscow just confirmed that we have dealing with the state Nazi policies in Russia. My question is, what is in principle possible to discuss with them in a negotiation process? Thank you.
By the way, I was told that Ukrainian interpretation is available, so Ukrainian journalists can ask me questions in Ukrainian. I promise to interpreters that they will have some work to do. First, yes, Russia withdrew from Kiev and the vicinity of Kiev, not because, as it was stated by Putin's spokesperson Peskov, they wanted to create constructive atmosphere for negotiations, but because they were pushed back by Ukrainian army and because they required additional resources for a large-scale offensive in Donbas. So we do observe redeployment of Russia's units from north of Ukraine and northeast of Ukraine to eastern Ukraine. And actually, as we speak, the battle for Donbas is underway. It has not reached its maximum scale, but every day the heaviest fighting takes place in that part of Ukraine. And more is to come, unfortunately. The battle for Donbas will remind you, and I regret to say it, but this is true, the battle for Donbas will remind you of Second World War, with large operations, maneuvers, involvement of thousands of tanks, armored vehicles, planes, artillery. This will not be a local operation based on what we see in Russia's preparations to it. Russia has its plan, we have ours, and the battlefield will decide, and the outcome of this battle will be decided on the battlefield. And this is why it is so urgent for allies not to, how to put it mildly, not to tell us that they are still thinking, that they have to do all the procedures, that there are many issues which have to be sorted out before they make decisions. Either you help us now, and I'm speaking about days, not weeks, or your help will come too late. And many people will die, many civilians will lose their homes, many villages will be destroyed, exactly because this help came too late. Speaking about negotiations, I said it already, unfortunately, to my deepest regret, Bucha massacre is just the tip of the iceberg. We already see from reports from Mariupol that Mariupol is much, much worse on all accounts. And you ask the right question, how does it feel talking to the Russians after all this happened? There are 2 points which I want to make. First, I have only one question to the Russians. Who are they? Where do they come from that they have no compassion or empathy, neither to children whom they rape, nor to women and girls who are raped and killed, nor to civilians, to old people, even to animals and pets? They kill pets. I don't really, after Bucha, I don't understand who are they, who are these people? And while asking myself this question, I also understand that to prevent more Buchas, we have to talk. We have to talk and see how we can end this war. However, and I will be very honest with you, it is clear that the positions of delegations in talks will be defined by the successes of relevant armies on the battleground and the impact of sanctions imposed on Russia. These are the two main criteria which make either our or their position stronger in talks. And of course, we are entirely focused on making sure that we will be stronger and we will eventually prevail.
Next one, Associated Press.
Hello, thank you for your question. Mark Carlson from Associated Press. Have you received any promises of new military equipment today?
You know, weapons are like money. They love silence. And I will not be in a position to go into details. But let me put it this way. I have no doubts that Ukraine will have weapons necessary to fight. The question is the timeline. The discussion is not about the list of weapons. The discussion is about the timeline. When do we get them? And this is crucial, as I explained earlier, because 1 month, 2 weeks ago, it was enough to say what will be given. Today, it's more important to know when it will be given. And this is something that allies have to sort out and to find appropriate solutions.
Okay, gentlemen.
The microphone. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Foreign Minister. Nick Beak from the BBC. You say that in terms of weapons, it's when, not if. What is holding things up? Is it a lack of will, or is it the logistical problems that the NATO allies are facing? And also, President Zelensky has talked about the recent sanctions that the UK and the US have been saying will make a big difference. He says that they're spectacular, but they're not enough. Did you get a sense that some of the NATO allies were maybe holding back on weapons because they want sanctions to do the hard work first of all?
The answer to the second question is no. I think these are two parallel tracks where we see different progress with different allies. Some are more advanced on sanctions while being more reluctant on providing us with weapons. Others, to the contrary, are willing to provide with weapons but are more conservative when it comes to sanctions. The point that President makes is very simple. We appreciate everything.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates. Good morning, everyone. One early morning of April 1993, delegates to the United Nations had coffee, kissed their loved ones, and went to the quiet and comfortable United Nations headquarters to do business as usual. Perhaps as many of us have done this very morning. The same morning in early April 1993, Boutros Ghali sent a special rapporteur to report on extrajudicial summary arbitrary executions in Rwanda. He reported a more robust United Nations response was needed. Critically, it found that the abuses could be precursors to genocide in 1993. Unfortunately, that was largely ignored by overstretched Secretariat. of the United Nations. In early April, once again in April, in 1994, in the comfort of the United Nations headquarters, the Security Council received letters in which the Rwandan Patriotic Front reminded member states that, I quote, "When the institution of the United Nations was created after the Second World War, one of its fundamental objectives was to see to it that what happened to the Jews in Nazi Germany would never happen again." End of quote. In 1994, Rwanda itself was a non-permanent member of the Security Council. This allowed the genocidal regime to influence other members of the Council with its view of the situation. As Russia's presence today in the Security Council allows her to spread lies almost daily. In April, again in April, this time 2006, in the docks of New York by the Hudson River, an ocean-sized state-of-the-art liner was launched. This magnificent liner was then docked on the shores of Lake Geneva. Beautiful as it is, far from being an ocean. We named this liner the Human Rights Council. The adoption of Resolution 60/251 was a culmination of 5 months of consultations and negotiations facilitated by President of the Assembly, Jan Eliasson, and Ambassador Arias of Panama and Ambassador Kumalo of South Africa. Let me remind you the words of Mr. Jan Eliasson, the President of the 60th session of the UN General Assembly, before the adoption of the resolution. He said, and I quote, we have now reached a decisive moment, both for the promotion and protection of human rights and for effective multilateralism and the standing of the United Nations as a whole. As our leaders acknowledged in September 2005, the 3 pillars of the United Nations, development, peace and security, and human rights, are interlinked and mutually reinforcing. End of quote. Now the world has come to a crucial juncture. We witness that our liner is going through treacherous fogs towards deadly icebergs. It might seem that we should have named it the Titanic instead of the Human Rights Council. If not, we need to take an action today to save the Council from sinking. The composition of the Human Rights Council is as diverse as the world map, as this Assembly is. But this Council, unlike the Assembly, has been established for a specific purpose to promote and protect human rights around the world. And we are in a unique situation now when on the territory of another sovereign state, a member of the Human Rights Council commits horrific human rights violations and abuses that could be equated to war crimes and crimes against humanity. Bucha and dozens of other Ukrainian cities and villages where thousands of peaceful residents have been killed, tortured, raped, abducted, and robbed by the Russian army serve as an example of how dramatically far the Russian Federation has gone from its initial declarations in the human rights domain. That is why this case is unique, and today's response is obvious and self-explanatory. Let me offer you another quote. Our topmost priority is to ensure all human rights and freedoms in their entirety, including political and civil rights and decent socio-economic and environmental living standards. I believe that these questions are not an internal matter of states, but rather their obligations under the UN Charter, the international covenants and conventions. We want to see this approach become a universal norm. End of quote. It is hard to believe that the above quotation belongs to the President of the Russian Federation. Another president, however, and other times. It was said by President Yeltsin in 1992 in his statement at the UN Security Council. We can only regret that the democratic aspirations of the peoples of Russia in early 90s have by Putin's regime been incrementally turned to their opposite. Aggression, hatred, and Soviet-style thinking and reflections, including in the area of human rights and fundamental freedoms. And now we hear completely different statements here in the United Nations from the Russian Federation. This week alone we hear from the Russian ambassador that there is a warfare in Ukraine and civilians are killed in war. It's being said, as a matter of fact, this Monday, in cold blood and as an absolute normal course of action, also known as quote-unquote special operation. Shall we agree with the describing of killings as something normal? The only healthy answer should be no, in order to contribute to the maintenance of the UN's health and the health of its human rights mechanism. All of you received the Russian diplomatic note yesterday, in which our collective effort to preserve the credibility of the Human Rights Council was considered as an approach to preserve the, I quote, domination and total control in the world, end of quote, and human rights neo-colonial policy in international affairs. We have heard many times the same perverted logic of the aggressor attempting to present itself as a victim, while in fact doing exactly what it cries against in its note, killing citizens of neighboring country, trying to dominate, if it not colonize it. In reply to that, we call on Russia, when its rights of membership in the Human Rights Council are suspended, to return to responsible behavior by implementing the decisions of this Assembly and of Human Rights Council. If Russia expulses itself from the Council, it would be its own choice, and there will be no need to blame others. Suspension of the rights of membership of the Russian Federation in the Human Rights Council is not an option, but a duty. And let me quote how this duty is formulated in the operative paragraph 8 of Resolution 60/251, and I quote, "The General Assembly may suspend the rights of membership in the Council of a member of the Council that commits gross and systematic violations of human rights," end of quote. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's not an option, it is what the resolution prescribes. We view voting to suspend a state's Human Rights Council rights as a rare and extraordinary action. However, Russia's actions are beyond the pale. Russia is not only committing human rights violations, it is shaking the underpinnings of international peace and security. A draft resolution on the matter under A/ES 11/L4 is a result of the collective effort of a cross-regional group of 24 states that represent all regions. It has been co-sponsored so far by more than 50 UN member states. I call upon all responsible member states to support the draft. Let me now once again refer to the commemoration of one of the darkest pages in recent history, the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda. On this day of grievances and bearing its own tragedy of thousands of Ukrainians killed by the Russian invaders, Ukraine stands together with Rwanda and calls to reaffirm our pledge to never forget and to never allow the recurrence of genocide, which was a result of the international community's indifference. To those of you who, for this or another reason, opts today to keep being a bystander, to abstain, let me quote Elie Wiesel addressing President Clinton in 1999, talking about the perils of indifference. Indifference elicits no response. Indifference is not a response. Indifference is not a beginning, it is an end. And therefore, indifference is always the friend of the enemy. For it benefits the aggressor, never his victim, whose pain is magnified when he or she feels forgotten. The political prisoner in his cell, the hungry children, the homeless refugees, not to respond to their plight, not to relieve their solitude by offering them a spark of hope, is to exile them from human memory. And in denying their humanity, we betray our own. End of quote. The genocide in Rwanda was largely due to the indifference of the world's community. When the UN did not respond to warnings in the UN Security Council and in General Assembly a year before the tragedy that we commemorate exactly on this day, on the 7th of April. Today, in the case of Ukraine, it's not even a year, because the tragedy is unfolding right now before our eyes. In a couple of minutes, you will have a chance to prove that you are not an indifferent bystander. All you need to do is to press the yes button and to save the Human Rights Council and many lives around the world and in Ukraine. On the other hand, pressing no means pulling a trigger and means a red dot on the screen. Red as the blood of the innocent lives lost. And this image of the red bloody dots on this screen will stay with you and all of us as long as memory does not fail us. Think about it. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Ukraine. We shall now proceed to consider draft resolution A/ES-11/L4. Before giving the floor for explanations of vote before the vote, may I remind delegations that explanations of vote are limited to 10 minutes and should be made by delegations from their seats. I now give the floor to the representative of the Russian Federation.
Благодарю вас, господин председатель. Сейчас не время и не место для театрального пафоса и патетики в стиле представителя Украины. Поэтому я выступлю по существу. Рассматриваемый сегодня проект резолюции по факту не имеет ничего общего с положением в области прав человека. Я повторю слова нашей ноты, на которые сослался посол Кислица. То, что мы видим сегодня, это попытка США сохранить свое доминирующее положение и тотальный контроль, продолжить линию на правозащитный колониализм в международных отношениях. Часть государств уже пребывает в статусе подчиненных. Тех же, кто способен и желает проводить независимую внешнюю политику, пытаются вытеснить на периферию международной жизни. Сегодня мы видим, как усилиями небольшой группы стран правозащитная архитектура дала огромную трещину. И эта архитектура выстраивалась десятилетиями кропотливой работы. Напомню, официальный представитель генсекретаря ООН охарактеризовал возможное исключение России из состава СПЧ как опасный прецедент. Как показывает практика, западные подходы по решению острых правозащитных проблем в отдельных странах не увенчались успехом. Ни один конфликт не был урегулирован, а лишь усугубился. Во многом этому способствовало активное задействование излюбленного западными странами инструментария в виде диктата, санкций и военного вмешательства. Россия же на протяжении всего своего членства в комиссии и в Совете ООН по правам человека последовательно отстаивала принцип равноправного и взаимоуважительного сотрудничества государств в качестве главной основы функционирования правозащитной системы. Нашим приоритетом всегда было укрепление конструктивного диалога, вовлечение всех заинтересованных сторон в процесс коллективной выработки и принятия решений в области поощрения и защиты прав человека. Мы отвергаем лживые инсинуации в наш адрес на основе сфабрикованных материалов, постановочных кадров и тиражируемых фейков. Господин председатель, учитывая вышеизложенное, мы ставим проект резолюции на голосование и призываем всех присутствующих еще раз внимательным образом обдумать свое решение и проголосовать против попытки западных стран и их союзников разрушить существующую правозащитную архитектуру. Я благодарю вас.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation. I will now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Kazakhstan.
The Chair, Kazakhstan closely follows the situation in Ukraine with particular concern and expresses its condolences to the families of those who were killed and wish speedy recovery for those injured during hostilities. We call on all the parties to speedily terminate hostilities and to search for compromises aimed at establishing peace. We also adhere to the position that there is no alternative to a peaceful solution on the problem based on the principles of international law and the UN Charter. Humanitarian situation in Ukraine is dire and needs constant attention, and Kazakhstan has already provided Ukraine with humanitarian aid, sending 3 planes with over 50 tons of medicine and essential goods. Regarding the draft resolution on the suspension of the rights of membership of the Russian Federation in the Human Rights Council, we would like to note the following. First of all, in our opinion, the adoption of this resolution will not contribute to the settlement of the conflict. At the moment, it is extremely important not to undermine the negotiation process. In the current situation, it is necessary for all of us to use diplomatic efforts at all international forums, including Human Rights Council, in order to find ways to resolve the problem as soon as possible. Secondly, according to the paragraph 8 of the resolution on the establishment of Human Rights Council, membership of the Council can be suspended in case of gross and systematic violation of human rights. To establish that case, we need to have results of a transparent, unbiased and professional investigation. In this regard, we believe that the consideration of today's resolution in the General Assembly must be preceded by a comprehensive investigation of human rights violation in Ukraine, carried out under the framework of relevant international mechanisms. We believe that only after receiving concrete conclusions and reliable information, the General Assembly may consider this issue. In the light of the above mentioned, today we will have to vote against this draft resolution. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Kazakhstan. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela.
Señor Presidente, como miembro fundador de las Naciones Unidas, la República Bolivariana de Venezuela está comprometida con los propósitos y principios consagrados en la Carta de nuestra organización, así como con las normas del derecho internacional. Consideramos que la promoción y protección de los derechos humanos debe ser abordada de manera justa y constructiva, sobre la base del diálogo y la cooperación, de acuerdo con los principios de imparcialidad, objetividad, transparencia, no selectividad, no politización y no confrontación. Los derechos humanos no deben ser instrumentalizados para atacar a estados soberanos, pues tal abordaje socava la esencia misma del sistema universal de derechos humanos, el cual está asociado a garantizar la universalidad, goce y disfrute de estos derechos y libertades fundamentales para todas y todos, sin distinción ni discriminación. Señor Presidente, hace un mes en esta Asamblea insistimos en la necesidad de que las Naciones Unidas puedan desempeñar un papel central en la facilitación de soluciones pacíficas a los conflictos a través del diálogo y la negociación política. Hoy lamentamos que se haya escogido el camino del escalamiento de las tensiones y se haya profundizado las divisiones entre los miembros de las Naciones Unidas. Ese es el camino equivocado. Alertamos al mundo sobre el peligro real y claro de que la actual situación en la región de Europa del Este se prolongue en el tiempo, generando consecuencias que tardarán generaciones para ser superadas. Alertamos sobre los efectos expansivos alrededor del mundo, especialmente en las condiciones de vida de los sectores más vulnerables en cada país, donde cientos de millones de personas sufren hoy las consecuencias del aumento en los costos de alimentos, de la electricidad y del transporte, así como de la escasez de bienes esenciales provocada por la interrupción de las cadenas internacionales de abastecimiento. Alertamos también sobre el inicio de una nueva carrera armamentista que amenaza con desviar hacia la guerra recursos que deben ser utilizados para el desarrollo y la lucha contra la pobreza. El panorama es terrible, pero el mundo se enfrenta a un peligro aún mayor. Vemos con alarma fuerzas que alientan un choque de bloques con la falsa ilusión de una victoria unipolar definitiva, un choque que provocará un conflicto mundial entre potencias nucleares que destruirá la humanidad tal y como la conocemos hoy. Es nuestra obligación reducir las tensiones y fortalecer todas las opciones que permitan la regulación de conflictos y su solución pacífica. Señor presidente, lamentablemente, el proyecto de resolución presentado hoy es un ejemplo de politización de los derechos humanos para avanzar agendas nacionales e intereses geopolíticos. El proyecto trata de expulsar del sistema de derechos humanos a la Federación de Rusia, un país que es parte imprescindible, queramos o no, parte imprescindible en la solución de la crisis de la región de Europa del Este. Sin la Federación Rusa no hay acuerdo de paz posible en Europa. La paz sin Rusia es un espejismo ideológico, una alucinación de los que creen que ha llegado el momento de lograr la victoria definitiva de una potencia unipolar. Esa es una ideología contraria a la paz internacional. Si esta resolución es aprobada, afectará las actuales negociaciones que se llevan a cabo entre las partes y nos empujará deliberadamente a una fase más aguda del conflicto, una fase más larga y difícil de resolver. Señor presidente, otro resultado inmediato de la aprobación de la resolución será la fractura histórica del mejor instrumento creado para defender los derechos humanos en el mundo, como es el Consejo de Derechos Humanos. Una vez perdidos los equilibrios existentes, se afectará su credibilidad, su función y su mandato. Estaremos creando una crisis sistémica de confianza que terminaría por afectar a las Naciones Unidas como organización universal capaz de gestionar crisis regionales y mundiales y de trabajar como un verdadero instrumento para la paz. Señor presidente, por todo lo anterior, la República de Venezuela rechaza categóricamente los intentos por suspender a la Federación de Rusia como miembro electo del Consejo de Derechos Humanos y hace un llamado a los miembros responsables de la comunidad internacional a votar en contra de la resolución. Muchas gracias.
I thank the distinguished representative of Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Democratic People's Republic of Korea.
President, my delegation expressed deep concern to current development of political situation in Ukraine. Also, we are very concerned that some countries continue to push confrontation and distrust among member states instead of giving priority to ease tension and seek political and peaceful solution to resolve current crisis in Ukraine. We reject any politically motivated initiative, lack of objectivity, impartiality, and transparency. The alleged accusation of the cruel atrocity against the civil population in Ukraine, including a relevant report and images of the civilian deaths in Bucha, have not surely verified and proved based on the real fact and objective evidence. Prior to considering the draft resolution before us, the independent investigation must be made, and for this, sufficient time and efforts are required. However, some member states are acting and moving very recklessly for their political goals.
by submitting such draft resolution. Such political and unilateral action do not help to solve the problem at all. We take note of the efforts of the Russian Federation to address the humanitarian situation in and around Ukraine. Draft resolution is nothing but another example of the product of the political confrontation aiming at tarnishing one member state at the UN stage. For this reason, my delegation against draft resolutions contain document A/ES-11/L4. I thank you, President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Democratic People's Republic of Korea. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
The Islamic Republic of Iran has on a number of occasions expressed its principled position with regard to the ongoing conflict in Ukraine, including during the adoption of the two previous resolutions of the 11th Emergency Special Session of the United Nations General Assembly. My delegation would like to underline once again the need for peaceful settlement of disputes in accordance with international law and for the full respect by all parties for the well-established provisions of the United Nations Charter and international law, including international humanitarian law. We emphasize that sovereignty and territorial integrity of all states must be fully respected and the safety and security of all civilians must be guaranteed. Iran remains deeply concerned about the continuous deterioration of the humanitarian situation in and around Ukraine, which has sparked significant alarm in the international community. We call for an immediate cessation of hostilities and emphasize the importance of complying with international humanitarian law by all parties. We repeat our call for unimpeded humanitarian access to all areas of the armed conflict in Ukraine. The humanitarian needs of the affected population must be addressed immediately, and the delivery of food, medicine, and other essential services to the people in need must be facilitated. The international community should encourage and support continued direct negotiations between Russia and Ukraine until peace is restored. The Islamic Republic of Iran once again calls for de-escalation of tensions in the current conflict and an urgent and lasting solution to this crisis through dialogue. Mr. President, we consider the text of the resolution before the General Assembly contained in document L3 as politically driven, which undermines the impartiality of our organization. My government attaches great importance to the promotion and protection of human rights. However, we are against the exploitation of UN human rights machinery for political ends, which contravenes the principles of universality, non-selectivity, and objectivity in addressing human rights issues. We have always maintained that human rights should not be undermined by short-sighted political considerations. We stress that the work of the Human Rights Council should be performed in a non-confrontational and non-politicized manner, and membership in this body should not be politicized. We would like to reiterate our position on the centrality of the principles of objectivity, dialogue, and cooperation towards the protection and promotion of all human rights based on a non-selective and non-politicized approach. We are of the view that the exploitation of paragraph 8 of UN General Assembly Resolution 60/251 deepens confrontation and attenuates constructive dialogue between countries. For the above-mentioned reasons, my delegation will vote against the draft resolution contained in document L4. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Syrian Arab Republic.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. سيد الرئيس، مجددا يشهد هذا المنبر الدولي الهام استغلالا لمسائل حقوق الإنسان لخدمة المصالح السياسية الضيقة لبعض الدول وخلق حالة من الاستقطاب والتسييس لاستهداف الاتحاد الروسي بذريعة التعامل مع الأوضاع الإنسانية في أوكرانيا. وفدي يؤكد الحرص على ضمان احترام حقوق الإنسان وأهمية تقديم المساعدة الإنسانية الضرورية لجميع مناطق الأزمات، لكنه في الوقت نفسه يرفض أي تسييس للمسائل الإنسانية، ويشدد على أهمية اعتماد مبادئ الحياد والموضوعية وعدم التمييز في قضايا حقوق الإنسان. سيد الرئيس، إن هذا التحرك الغربي المنسق للتشهير بالاتحاد الروسي لا علاقة له بحقوق الإنسان في أوكرانيا أو في أي مكان آخر، وإنما يندرج في إطار سعي دول غربية لفرض هيمنتها وسيطرتها على العالم، وذلك من خلال محاصرة روسيا ومعاقبتها على سياساتها الخارجية المستقلة. فعندما دمرت الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية وحلفائها مدينة الرقة السورية وقتلت الآلاف من الأبرياء فيها، لم نرى هذا الحشد السياسي والإعلامي الدولي لفضح منتهكي حقوق الإنسان. إن قرار الجمعية العامة رقم 60/251 المنشئ لمجلس حقوق الإنسان أكد على أن جميع حقوق الإنسان عالمية وغير قابلة للتجزئة ومترابطة ومتشابكة، وأنه يتعين معاملة جميع حقوق الإنسان معاملة منصفة وعادلة وعلى قدم المساواة وبالقدر نفسه من الاهتمام. إلا أن الممارسة العملية التي شهدناها منذ إنشاء هذا المجلس وحتى الآن تثبت تبني بعض الدول الغربية للتسييس والانتقائية والمعايير المزدوجة في التعامل مع قضايا حقوق الإنسان، إذ تركز على حالات دول بعينها بما يخدم أغراضها السياسية، وفي نفس الوقت تغض الطرف عن حالات أخرى تم فيها ارتكاب انتهاكات جسيمة وممنهجة لحقوق الإنسان على مرأى ومسمع العالم أجمع. وما يتعرض له الشعب الفلسطيني على مدى عقود على يد قوات الاحتلال الإسرائيلية أوضح دليل على ذلك. والمثال الآخر على نفاق تلك الدول هو تجاهلها لحقوق وأمن وسلامة المدنيين بما فيهم الأطفال والنساء في دونباس، الذين تعرضوا لحملة عدائية ممنهجة وقصف مستمر لعدة سنوات. فلماذا لم نشهد مثل هذا التحرك الغربي من أجل حمايتهم والدفاع عن حقوقهم؟ إن تذرع الساعين وراء هذا التحرك بنص الفقرة 8 من قرار إنشاء مجلس حقوق الإنسان يثير قلقا جديا حول ماهية القرائن التي تم الاستناد عليها في الحديث عن ارتكاب انتهاكات جسيمة ومنهجية لحقوق الإنسان، وما مدى مصداقية المصادر التي تم الاعتماد عليها، وما هي الآليات الدولية المحايدة التي أكدت وقوع مثل تلك الانتهاكات وحددت هوية مرتكبيها. إن قيام بعض الدول بإطلاق الاتهامات والترويج لها عبر دعاية مضللة من خلال نشر صور وفيديوهات مجهولة المصدر والمكان ونشرها عبر المصادر المفتوحة لا يمكن أن يكون أساسا متينا كي تتخذ الجمعية العامة قرارا بشأنها. وكما في الحالة السورية، فإن جلسات مجلس الأمن والجمعية العامة يجب أن تسبقها دائما مسرحيات واستفزازات، وهو ما نشهده الآن في الحالة الأوكرانية، وذلك لتبرير القرارات التي تخطط الدول الغربية والمعادية لاتخاذها باسم شرعيتهم الدولية المزعومة. السيد الرئيس، إن مشروع القرار المعروض أمامنا اليوم ينطوي على حالة خطيرة من العدائية، ومثال واضح على انتهاج سياسة الإقصاء التي لطالما حذرت منها بلادي. فتعليق عضوية الاتحاد الروسي في مجلس حقوق الإنسان سيكون له تأثير سلبي على حالة التوازن فيه وعلى عالميته وفاعلية دوره، إذ أن هذا التعليق سيعزز هيمنة مجموعة من الدول الغربية على هذا الجهاز الهام وفرض رؤيتها ومعاييرها في مجال حقوق الإنسان واستخدامها كأداة للضغط السياسي واستهداف دول بعينها. وإذا كنا أكثر صراحة وشفافية فإننا نرى في مثل هذه الممارسات تهديدا لوجود منظومة الأمم المتحدة ذاتها. بناء عليه وانطلاقا من موقفه الثابت والراسخ في رفض جميع محاولات تسييس حقوق الإنسان والتلاعب بها، سيصوت وفدي ضد مشروع القرار قيد النظر، ويحث الوفود الأخرى على التنبه لمخاطر الانجرار وراء مساعي الصدام والعزل والاستعداء، ويدعو إلى رفض سياسة المعايير المزدوجة والنأي بمواضيع حقوق الإنسان عن أي اعتبارات سياسية. وإذا أرادت دولنا استمرار وبقاء الأمم المتحدة فعلينا جميعا أن نقول لا لمثل هذه القرارات. شكرا السيد الرئيس.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Syrian Arab Republic. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Cuba.
Señor presidente, Cuba ha abogado y trabajado siempre por un Consejo de Derechos Humanos capaz de enfrentar los complejos retos que tiene la comunidad internacional en esta materia, de los que ningún país está exento. Defendemos la objetividad, imparcialidad y transparencia en las labores de ese órgano y que sus procedimientos y mecanismos trabajen sobre la base de información veraz y contrastada. El uso de la cláusula de suspensión de la membresía del Consejo en modo alguno favorecerá la búsqueda de una solución pacífica, negociada y duradera al conflicto en Ucrania, y mucho menos ayudará a fomentar el clima de cooperación, diálogo y entendimiento que debe primar al abordarse la cuestión de los derechos humanos. Es irrespetuoso, además, que a tan solo unos días de concluir un periodo ordinario de sesiones del Consejo de Derechos Humanos, ni siquiera se le haya dado la oportunidad a ese órgano de pronunciarse al respecto. Señor presidente, desde que se inició el proceso de negociaciones sobre la construcción del nuevo Consejo que sucedería a la Comisión de Derechos Humanos, Cuba se opuso a la cláusula de suspensión de la membresía debido al serio riesgo de que la misma fuese utilizada por determinados países que privilegian el doble rasero, la selectividad y la politización de los temas de derechos humanos. Esa cláusula puede ser activada con el apoyo de apenas 2/3 de los presentes y votantes. Por tanto, las abstenciones no cuentan y ni siquiera se establece un mínimo requerido de votos para que se apruebe la suspensión. Para ser electo miembro del Consejo de Derechos Humanos, un país necesita obtener como mínimo en votación secreta el apoyo de la mayoría de los miembros de la ONU, es decir, al menos 97 votos. De tal manera, los derechos de un miembro del Consejo pueden ser suspendidos por la voluntad de un número de estados menor de los que decidieron elegirlo y otorgarle esos derechos. La Federación de Rusia, que fue electa como miembro del Consejo de Derechos Humanos en el año 2020 con 158 votos, hoy pudiera ser suspendida con una cantidad inferior. Ese mecanismo de suspensión, que no tiene paralelo en ningún otro órgano de las Naciones Unidas, puede ser fácilmente utilizado de manera selectiva. Hoy es Rusia, pero mañana puede ser cualquiera de nuestros países, particularmente naciones del sur, que no se pliegan a los intereses de dominación y que defienden con firmeza su independencia. No fue casualidad que los más entusiastas promotores de la cláusula de suspensión de la membresía
cuando se negociaba la construcción del nuevo Consejo de Derechos Humanos, fueron naciones desarrolladas con demostrada tendencia a acusar a países del sur que no se ajustan a sus supuestos modelos de democracia, mientras permanecen en silencio cómplice ante flagrantes violaciones de derechos humanos en países occidentales. Por supuesto, no todos en esta sala comparten nuestras preocupaciones sobre el mecanismo de suspensión, pues saben que las víctimas de su uso selectivo siempre serán otros. ¿Podría esta Asamblea aprobar algún día una resolución suspendiendo la membresía de Estados Unidos en el Consejo de Derechos Humanos, por poner solo un ejemplo? Todos sabemos que eso no ha sucedido ni sucederá, a pesar de sus violaciones flagrantes y masivas de los derechos humanos como consecuencia de invasiones y guerras de rapiña contra Estados soberanos en función de sus intereses geopolíticos. Han ocasionado la muerte de cientos de miles de civiles que denominan daños colaterales, millones de desplazados y vasta destrucción en toda la geografía de nuestro planeta. Pero esta Asamblea jamás ha suspendido ninguno de sus derechos. También sabemos todos que no se aplicará la cláusula de suspensión contra el Estado que ha impuesto contra Cuba por más de 60 años un criminal bloqueo económico, comercial y financiero que constituye sin dudas la más prolongada, flagrante, masiva y sistemática violación de los derechos humanos de todo un pueblo y un verdadero acto de genocidio contra todo un país. Resulta cuando menos irónico observar que el país que se opuso al establecimiento del Consejo de Derechos Humanos y solicitó en esta misma sala el voto en contra de la resolución que lo creó, es el mismo que ha activado a su conveniencia ahora, como lo hizo en 2011, una de las cláusulas más controversiales de ese foro. Señor presidente, Cuba será consecuente con las reservas que realizó respecto al mecanismo de suspensión de la membresía al adoptarse en el año 2006 la resolución 60/251 que estableció el Consejo de Derechos Humanos y la 65/265 de 2011 sobre la suspensión de derechos de Libia. La aprobación del proyecto de resolución que hoy consideramos sentará un peligroso precedente adicional, en particular para el sur. No les basta con imponer resoluciones contra países y mandatos selectivos. Ahora se proponen dar un nuevo paso de avance en la legitimación de la selectividad y la conformación de un Consejo de Derechos Humanos cada vez más al servicio de determinados países, como lo estuvo en su momento la extinta y desacreditada Comisión de Derechos Humanos. Por las razones expuestas, la delegación cubana votará en contra del proyecto de resolución contenido en el documento L4. Gracias.
I thank the distinguished representative of Cuba. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Senegal.
Monsieur le Président, à l'instar de la communauté internationale, le Sénégal reste profondément préoccupé par le lourd bilan de la guerre en Ukraine qui a déjà occasionné de nombreux morts ainsi que des millions de réfugiés et de déplacés. À ce sombre tableau s'ajoutent des allégations de graves violations des droits de l'homme. En tout temps et en tout lieu, la guerre est une faillite pour l'humanité. Le Sénégal est pour la paix en Ukraine au nom d'une humanité sans frontières. Le Sénégal est également pour la paix en Ukraine parce que nos pays sont des victimes collatérales de cette crise de portée mondiale en raison de ces graves conséquences, particulièrement graves sur nos économies et nos populations. Le Sénégal est pour la désescalade, pour l'arrêt immédiat des hostilités en Ukraine et la poursuite des négociations en vue de parvenir à une solution pacifique et durable de la crise. C'est le sens du communiqué publié le 24 février 2022 par son Excellence Monsieur le Président Macky Sall en sa qualité de président en exercice de l'Union africaine, de concert avec le président de la commission de l'UA, communiqué appelant, je cite, au respect impératif du droit international, de l'intégrité territoriale et de la souveraineté de l'Ukraine. Fin de citation. C'est aussi le sens du soutien du Sénégal à la résolution ES 11/2 de la session spéciale de l'Assemblée générale du 24 mars 2022 sur les conséquences humanitaires de la guerre en Ukraine. C'est également le sens de notre vote en faveur de la résolution A/HRC/49/1 du Conseil des droits de l'homme du 4 mars 2022 sur la situation des droits de l'homme en Ukraine et portant notamment mise en place d'une commission d'enquête internationale sur les allégations de violations des droits de l'homme dans le pays consécutivement à la guerre. Nous estimons que c'est la publication des conclusions de cette commission qui nous donnera une vue complète de la nature et de l'ampleur des violations alléguées. Cette vue complète nous donnera par conséquent la mesure exacte des sanctions à envisager. Or, la présente résolution décide de mesures de sanctions sans que la commission d'enquête que nous avons mise en place n'ait rendu ses conclusions, anticipant ainsi sur le travail attendu d'elle. Tenant compte de toutes ces considérations, le Sénégal votera abstention sur ce texte pour rester cohérent avec la résolution du Conseil des droits de l'homme du 4 mars 2022 portant mise en place d'une commission d'enquête internationale sur les allégations de violation des droits de l'homme en Ukraine. Je vous remercie.
I thank the distinguished representative of Senegal. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of South Africa.
Mr. President, South Africa is deeply concerned about the continuing conflict in Ukraine, the loss of lives, and the deteriorating humanitarian situation. We reiterate our view that as a matter of urgency, there must be a cessation of hostilities, which would be the first step in a comprehensive response to the humanitarian crisis. South Africa stresses once again that dialogue, mediation, and diplomacy is the only path to end the current conflict. Wars end when dialogues begin, and wars endure when there is no dialogue. In this regard, we welcome the efforts by Ukraine and Russia to hold talks without preconditions. South Africa expresses the hope that both parties will use diplomacy to de-escalate the situation in Ukraine, leading to a durable political and security situation. We maintain that all parties have much to gain from a negotiated outcome and much to lose from unnecessary and violent conflict. The General Assembly must therefore encourage mediation and dialogue and adopt constructive outcomes leading to that. Mr. President, South Africa is deeply concerned at the reports of civilian casualties in Ukraine. As the international community, we cannot be indifferent to the killing and suffering of civilians. The humanitarian crisis that has resulted from the ongoing military operations must be addressed, and there must be an urgent opening of humanitarian corridors and the provision of aid to the civilian population, which, as usual, bears the brunt of the suffering when violent confrontation breaks out. All parties to the conflict must comply with international human rights and humanitarian law, including the Geneva Conventions, and must respect the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all member states in keeping with the UN Charter. Mr. President, on 4th March 2022, the Human Rights Council adopted a resolution authorizing the establishment of an international commission of inquiry to investigate all alleged violations and abuses of human rights and violations of international law and related crimes in Ukraine. The commission has not yet commenced its work, and we await its findings on the allegations of gross violations and abuses of human rights and violations of international humanitarian law. South Africa is of the firm belief that the tabling of the resolution that we will consider today is premature and prejudges the outcomes of the Commission of Inquiry. We must allow the Commission to urgently undertake its mandate and report to the Human Rights Council and the General Assembly on its outcomes. It is also imperative that all parties to the conflict must allow the Commission to perform its duties without any hindrance and interference. Mr. President, we recall Resolution 6251, which is the basis of the resolution before us and which established the Human Rights Council, also recognizes inter alia, I quote, the importance of ensuring universality, objectivity, and non-selectivity in the consideration of human rights issues and the elimination of double standards and politicization, close quote. Unfortunately, the resolution that we are considering today will further divide and polarize the matter and the General Assembly itself without following due process. South Africa maintains that in considering the suspension of a member of the Human Rights Council, we must be consistent and not selective, as this would undermine the credibility of the General Assembly and the Human Rights Council. For these reasons, South Africa will abstain on the resolution. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of South Africa. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Egypt.
سيد الرئيس، إن مصر لا تنظر إلى مشروع القرار المطروح باعتباره متصلا بأزمة أوكرانيا أو مبدأ عدم جواز اللجوء إلى القوة المسلحة أو المساس بسيادة الدول، وإنما باعتباره مرتبطا بالتوجه نحو تسييس أجهزة الأمم المتحدة ووكالاتها المتخصصة. وإن الموقف المصري المبدئي والثابت إنما يرفض هذا التوجه لما ينطوي عليه من إهدار للغرض الذي أنشئت من أجله المنظمة ووكالاتها وأجهزتها، وما يقود إليه ذلك من دحض لمصداقيتها وللعمل الدولي متعدد الأطراف. وتعتبر مصر أن ما نحن بصدده اليوم اتصالا بطرح مشروع القرار يمثل منعطفا خطيرا في مسار منظمة الأمم المتحدة على مدى عمرها. إن احترام المنظمة لميثاقها وقواعدها وإجراءاتها ونظام عملها قد عزز من اعتماد المجتمع الدولي عليها من أجل ترسيخ منظومة العمل الدولي استنادا إلى قواعد وآليات يحتكم إليها لحسن إدارة العلاقات الدولية والحفاظ على السلم والأمن الدوليين، وهو ما يعد مهددا الآن. سيد الرئيس، إن مشروع القرار المطروح إنما يعد إهدارا لآليات المنظمة التي طالما كانت محل ثقة أعضاء المجتمع الدولي، ومؤشرا ينذر ببدء اهتزاز مصداقية الأمم المتحدة وآلياتها، وهو الأمر الذي سيكون له تداعيات بالغة الأثر السلبي على قدرتها على الاطلاع بمسؤولياتها وفقا لميثاقها وما استقر من عمل بشأنه على مدى 75 عاما. سيد الرئيس، تعرب مصر عن عدم الارتياح البالغ إزاء استمرار المعايير المزدوجة والكيل بأكثر من مكيال، فكم من المرات تم الاكتفاء بقرارات أقل حسما وأكثر تساهلا إزاء انتهاكات لحقوق الإنسان واضحة في ماض ليس بالبعيد. هذا وتؤكد مصر في ذلك السياق رفضها الكامل في ذات الوقت لأي انتهاكات جسيمة لحقوق الإنسان وخرق التزامات الدول القانونية في هذا الصدد، وترى ضرورة مواجهة مثل هذه الخروقات الجسيمة بشكل حاسم
وفقا للآليات الأممية التي تكفل التصدي لتلك الأعمال المشينة واتخاذ القرار الملائم لمواجهتها. سيد الرئيس، بناء على هذه الدفوع والاعتبارات التي تم عرضها، لا ترى مصر وجاهة لطرح مشروع القرار وتتحسب لآثاره. وشكرا سيد الرئيس.
I thank the distinguished representative of Egypt. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Brazil.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates, we are deeply concerned about allegations of gross violations of human rights and humanitarian law in Ukraine, including recent reports coming from the region of Bucha. The images of extreme violence against civilians and the high number of deaths, many of them with signs of torture and ill treatment, are profoundly disturbing. Our deep sympathy goes to all victims and their families. The Human Rights Council created last month a commission of inquiry with a mandate to establish the facts and circumstances that may amount to violations and abuses of human rights and of humanitarian law in Ukraine. We call on all parties to cooperate with the Commission so that it can fulfill its mandate and provide us with an unbiased and precise information on the situation on the ground. Brazil has decided to abstain in today's vote as it believes the Commission of Inquiry should be allowed to complete its independent investigation so that responsibilities can be ascertained. Only then would this General Assembly be in a position to better assess and take a responsible and informed decision on the status of Russia in the Council. We must at all costs avoid repeating the mistakes of the old Commission on Human Rights, particularly concerning politicization, double standards, and selectivity, which had been the main flaw of the previous human rights system and the object of well-founded criticism of its work. The Human Rights Council should be guided by the imperative of inclusive dialogue as the main instrument for cooperation, sustainable solutions, and peace. Mr. President, Brazil is fully committed to finding ways to an immediate cessation of hostilities and to promoting a real dialogue conducive to a peaceful and sustainable solution. Ensuring respect for human rights and humanitarian law, protecting civilians, calling for peace, these are the objectives that should unite rather than divide us. There is no alternative to a negotiated solution and to a constructive and balanced approach aimed at preserving spaces of dialogue. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Brazil. I now wish to invite the distinguished representative of China.
Thank you, 主席先生。主席先生，在乌克兰问题上，中方始终主张，包括乌克兰在内的各国主权和领土完整都应得到尊重。联合国宪章宗旨和原则都应得到遵守。各国合理安全关切都应得到重视。一切有利于和平解决危机的努力都应得到支持。推动早日停火止战是国际社会的迫切期待，也是中方的努力方向。中方支持一切有利于缓解乌克兰人道危机的倡议和举措，呼吁当事方尊重国际人道法，采取切实行动保护平民安全，保障妇女、儿童等弱势群体的基本权利和人道需求。 有关不恰镇平民死亡的报道和画面令人不安。事件的相关情况和具体原因必须查清。任何指控都应基于事实，结论得出之前，各方应保持克制，避免无端指责。主席先生，对话谈判是解决乌克兰危机的唯一出路。中方始终主张国际社会应该保持理性，加强团结，多做有利于对话谈判的事，推动政治解决，而不应设置障碍，增添阻力，更不应火上浇油，激化矛盾。我们遗憾地看到，冲突造成平民伤亡和大量人员流离失所。全方位、无差别、无底线的制裁，给疫后复苏带来严重负面影响，制造出新的复杂问题，逆转来之不易的发展成果，实现2030年可持续发展议程雪上加霜。各国，尤其是发展中国家民众，不得不承受飞涨的物价、油价、粮价等等。疫情之下的生活更加艰难，妇女、儿童的权益更难得到保障。发展中国家不是冲突当事方，却被卷入地缘政治竞争和大国博弈，这是不公平的。个别国家一边声称主张和平，一边热衷制造集团对抗，包括在亚太地区挑起紧张局势。这种自相矛盾、言行不一的做法非常危险，令人担忧，应该坚决抵制。主席先生，中方一贯主张在平等和相互尊重基础上，通过建设性对话与合作，促进和保障人权。同时，我们坚决反对将人权问题政治化、工具化，反对在人权问题上搞选择性、双重标准和对抗做法，反对借人权问题对别国施压。这也是关于设立人权理事会的联大第60251号决议的重要内容。摆在我们面前的这份决议草案，将剥夺一国在人权理事会的合法会员资格。对如此重大的事项，必须极为慎重，基于事实和真理，冷静、客观、理性地处理。然而，这份决议草案起草过程不公开、不透明，也没有按照惯例举行全体会员国磋商，广泛听取意见。在此情况下，急于在联大采取行动，逼迫各国选边站队，将加剧会员国分裂，激化当事方矛盾，火上浇油，不利于冲突的降级，更不利于推进和平谈判。用这样的方式处理人权理事会成员资格问题，将创造新的危险先例，进一步加剧人权领域的对抗，对联合国治理体系产生更大冲击，造成严重后果。基于上述，中方将对决议草案投反对票。中方呼吁各方相向而行，共同努力，为和平创造机会，为谈判开辟前景。中方将继续本着客观公正的立场，为此发挥负责任、建设性的作用。谢谢你，主席先生。
I thank the distinguished representative of China. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Mexico.
Señor presidente, México ha sido claro y contundente al condenar la invasión de Rusia sobre Ucrania por ser violatoria del derecho internacional, de la Carta de las Naciones Unidas y de los principios constitucionales de nuestra política exterior. También hemos condenado los ataques contra la población civil y su infraestructura. Hemos impulsado todo aquello que facilite el acceso a la asistencia humanitaria y nos hemos sumado a las voces que exigen el cese inmediato de las hostilidades. Informes recientes sobre la situación en Ucrania nos han revelado que estamos ante la probable comisión de violaciones graves del derecho internacional de los derechos humanos y del derecho internacional humanitario. Por ello, México ha respaldado sin ambages el llamado del secretario general a que se realicen investigaciones imparciales que permitan identificar responsables y una eficaz rendición de cuentas. Mi país también apoyó la adopción de la Resolución 49/1 del Consejo de Derechos Humanos para que se formara una comisión de investigación independiente con el objetivo de indagar todos los presuntos abusos y violaciones de los derechos humanos y todo aquello que pudiese vulnerar el derecho internacional humanitario derivado de la agresión de Rusia en Ucrania. Asimismo, México sigue con atención el proceso de investigación de la Corte Penal Internacional por presuntos crímenes internacionales cometidos en Ucrania y apoya decididamente los trabajos que realiza el fiscal de la Corte para tratar de esclarecer los hechos. Estamos atentos al desarrollo del caso presentado ante la Corte Internacional de Justicia y reiteramos su llamado a cumplir con la reciente orden de medidas provisionales para un cese inmediato de las hostilidades. Se trata, pues, de procesos judiciales y casi judiciales que están en curso, pero que todavía no han calificado jurídicamente las situaciones que tienen bajo examen. Debemos ser consistentes, apoyarlos hasta sus últimas consecuencias y examinar con rigor sus conclusiones. La permanencia o no de Rusia en el Consejo de Derechos Humanos no constituye un factor que la exima o que le imponga obligaciones bajo el derecho internacional. El punto central debe ser llevar ante la justicia a quienes resulten responsables, no suspender a un Estado de su pertenencia a un órgano subsidiario de esta Asamblea, ante el cual todos los Estados miembros, sin excepción, debemos rendir cuentas bajo las mismas reglas y conforme a los mismos criterios. México está a favor de que la rendición de cuentas se practique regularmente en todo el sistema de las Naciones Unidas. Necesitamos más transparencia, sí, pero para ello necesitamos también más cooperación, más diálogo y mejores prácticas. Las estructuras multilaterales se fortalecen mediante la inclusión, no a través de la exclusión. Excluir, suspender, no es la solución. El multilateralismo habrá de fortalecerse en la medida en la que sea capaz de mantener su vocación incluyente. Las resoluciones previas de esta Asamblea que hemos suscrito con plena convicción condenan la invasión rusa, llaman a un cese inequívoco de las hostilidades, urgen el acceso irrestricto de la asistencia humanitaria y abogan por una solución diplomática del conflicto. México ha fijado su posición de manera explícita en torno a la agresión militar de Rusia sobre Ucrania a través de sus intervenciones en el Consejo de Seguridad y en esta Asamblea General, así como en los votos registrados en ambos órganos desde el inicio del conflicto. Por lo anteriormente expuesto, México se abstendrá de apoyar el proyecto de resolución que suspende a Rusia de sus derechos como integrantes del Consejo de Derechos Humanos. México tiene la convicción de que aún en medio de la guerra deben mantenerse todos los canales de diálogo con las autoridades de la Federación de Rusia, no solo para que cooperen con el conjunto de mecanismos que integran el Sistema Universal de Protección de los Derechos Humanos, sino para insistir en la urgente necesidad de encontrar en el diálogo la solución diplomática que restaure la paz en Ucrania. Muchas gracias, presidente.
I thank the distinguished representative of Mexico. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Chile.
Gracias, señor presidente. Permítame iniciar mi intervención rendiendo homenaje a las víctimas de la brutal guerra que está teniendo lugar en Ucrania, ocasionada por una invasión que ha violado normas del derecho internacional humanitario y la Carta de Naciones Unidas. Las dramáticas imágenes de Bucha que llegaron a nuestros hogares el pasado fin de semana nos han conmovido. Chile reitera una vez más su condena a la invasión a Ucrania. La decisión que hoy se adoptará es una a la que mi país nunca hubiera querido llegar. Un país firme partidario del multilateralismo sostiene que las diferencias entre Estados deben resolverse dentro de los órganos competentes de acuerdo a las normas vigentes. El sistema multilateral es la casa de todos. Sin embargo, el ser miembro del Consejo de Derechos Humanos reviste una exigencia particular en cuanto a un compromiso y conducta coherentes de promoción y respeto a los derechos humanos en todo momento y en todo lugar. Así lo que hicieron los Estados miembros de esta Asamblea General al aprobar la resolución 60/251 en su párrafo 9, que dispone que los miembros elegidos al Consejo deberán aplicar las normas más estrictas en la promoción y protección de los derechos humanos. Esa misma resolución, en el párrafo 8, le encarga a esta Asamblea la responsabilidad de suspender a un Estado miembro del Consejo cuando éste no cumpla con dichas normas estrictas en la promoción y protección de los derechos humanos. Nuestra responsabilidad es con los derechos humanos, no con un determinado país, no con Rusia, no con Ucrania, es con los derechos humanos.
En el caso de hoy, la suspensión de la membresía de la Federación Rusa del Consejo de Derechos Humanos revestirá la agravante de que se trata de un Estado responsable de violarlos en el territorio soberano de un tercer Estado, en este caso Ucrania, fruto de un acto de agresión y ocupación inaceptable desde cualquier ángulo del derecho internacional. Es por ello que nuestra delegación votará a favor del proyecto de resolución A/ES 11/L.4, que suspende la membresía de Rusia del Consejo de Derechos Humanos. Chile reitera nuevamente su llamado a todas las partes para que continúen las conversaciones e insta de nuevo a la resolución pacífica inmediata del conflicto entre la Federación Rusa y Ucrania mediante el diálogo político, las negociaciones, la mediación y otros medios pacíficos de conformidad con el derecho internacional. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
I thank the distinguished representative of Chile. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Belarus.
Господин председатель, Беларусь выступает категорически против представленного проекта резолюции. Выдвижение проекта мотивировано исключительно политическими интересами, имеющими цель демонизации Российской Федерации и попытку ее изоляции